My name is John Bio, and I'm retiring as a professional player.
Just when you thought he was out, a job comes along that is too good to refuse.
Private jets, Mykonos, cruise ships, pyrotechnics, like just big shit.
To do it, he'll need a team.
My name is Lucas Larsen, but people might know me as Thorin.
My name is White Whippo, and I'll be playing the whole top side of the map.
Hello, I'm called JJ. My name is Steven Liiv. I am the artist known as Handsome.
Together they will forge a legend. To become the most expensive roster ever. They might not win or make worlds. But at least they got the bag. Bjergsen's 5. Coming soon. Paid for by Steve.
Here we are for another episode of Summoning Insight. You're not going to believe it, but Dracos wrote that whole thing as well. There's anything the guy can't do. It's just incredible, isn't it? So no, that's right, guys. Literally, our editor guy can just mess around, just tinker around in the kitchen and come out with LEC level stuff, just bang that on the street. I thought it was fire.
It was great.
It was fire, wasn't it?
Shout out to Adadian, our editor. So you guys are going to see more of that kind of content. He's absolutely wonderful at
Just
that.
for clarification, yeah, in case anyone's lost, by the way, that was obviously a bit cheeky with a bit of a wink, right? Obviously, Steve didn't really say to Bjergs, like, if you join, you can go to Mykonos, have boats. Like, that was essentially, we were sort of implying he did, but we were sort of using other material for that. It was comedy, guys, just comedy, just a joke in it. Was fire, though, was fire.
And if you're listening to the audio only version of this show, you missed out. So go give it a second view on YouTube and you'll know what we're talking about. He's been doing a bunch of intros for the Monty and Wolf show that have been very funny as well. So you guys keep enjoying that. Also, this show is brought to you, of course, by esportsbet.io. Remember, head on over to their website. If you are new and signing up for the first time, you have a chance to get 100 USDT back as a loss forgiveness. So use our referral link. And if you place a prediction, a bet, and then lose, you can just message the mods either on the website, through the website itself, or through their Discord and say, hey, give me 100 USDT back, and they'll give it back to you. So there you go. An exciting way to play on for the rest of Worlds, EPL, NCS, whatever you want.
I don't want anyone to get confused here, right? Because I already can tell. I've known esports fans long enough, Monty, to know when they're not going to understand something. So all I'm going to say is this. In case you're really thinking, so wait a minute. So I bet the first time, and if I lose, I get the $100 back. But then what happens if I win? It's like, you wouldn't need it back, would you? You'd just think about it. You'd still have the 100 plus whatever you won. So you wouldn't really be complaining at that point. So I wouldn't worry about essentially the whole premise is it's just if you try it out once, you lose. In this case, remember to say IOE, then you get the 100 USDT back. So it's obviously a way to entice you to have a go in it if you haven't before. And obviously, by the way, if you're someone who doesn't have any money in the real world, you can still do the World's Prediction Series 2 competition where you enter with the free DJT and play on that. That could potentially yield prizes, and it's just fun, isn't it? It's just betting with the tokens they have. So there's also that one as well. You're not just at like the little kids table with the play money. You can actually win as well. There's real options. Exactly. Right, obviously, Monty, since all the regions are in play, there's so much jazz we can jump into. We had the LPL on the last one with Jensen, if you remember. Obviously, LEC's been quite heavily featured this season. And even though largely a lot of our LCS talk has been like, I would say things like either just based on the guest or like generally flaming the region. Obviously, the LCS playoffs have absolutely heated up and have had some absurd storylines. Like if anyone's been following the betting shows, it's almost impossible to actually pick who's going to win these series. Like there are no favourites. Like really, there aren't. Even 100 Thieves eventually lost when they were like the one that was maybe going to become legit.
We actually I predicted both of the last couple matches wrong because I thought 100 Thieves would win, and Steve, I feel your pain because you're not actually the only person to lose money on Team Liquid. I actually lost $5,000 in USDT.
Well, the joke is, like Steve, you also were given that money with the proviso that you might do something better with it, but you also stowed away. Exactly. Yeah.
In Steve's case, it was venture capital that he got. In my case, it was the kindness of esportsbet.io who were offering us some money to win some prizes for you guys. So shout out. Now, the sad thing, Thorin, is that they were like at 2.1 odds. And if they had pulled it off too, it would have been like almost like 11,000 or something like that. So big bummer, but it's okay. Watch Competitive Edge. I'll mauled more about that later this week.
You know my style. I don't like to beat around the bush and build up slow. Let's just jump right into the meat of it, because I have to say, Monty, let's just go to Game 5, Team Liquid versus EG, because this one game was Team Liquid's whole season on a single game. They were hanging by a thread. If they win this game, who knows? They'd be at Worlds. They might even go to the finals. It's possible to even still win LCS. Everything was still at play, but they lost, right? Here's why I think that is so significant they lost. People will understand, because obviously I've sort of taken the Jensen side in the Jensen versus Bjergsen thing over the years, even back when that was sort of an edgy take, like people saw on Twitter, right? She said that even before he did the Worlds run in Season 8. Right? She said it at the end of Season 7 when I thought he had his best season, right? But when I've done that, I just also find it egregious that, one, Bjergsen hasn't played very well this year. Played better this split, played appalling in the spring, but he's an incredibly highly paid player. And they kicked Jensen out to get him. And then obviously there was even the side story, we have yet to see what happens with EG, where EG could have had him and they chose not to. So to me, that is part of how I've been looking at this split. Well, in that scenario, right, it's already bad enough the Bjergsen side of the equation. This looks really bad, guys, because you had Jensen. By the way, when that graphic popped, because I hadn't even thought that through myself, because no one thought C9 was going to win the upper bracket. When that graphic popped and it was like 8th time in a row at Worlds, it's like, Jesus, this guy actually is the most underrated player to ever play in this region. He's just auto Worlds every year, no matter what.
He made it to Worlds, that split that he got benched for a while.
Yeah. Oh, and also, think about this. This split, dude, he did it after the whole team collapsed. He had to send Fudge back top lane, first-time support player. By the way, not even a coach. He has an assistant coach as his coach. Even had sort of a whack split. Has one split to get it done, rocks in, makes the final, goes to Worlds, might even win LCS. Yeah, who the fuck knows? Like, that's already gangster. But if you flip it back, so obviously that looks bad already for TL and EG. But on the Bjergsen side, dude, this is why I actually think, I know it sounds bad to say one game sort of vindicate this. I just think this is the cherry on top. Bearing in mind, no one really knows yet. Will Bjergsen play next year? Does he want to come back again? Will this be it? Will he wrap it up? Dude, if he chooses to retire now, he could not have written a worse final chapter. Not just because he got paid all that money and didn't get anything out of it in terms of even domestic results. Remember, half the fucking just conversations are like, oh, who cares about double if LCS titles? It's the little kids table. Bjergsen isn't even getting to the final of the little kids table. But here's what's worse, Monty. It's the way he lost that last game, right? You know, in the draft, everyone was talking about in the core streams, will they have the balls on EG to leave that Zillion up? Will they dare Bjergsen to pick the one? We've all seen it a million. We've seen it a million times, though, Monty. Everyone, it's true. I was even saying myself, don't fucking do it. Just ban it anyway. Just ban. Why would you even tempt fate? Like, that is just like hubris, mate. Like some Greek myth, isn't it? Like, why would you even leave it? Because the one thing you never want to do is that this is the one time it's safe to. Yeah, but that's the problem. If he ever comes through, you feel like a moron. But this is what's messed up, Monty. You might have seen, I even tweeted this myself. When they were in the draft and they didn't ban it first rotation, I even said, you know what? Fuck it. If he actually picks it and wins, fair play to him. He does deserve to win this series. He does. If you're a winner, by the way, it's like Faker Will Blanc. If they leave it up, you pick it, of course. You go, listen, motherfucker, you better respect me and ban out the shit I will auto win on. So here's what's whack. He didn't even pick it, guys. He picked fucking Galio. And spoiler, are you ready for the ultimate one? Because 17-year-old Jojo actually had the balls to play Silas, like all the good Silases, it was just a better version of Galio. Mate, the way Bjergsen actually played in this final game was like why this year was a joke. You paid a guy millions to play like fucking shit Golden Glue and be a worse version of the other mid laner who fucking styled and won the game. What are you talking about? Guys, this was... I thought you couldn't have... Like I say, if he'd have gone out on the Zillion and he just sort of tried like a hero to win in the old-fashioned, maybe he wouldn't even have managed it. I'd have sort of said, you know what, fuck it. You went out on your shield. You did everything. I thought that was such a whack way to go out, though. Like, what is that? You know, I didn't buy you to play Galio and lose, mate, in game 5. Come on. The joke there is, can I have the other guy? Can I have the Silas guy? Can he come join my team? What are we doing here?
I think it's like, you know, even more egregious than you're stating, because, you know, the Zillion does get banned in the second round of drafts here. And then, yeah, you actually just like straight up know that you're going to be playing the Galio into the Silas. So that's just a choice you're making. But if you look at the course of this series, it really is. I mean, there were a lot of problems. Like, this series was extremely weird because both of the champion pools of these players are very strange at the moment. Like, it's really clear that Danny, you know, I don't understand where this narrative that Danny can play Sivir is coming from, because I heard it on the cast while I was listening to it. Danny's only played a handful of Sivir games in his career and was pretty bad on Sivir in the last series that they played and lost his games on Sivir. So I don't really think that that's going to be EG's winning strategy, and they clearly don't believe it either, because they themselves are banning Sivir, and they also have to ban Kalista. So EG is banning Sivir and Kalista on blue side. That's not normal in the world that we see right now in League of Legends. And so this should be very freeing for Team Liquid, because when they're on blue side, you would think that, hey, maybe they're going to go ahead and first pick Zeri. No, they ban it anyway. I guess Hansama's Zeri. I mean, to be fair, Hansama's Zeri has not been very good, but there were like very clear weaknesses. But the other wacky thing about this series is it just seemed like nobody except for Bwipo fucking wanted to carry. Like, Bwipo's weird champion pool aside, at the very least, towards the end of the series and through through the end of the regular split and through the playoffs, it at least appears that he wants to be the carry of this team.
Oh, he almost turned game 5. That fight in the bot lane, he did fucking mega on that one. Yeah, it was basically the reason why they almost came back to the game.
Yeah, so if you look at this series, though, it's like, oh, well, I guess like Hansama doesn't have the balls to play his Draven in this series, which, again, people
don't know how weird this is. This guy used to be one of those players like Freeze, where when Draven isn't meta, he would lock it in. So that's why this year's been so underwhelming for him, because he's also killed that whole hype of like he's like the sleeper OP Western player. Because, dude, this was when everyone plays Draven, including fucking rookies in the LCS/LEC. Like, where's your Draven? Because, by the way, let's be real, that's this whole team in a nutshell. With the exception of Bwipo, who actually thought just played like Bwipo, everyone else seems like they just actually like had like anti-synergy or were on down splits. Like, everyone just looked bad. Everyone just regressed or something. I think this team in general, like, I never felt like they ever properly got it going. They had a couple of wins every now and then, but they never properly like looked dominant or dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, especially the Jinx in this series, which is, by the way, just not a meta pick worldwide, but obviously has been really important for Danny and Hansama historically. So it just becomes this pick, even though, I mean, there's so many flaws to Team or to EG that we saw in this.
I was so confused by that, bro. The draft of Team Liquid in this 5th game, it's like, are the other regions just wrong? Because they would never make this comp anywhere else in the world. Like, this isn't like last year, guys. Why are we playing? You think this is like February or something? The Broken Jinx. What are we doing? Why have we made a comp where the Jinx has to carry the whole game? What? That's so weird to me. They would draft that in that scenario. And they're the super team, dude. You'd think they'd have all the threats, wouldn't they? Like, what?
If you look at Team Liquid's composition, like, yeah, maybe not the Atra or the Trundle, but like the core, like Galio Jinx looks like it came from spring of this year.
Wow,
and Team Liquid obviously thought that they would have an advantage if they took the Jinx away, because that's how Evil Geniuses was winning in some of their previous series in the playoffs, or at least winning games. And now EG thought they had an answer to this with the Misfortune. And indeed, to a certain degree, they did, because there was no disruption on the Misfortune Ultimate, and people were constantly miscalculating. They were getting picked off in situations by the MF before the team fights would even start.
It is that as well, because you've just watched a whole split of any time you try something like that, a fucking Trundle pillar, the Poppy, like, you can never fucking get any of this shit off. The joke in this fight was, yeah, every MF ult just perfectly got completely channeled and hit everything.
I mean, I think part of it, honestly, was that Danny was free to go some of these lethality builds, especially in game number 5, because people just like weren't running compositions that were necessarily going to be heavy into armor, right? Like they weren't really playing around tank top laners, partially because EG was banning them, which I think was smart for, in the case of Ornn in game 5. But this is a situation where neither of these teams look particularly impressive. Like it's EG won, but they didn't look particularly good doing it. Like I think Jojo Pian looked better than he had in previous
He had a great
series.
game 5.
Yeah, and also like what gave me some heart was that Jojo Pian played a pretty good Azir in game 1 of the series, whereas Azir was really fucking bad throughout most of the playoffs. Now, there is a caveat. That Azir was played into Bjergsen's Akali, which was really bad. And I think it just shows, when going back to the point of who wants to carry on this roster, it's like it's not Hansama and Core JJ who want to play aggressively in the bot lane. It doesn't feel like it's Bjergsen because he plays an assassin game 1 and then he spends the rest of his time on roaming mid laner, Talia Galio duty for the rest of the series. And Whippo, who like honestly should be playing tanks a lot of the time, has to play some more carry oriented champions because he's not able to get there. And in certain games, like I guess you would say maybe EG's game 4 was potentially the best game because Impact, got very ahead on the gangplank, and that is something that we've been seeing over in LPL playoffs, especially with 369.
He saved that series for EG. They'd lose in that game otherwise without him.
Yeah. So like very good, but I mean, also Liquid wasn't capitalizing off the advantages they got in the bot lane, and we saw EG's old problems, like the hens came home to roost, like the Danny Vulcan lane that was really unstable and provided a lot of early game deaths and deficits in the spring, and we said was a weakness that was going to be exploited going to MSI, and it was a weakness that was exploited at MSI, comes back. And they're doing it against Hansama Core JJ, which, by the way, has not been a very dominant lane so far this split. And now that Evil Genius is going to Worlds, it really makes you wonder how this team is going to do if they have to even play in the play-in stage, which seems likely because I just don't see them being able to beat 100 Thieves next week with the current performance that they've been putting out. 100 Thieves will just snowball much more efficiently, and 100 Thieves is a better on-meta team than Team Liquid. So when I look at these games, it just feels like two teams really struggling to get a handle on champion pools in this meta, and so it ends up being this strange jinx contest, which doesn't happen anywhere outside of this one matchup.
Oh, they're just like that's put it this way. Both of those teams, the real people I'd love to ask about these two teams is the people on the upper fucking bracket match, because presumably they're the ones that are the scrim partners of these two in the lower, right? Mate, these two teams, EG and TL, look like they must have had a nightmare last week of scrims where like they don't know what the fuck they're doing and they've lost the plot completely. Like this doesn't look like a coherent draft strategy that they were like we're going to try this in game 1. They're like, this just looks like they were lost, mate. Both teams look like the champion pools are fucking whack. Look, you notice, by the way, they're not even like, as you said before, dude, if anything, both teams are just banning the fucking strong shit. They're not picking it. They're not like gambling, like daring it. Yeah, pick the strong thing, I'll carry it. No, they're both going to like comps that aren't even the strongest meta shit. It made it NA look really weird, this particular series.
It's also that I just don't really understand what Team Liquid's plan is. We've talked the entire year about how they seem to lack an identity and are spoiled for an abundance of choice with this roster. But in what universe do you come into game 1 and maybe, I mean, you can afford to be more experimental in game 1s, generally speaking. So sometimes you see the weirder compositions pop out in those situations because teams know they can recover after game 1 if it doesn't work. But I don't understand how you arrive at the conclusion, if you're Team Liquid, that you want to play Akali Gragas to start off this series. Like that to me is kind of deeply weird because it's not anywhere close to what we were seeing out of them in their victory over CLG, for example, right? Like it felt that Team Liquid was more comfortable on these kind of scaling compositions. They were getting wins in the reverse sweep with Whippo on Ornn and more standard mid laners. And frankly, like Bjergsen isn't in the form that he used to be. I think that's pretty obvious to everybody at this point. And so if you want to play more of these supportive mid laners, then just do it. Like start off the series that way. Like don't just give yourself a deficit when you haven't even shown yourself to be threatening on some of these pickups. strange.
And also, to me, the weird thing about the way this series like ended and concluded was there was moments where TL was getting back in the game, and normally you think like, right, the EG should be the rookies, they're the underdogs, they're the ones who are going to feel the pressure. But actually, it was EG that held it together the later the game went, and you saw they just got all the dragons. Like, they actually did a great job in that regard.
Yeah, I don't know. This whole scenario was like very strange for a lot of reasons, and you can see this weird meta developing within the LCS that revolves around champions that are just not picked very often in other regions. The Seraphine, for example, the Zillion, the Jinx. These are all champions that, if they are unpunished in the laning phase, can do a lot in the late game. And also, coincidentally, a lot of these champions, barring Zillion, so with the Jinx and the Seraphine, if you're playing against world-class teams that can actually flank you from 2 or 3 different directions at one time, you are going to have a really fucking hard time in team fights at an international level. So it's not even just the laning phase, it's about how people shut them down in team fights, and the power of some of these Asian teams in LPL and LCK to come in from multiple angles, to have the teleport ward set up, to be hiding in weird brushes where they just show up behind the dragon pit suddenly and take out your carry or push them forward. So it's not great to see this, I'll be honest, because there's multiple ways you can lose with these types of champions right now. And because there just seems to be in North America a pact that the teams have made to not punish the lane, and then also an inability to play pincer movements in team fights in the mid and late game, that they just get away with it. So they're free picks. It just feels like they're free picks. Now they're entering ban status in the region. Like, what universe does EG get to have the luxury of banning Seraphine and Zillion? What is that? Like, what is that? If you try and do that versus an actual world-class team, they're just going to slam you with power picks in this meta.
Yeah, I will say, by the way, this is where that lower bracket match, EG versus Team Liquid, was a fucking proper Sophie's choice moment, mate. Because here's the thing, doesn't matter which one I take, it's a bad choice, Monty. So if I send EG to Worlds, well, at least they know like sort of some basic macro. The problem is, again, you look at rookies though, like a rookie's really going to go deep at Worlds? Probably not. Then you look at Team Liquid, well, who the fuck would want Team Liquid to go if they're having to rely on these wonky ass picks to win games? Like, as you're saying, Monty, you'll never even get through lane on a Zillion mid in the fucking modern day. Not only will the other laner bang you, the fucking jungler will, and the support will absolutely push your shit in. You'll never even get to a point where you can do all the shit that Bjergsen does when he has that champion. Because that champion is the ultimate Bjergsen one. Like, we've been making this complaint for the last few years.
It is the ultimate razor cake.
That is the worst one.
Cake,
because for some reason, especially, this is what I can't handle the most. It tilts people so hard, Monty. They just tunnel on killing only him. People will just dive past towers, just taking tower shots, trying to kill Bjergsen. Whereas it's like, what are you doing? Like, this is just garbage. Like, this champion cannot be mind controlling a whole region for half a decade. Like, you got to figure it out eventually, guys. Because if people don't know, by the way, anytime a coach leaves that up against Bjergsen in their playoffs, they've almost certainly told their players, like, remember, he might pick this, and he's going to do this. Nobody's going in blind to that. Like, do not blame coaching staff for that. That is just players, when they're in the moment, their brain just goes to a different mode, and it just works perfectly against that champion somehow. So, like I say, you wouldn't have wanted Bjergsen, by the way, in this form, to go this year with this team, and then have to try and pull that shit out against, like God forbid, like fucking T1 and Remember, these are the teams you could be playing against in your group. It'd be bad. It'd be really bad, guys.
I do think that there's limited hope, obviously, for NA generally speaking, but I just don't understand how you can look at the way, especially in macro and draft, that other regions are playing and not have the available champion pools. I will say that there is an art to, again, the way that EG does these drafts. If I was the EG coaches, I would have been incredibly happy to see Team Liquid's draft in game number 1. It would have felt like I think a pretty free win, especially given some of these players' current forms. But Team Liquid just as strong as they looked coming off their Korean boot camp, the magic faded pretty quickly from that endeavor. And then they reverted right back to all of these old habits of having too many different champions that they could pick from, never really having an identity. And then individually, the players getting worse for the most part. I think Santorin had a surprisingly good playoffs. I would say
he was actually better, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he overperformed, and Bwipo maybe Bwipo probably lived up to expectations.
He was fine, I thought.
Yeah, Bwipo was pretty good and he played the way he does. But frankly, like Bjergsen's return, I think we can say was a letdown. And we can say that Hans Sama, I don't know why Hans Sama just fucking fell off a cliff after having an amazing year last year. And then Core JJ probably had his worst year ever since he started coming to the LCS. So that's 3 out of your 5 players underperforming. And Santorin was fine, stepped up in playoffs, but he was the only one who I thought like took the next leap in terms of his playoff performance. And that's just inexcusable with this roster. And, on the jungle, we had Steve come on and, he said, basically, if you go watch the interview that Digan and Dom and I did with him, that it was really important for, like, they could actually get the money to assemble this roster, which, by the way, guys, just the players alone on this roster cost between $6 and $7 million. So that's just the 5 player salaries, not including infrastructure, not including coaching staff, analysts, anything like that. So this was by far the most expensive roster ever assembled in North America. It was probably, I would say, double approximately the next biggest roster. And for the record, by the way, CLG's roster, which almost beat Team Liquid, was about $1 million in terms of total player compensation. So they almost pulled off the like 1/7 roster construction budget upset that would have completely knocked Team Liquid out of the running for the World Championship. And this was, so what Steve was saying was that they could only have this budget because Worlds was in NA and they could do sponsorship activations at the World stops.
Right.
But now that they're not going, the question is, are you guys, if you go to the World stops, going to see Team Liquid players there anyway? Because they still have
probably have boots in that, I imagine.
Probably do.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably going to be super depressing, guys. These guys are just going to be trapped in sponsor deliverable hell going to the World stops where they're not even going to be playing. So I don't think it's like we can joke about Team Liquid. I think they had plenty of money because, again, maybe the players will have more time to do these deliverables now through the end of Worlds, right? And do even more for the sponsors at the stops. But it's a pretty bad look. It's a pretty bad look, to be sure. And like, I think as an org, Team Liquid obviously really needs to reevaluate how this roster was born and how it was constructed, because in the aftermath of everything, it seems like replacing Jensen with Bjergsen rather was not the right move. It's not the right move, among other moves. And like, we can only speculate from the outside why Hans Sama's form seems to have dipped, or Core JJ's form has to be dipped. But something was very weird was going on within that team. And it's not that I think that there was some sort of conflict. Like, if you know all of these players individually in terms of their personality, it's incredibly unlikely that they were fighting with each other. These are all really, for the most part, like laid back, contemplative, discussion-oriented veterans. But maybe there just wasn't somebody there to light a fire under their ass or like make the decisions. Because if I had to guess, like, having had conversations with all of these players in the past, having Bwipo, Bjergsen, Santorin, Core JJ, and Hans Sama together in a room, they're not going to decide on something. They're all going to defer that decision to somebody else because they want to make everyone else feel included. And perhaps that is the issue, is that maybe Bwipo would be the only one standing up and saying, like, this is how we're going to play this game. Here are our jobs. Here's what we're going to do. But it never came out in terms of their gameplay.
I've got a problem with this whole scenario, right? It goes like this. Remember all those years where the narrative went like this? Oh, TSM doesn't understand junglers. It's TSM. It's TSM org. It's Reginald. It's the culture of TSM. No, I'm just going to say it right now. It's Bjergsen. Look at Bjergsen's career, Monty, and the fucking junglers and supports he has had in his career. Spoiler, he's had basically all the Western fucking geniuses as a support player. He had Yellow Star, Mithy. He's had fucking Core JJ, by the way, multiple time MVP. He even had Smoothie, who was like also at one point in time thought to be like a good comms guy. Have you noticed how these guys join these teams, dip in form, and the magical comms that they brought in every non-Bjergsen team just disappear? They evaporate into nothing. Then, all of his junglers, he already had Santorin. Santorin's a past victim. He's going back for fucking second helpings. Every one of his junglers elsewhere is like an MVP candidate, mate. Santorin has been for the last few years. Everyone wanted him, including Jensen. Obviously, Svenskeren used to be one of the best Western junglers. Everyone wanted him. Not as good in TSM. Go through the list, mate. It just keeps going down and down and down.
That's funny because they get revived after they finish their time on TSM,
exactly.
right?
Exactly. And then
Svenskeren becomes MVP level.
And here's the most egregious part of it all. When people try to talk about Bjergsen the player, they don't even just say he was a great mid laner, which he was. They have the gall to say he was the shot caller. Motherfucker, he's the anti-shot caller. He is like that character, the Haitian from Heroes, who takes other people whose actual ability is shot calling and jungling or supporting. And when he just plays, they don't have a power anymore. Their power just gets turned off. Like, what the fuck? Because all I'm saying is this, mate. And when he was in TSM, you could believe he's not even in TSM now. He's off in TL and the same shit's happening. And that's why the Core JJ one kills me, dude. Because it's like, bro, he could literally play with anyone. He was playing with Tactical. He was the MVP of the league. Like, homie, like, you can say what you like about Jensen. Apparently, he just shuts the fuck up and plays League of Legends. It's fucking brilliant there. Like, what's going on here? Like, dude, Bjergsen, mate, you had everything. This would be the dream roster for any other player to get. What is this? That's wild.
I also don't think it's what's going on is Bjergsen monopolizing comms or anything like that. I think what happens, honestly, I think what happens is this. I think that because people are so aware of his stardom and his legacy, I think people just simply don't talk as much when he's on the team. I think that people tend to defer to him. I don't think he's demanding it. I think that it's just like his passive aura just cows people around him. As strange as that sounds.
Here's one of the problems people have. In my opinion, a lot of people who are my friends, like the Forgivens of the world, the Dardoks of the world, one of their problems was they only got good at their role in League of Legends. They didn't actually get good at being team players, communicating, etc., learning more interactions. They just got amazing. Like Dardok just got so he could gank everyone. Forgiven just killed every creep and did all the DPS and team fights. And they really seem to think like you can tunnel vision on one part of the game. Because the reason I bring this up is this: when we all wax lyrical at all the Western analysts do about Perks, and we talk about it's brilliant, Perks himself will tell you, I learned from, in this order, Trick and then Mithy. I had Trick as my jungler. He taught me how to like dive the side lanes. And then Mithy taught me like how you play the map, basically. Then later on, he had he had Yankos with him. The point is, Bjergsen just went to NA. He had whatever teams he had in NA, but just because he was an amazing player doesn't mean he necessarily was in the situations to learn these things. Maybe coaches never pushed him to do these things. Like, in my opinion, that's what divides. Because here's the key thing: we're not saying Bjergsen sucks. We're saying he wasn't a Caps or Perks. That's the problem. For me, his problem was he had sort of a ceiling he hit. There was once upon a time he was very, very good. The last few years, though, I feel like it's been diminishing returns. Not just this year; it was the last few years in TSM as well. Because actually, all of his edge started to fall away. Just being the best mid laner wasn't enough anymore. Like, I think in his team, eventually, he did need to become sort of some kind of a captain or a leader, and I feel like he got caught between the two. Like, as you're saying, I'm sure the team thought he was going to do that. That's why everyone's always bigged him up as a teammate, but I don't think he's ever properly been able to embrace that role, as it were.
I think it's like I said, it's not that he is commanding his teammates. He's a very accommodating human being, and I just see it more as people are like, oh, well, let's do what, Bjergsen wants to do, or Bjergsen is doing this thing, therefore he must be right because he has all of these titles and he has this aura of winning, and he's the best player that has ever been seen in NA, which is true, by the way. I mean, that's a pretty, I think you can make an argument that he is like the best all-time player who has the best legacy in North America. So it's just that these days, he isn't playing up to that level individually, and it doesn't seem like people are capable of taking up a leadership role while he's on the team. And that may not be his fault, right? It could just be that he's the biggest voice, he's the most famous guy, so nobody wants to take that role when they're on the team with him, or they just defer to him automatically as a result. But regardless, you could really feel the in-game like strategy and leadership void with this Team Liquid roster. And I mean, it's over. Like, I'm very interested to see what they do in the off season. Like, this is definitely over. You're not running this back for that same amount of money. That would be absolutely absurd.
I mean, I have a segue here, but one thing I'll just drop in and say before we go to it is this, right? The problem I also have with this team, all in all, is like, I do get the vibe in this particular squad. Like they never ever really actually figured out any of the structure of this team. Like they just hoped. Essentially, they just hoped they all wake up and they were playing from last year. That's what it felt like, or Bjergsen from 3 years ago, or whatever. So as a result, like the other angle I'd say on this particular one as well is like this should be the end probably. Like, look, you can choose to play again, you can reformulate, but like you can't, as you say, you cannot run this roster back. In fact, the segue I wanted to bring up here was, wouldn't you say, because it's been implied like that we aren't going to have the same overinflation of salaries and general amount's going to go down. The corollary with that, I think when you look also at Vitality, and obviously Fnatic did get away with it, but they almost didn't. Like, it feels like the era of the Western Super Team is over and people are now going to just try and build proper teams again. Do you get the same vibe?
I mean, I hope that's the case. I think probably the main issue is that there is a dearth of qualified GMs to be able to make the calls about how to construct these rosters. I think that's honestly one of the biggest problems that you have in the scene, because you have to have a long history of knowing which kind of players tend to play well with each other. You have to have knowledge of player personalities and attitudes from established veterans. Like, you have to have pretty deep connections, I think, to make intelligent decisions, because it's not just about play style, it's about personality compatibility, getting the right coaches, having your players accept the coaching from said coaches, dealing with the superstar egos, or at least having respect from the players as a GM. So I think it's really tough to find those people. Obviously, the big free agent's going to be Deficio, right? Coming off of Misfits, considering we're by the way, guys, our guest today is Coach Carter from Misfits, who's going to come on, who is robbed of coaching staff of the split. But that's a bummer. But I think we'll put a cap on the kind of Misfits performance and talk a little bit about what Deficio did with that roster. But I think just objectively, look at the number of new players that Misfits have run into the LEC over the years, and they've done it on a very small budget ever since they tried to and failed to assemble their own super team. What I think is funny about Misfits is that they went big for the super team, and then they were like, nope, we're just going to change our strategy, go for the value, and yet they were still consistently making playoffs, having winning squads. So we'll get into that. But Deficio is probably a really important person who we know factually is going to be a free agent and can put this together. I think most of the other people within LCS, for all intents and purposes, like you had somebody who had been in Parth or in Reggie, who had been in the scene forever, putting together the TSM rosters. Jack has been involved. I mean, Jack is basically the GM of the League of Legends team. He has a huge amount of say in what goes on there. And Jack, I know from talking to him, has a pretty well-developed philosophy about how he wants to build out his players, what kind of players he thinks works well with Cloud9, hence the whole systems joke, which, by the way, has come back amazingly well. All of you guys who were like, what are these stupid systems? When LS left the coaching and they decided to get rid of Summit, the reigning MVP. I will tell you guys that in my experience, Cloud9 is a really well-defined method for having players on this roster and for the way that they want to proceed. And it continues to work. You guys cry, but Cloud9 does better internationally than any other team in League of Legends history from LCS. And that is a result of Jack knowing what the fuck he's doing, right? So the narrative of like, oh, Jensen came back to save them. He didn't have to sign Jensen, guys. He could have signed another import top laner and kept Fudge in the mid lane. Like, you have to respect his moves at a certain point in time and the way that he is able to gel these rosters and find identities for them.
Also, wait a minute. The same people who'd be now, because they're going to do that, they're going to retcon Jensen for where he is now. In fact, by the way, when he goes to Worlds and has a bunch of pop-offs, they'll say that's who he was the whole time, and they'll go, it was obvious you signed Jensen, you idiot. There's all reason Peter Dunn was memeing about why didn't he sign Jensen when he won spring. When you're coming in the summer, no fan thought it should be Jensen over fucking Bjergsen. And in fact, because Jensen hadn't played, the whole vibe at the beginning of the split was he's shit. He's probably going to be tanking it. In fact, before the playoffs, Cloud9 wasn't even a top 3 team most of the split. They looked wonky as fuck. Like, it's only now, this just shows how when you win, people use results-based analysis, don't they? Now, suddenly, it was obvious this roster's great. And give me a break.
Jensen hasn't been great. He's been much better in the playoffs, but he wasn't really great during the regular split. But I think here's the thing that really speaks to Cloud9. Unlike TL, they're like opposite TL. When I watch Cloud9, I actually feel like everybody on that team wants to fucking carry a game. Yeah, Fudge is going to play carry top laners. Like, Jensen feels like he's getting back into his groove right now. Berserker clearly wants to carry some fucking games. Blabber always wants to carry games. Like, none of these things have shifted. So the desire for these players to create the outplays and create the scenarios which cause wins and be aggressive is there with Cloud9. You watch Team Liquid and they're just slowly dying out there on Summoner's Rift, and no one wants to take responsibility. Yeah, Cloud9 might just randomly int at times, but usually they try to do it as they're attempting to make a play. They feel motivated in a way that Cloud9 and to a lesser degree, I think EG just don't feel super motivated right now. At least with EG, it feels like Jojo wants to pop off. So you got that going for you.
I forgot the point I waffled about earlier because I lost it. The point I was going to make on the Bjergsen thing to end it, so I'll tie it back into Team Liquid, is miss me with that whole shit narrative I've had to hear all year that Bjergsen was intentionally playing this supportive style, because you guys make that sound like that's impossible to make work. I've watched Faker do it all year long, you idiots. I watched Doinby do it for fucking years at a time with totally different junglers for years and years and years before any of you ever heard of him, because he never used to make worlds. That style can work. Bjergsen was not doing that. Bjergsen clearly could not play some of the carries, be the main carry threat, and was just doing, I would guess, a band-aid of whatever worked. I would guess that's just what worked in scrims. In scrims, maybe he accelerated Hans Sama or he helped the jungler get ahead of something. But the problem was, even then it wasn't oh, he's sort of it's he's like Samwise Gamgee. If he carries you, then you can carry. It's not that shit, mate. He just wasn't a very good player this split. You don't have to make a shit fucking narrative around it. It just wasn't that good. He wasn't that good.
Yeah. So we are going to head into the final matches of the LCS. I do want to talk about.
I want to ask you about, actually, as an aside, right? I linked you to this the other day. But yet more, I might do a whole video on this, mix. Actually deserves a video at this point. We've had yet more revelations come out of Froskurinn about her time in League of Legends. It's weird how at this point, by the way, she's simultaneously telling war stories that paint LEC/Riot as really bad, while working with people who work on the LEC and Riot on that show. That is her and two pale guys. Remember, her original complaint was all she sees is pale guys in League. So I already have no idea what her bearings are, what fucking metrics we're working off. But she recently just said what I thought was an interesting one. She's already said that they're racist and they're sexist in their hiring, in their environment, that they didn't listen to her, that people are being rude to her. But now we've got a new revelation.
Terrible boss.
Quickshot was a douchebag or whatever. Then the new revelation now she says that while she worked for LEC, she basically never got anywhere close to her value, because obviously she was considered one of the absolute tier one people. And she said something at one point that when she would be doing worlds in the whole year, she was getting a fourth of other people who were on the broadcast. Now, I just wanted to put this to you because, first of all, it's another one of those really bold claims that I think is inappropriate as a throwaway claim. If you say that claim, there's got to be a reason. The impetus has to be, we need to have a serious conversation, or was Riot fucking you over? By the way, she didn't say this entirely, I think, but I got the implication in light of the past things she's complained about that there was even an implication of maybe because I'm a woman or some bullshit like that. I don't know. I couldn't tell if she was trying to be I just did it for the love of it, or if it was they fucked me over. So I want to get your take on this. What's your take on this topic? Because it's a big claim to make.
Yeah. So I think what's it needs context about this, and to put it in context of my own complaints about working with Riot, to be clear, because there seems to be this really very strange impression about the way I was paid, where I expected too much or something like that. To be clear, especially at 2013 Worlds, I was getting paid less for that month than their salaried full-time casters were, right? Which freelancers typically get paid more because we don't have benefits. We're gig to gig. There are times where we're not going to get paid at all. I wouldn't get paid in the off season. The Riot casters who were full-time at the time would get paid in the off season, et cetera, et cetera. So I was just straight up being paid less when compared to those Rioter salaries, a lot less. So that was my problem with Riot, was that they were not offering the same rates as other games, or even offering me the same competitive salary for my appearance at international events compared to their full-time employees. Now, as for Froskurinn's claim that she was making a quarter of what other people made at Worlds, here's the important context. I don't know if she was a full-time employee at the time. If she was, then yeah, she wouldn't make additional money for going to Worlds, which might mean that some of the freelancers, especially from Korea that they hired, would be making a lot more money than her. But also she would make money during the months after Worlds, and those people would not, because we were paid on, Korea has always paid on a day rate, basically. That's not true. I had a salary from OGN, but I basically just asked them to spread out my day rate over the entire year so that I would have consistent income month to month. But right now, I can tell you that most casters in the LoL esports ecosystem are on day rates. They're not on full time anymore. A few of them are, but not a lot of them. So I think that there's important context missing from that, because she might have been paid, for example, for the months of November, December, and half of January on the full-time rate, whereas these other casters may not have been getting anything at all. So it's possible. Like, I don't know. I can say that there have been, Riot is a douchey company to work with when it comes to rates. They have a monopoly. They know everybody wants to go to Worlds. So, they can just say, here's your cap. You'll accept this or you won't go. And if you don't go, you lose relevance, and maybe they kick you out of your job as well. Like, because there isn't anywhere else to go at this point in time, unless you have your own content or your own stream. They just have you by the balls, and it's deeply unfair. I don't even know if it's legal to have a monopoly on this kind of talent. Nobody's explored the legality of it, I would say. They also have used this power in the past, where if they give the IP rights to a third party for some kind of event, they will blacklist people or say that you cannot pay Riot affiliated casters more than we pay them to do these events. So they cap that, then that is illegal, but they cap rates outside of their own events as well, is something that they've done. So they're really insidious. So I'm not going to sit here and dismiss Froskurinn's claim, because it is certainly plausible. Now, as far as, I am shocked on several levels, both on Froskurinn and Riot's level. First off, I'm shocked that Froskurinn can basically call the head of talent at LEC, who's a full-time Riot employee, a shitty boss, effectively, not elaborate at all. We don't even know what happened or what Quickshot did, if anything, right? I'm friends with Quickshot. I don't see him as a particularly malicious person. He's a very kind human being. I struggle to believe that he would be malicious, but you never know. And apparently that's just fine. You can just call people out on stream publicly, cause a giant fucking, storm on social media, and then you continue to work with LoL Esports. I mean, I did that, and I'm blacklisted forever now. So I don't know.
That's really weird on two fronts as well, Monty. On hers, it's mad, because to me, the obvious question would be this: why the fuck are you working for racist, sexist people who don't pay you? Fucking hell, love. Have a bit of self-respect. And then the other angle on the Riot side would be, Riot, you idiots. You're not making it look good. You're making it look like you are guilty of what she said. That's why she's allowed to work for you again. By the way, if someone lied and said I was racist and sexist and didn't pay what they're worth, you are blacklisted forever with good reason. That's why I can't handle this, how they can possibly work together in any context now. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm just confused, because when I went public with information, I provided evidence and examples of everything that they had done. And I took a stand and said, I'm not going to work with you under these circumstances about pay. And here's what they did to me and my team. And here's literally every piece of evidence that exists. And they will not provide me with any evidence, which is still true to this day. So this is all to say that when Froskurinn makes claims like they were racially biased in terms of their hiring, and I had a bad manager who did bad things to me, without her providing any evidence or examples, and Riot's like, yes, we should rehire this person. And then on her level, despite all of this stuff happening, she just goes back there. It just goes to show that nobody has any kind of values in this situation. Like, Riot doesn't have any values. Like, Froskurinn doesn't have any values. I don't understand why this is happening, or why it continues to be the case that these two entities work together. It is wild.
And I'll just say this as well, if you are Froskurinn. Look, it already wasn't that great a look that you came out and said that they are like sexist in their hiring practices and racist, and then they just keep hiring women. They just don't stop hiring women. They brought in fucking Trouble Inc. Law does more stuff. Frankie's even come. She's not even fucking from League of Legends, for fuck's sake, and they're hiring her. And then on top of that, think about what they did for Froskurinn. They sat there and went, you know what? Even though we're sexist, it was even implied by the Neon shit, don't even care about gays, and actually mainly just a bias towards men. Just keep continually hiring that gay woman that keeps calling us out and saying we're terrible. Keep hiring her. At what point does what you say in factually not make any sense? Then there's 2 points I have that are more serious that aren't about Froskurinn. One is just an abstract point which people might get lost on. The reason why I want there to be an impetus behind why you would say you were only paid a quarter, that's why I feel like the lack of like clarity there is a bit disturbing to me. Because by the way, if it's just that she wasn't a person who cared about money, she did it for passion, okay, cool. That's sort of a legit way to show you cared about the game and it wasn't just for money. I get that angle. But the reason why I don't get it on the other one, if you try to imply that there's something dodgy there, it's because that's an area I get sick and tired of hearing the public talk about, because they don't understand this is a talent business that is based on supply and demand. So as a result, Froskurinn is not a fucking Ken doll where there's 1,000 identical ones and you just pick one and go, well, each one should cost $10. No, she has a unique skill set, her own personality and brand, and therefore she will be priced uniquely to herself and what the person hiring her wants to fill that spot with. So as a result, like basically the premise goes like this. It's not as simple as like, right, well, I'm going to hire, I'll pick like from her era, I'm going to hire Froskurinn, Crepo and Papa Smithy, right? Crepo and Papa Smithy are men, so I'll pay them $2,000 a day. Froskurinn's a woman, she gets $500 a day. I don't think that conversation ever happened. And if it did, by the way, don't just fucking tweet it. Do something about it in this industry. Actually stand on your fucking morals, because you could make a really big impact here if that is going on. Because I would suspect I've known too many talent. I know amazing world-class talent. I'll give you an example. I won't say the name. In Counter-Strike, there was someone the last few years who was considered a tier 1 talent doing all the big events, and they were making like a fourth of what people normally make. But that isn't because they were getting wrecked. That's because they were undercutting to get those gigs. Then they didn't feel confident in themselves, so they wouldn't push it up higher. Like you were saying, they had concerns about, I might not get to go do the gig, or I want to keep doing it, There was all sorts of other reasons that they themselves essentially chose to not aggressively negotiate. Because if you aggressively negotiate, as Monty himself has done, and hence why he had his business with Riot, look, if you don't know, the first time, this is the story everyone forgets with that one, the first time they won, and they actually did get the rates put up. It's when they tried it the second time that Riot didn't want to do it again and wouldn't budge any further. So you can, that whole topic can get really dodgy, because you notice it gets tied into politics of like, men get paid more. It's like, if it's a negotiation one, you can't say it like that. It's not as simple as working at McDonald's. Right. If you really were just flipping burgers and you get half as much me because you're a woman, that is sexism. For hiring talent, it's different. It's very difficult to price out as a fan.
But here's the thing, Thorin, because they have a monopoly on every aspect, domestic and international competition now, because OGN no longer exists for people to kind of do their own thing in, they, even as you're pointing out, like, it's not like everybody's a Ken doll and is exactly the same and costs $10. But what Riot is doing, guys, is they are trying to convince you that everyone is a Ken doll and should be priced exactly the same. Because here you go, guys. Wait till the world's talent announcement comes out. Riot is cutting some budgets, guys. They're cutting the old budgets. And, you know, regardless of your actual ability, it really matters more which leagues you work on for Riot. And by the way, working on the worst 2 leagues is apparently a better qualification for casting and being broadcast talent at the World Championship, where those leagues are very unlikely to make deep runs, than it is working at the best 2 leagues in the world. That's always been true. Like, fighting for people to get out of Korea was something I was doing when I was there, trying to get people onto international events. It was egregious that Doa
they didn't even used to hire LS when he was doing it, man. And he's like one of the biggest guys now. They didn't even used to hire him. Yeah.
So it's not something new, but you know, Riot is trying to convince you that everybody is the same, and they're treating them as if they're all the same right now, because there isn't a competitor that can offer a different product. At least in traditional sports, you have different broadcasters you have multiple different broadcasters doing the NFL, and they're all fighting for the best talent to have on their primetime nationwide broadcasts, which drives the talent fees way up. And it's a big deal when a major name caster moves from one league to another league. And so that just doesn't happen. So as you've noticed, in case you haven't noticed, guys, look at what LEC is doing. See how they've been quietly just adding more and more and more and more people to the LEC broadcast. And to be clear, I'm not saying these people, not commenting on the quality of these people. I'm just saying they got a lot of people over there. got a lot
I
of
mean, I
people
will just
right
say
now.
they can't all be identically good. They can't all be the best, can they? So
Yeah,
at least
but,
one week
you know,
you're bringing in
but-
the worst person. Come on.
But you know what? It's almost like they're trying to destabilize the casters over there after it appears that there were some pretty fierce off-season negotiations with two of their star casters in Shox and Cadril, hence Cadril's post on social media, hence Shox's post on social media, not even being there for the start of the year. It just seems like that they're tired of casters having even the very limited amount of control that they have right now in the Riot ecosystem. They're done with that bullshit. And so I would not be surprised if they negotiate even harder, force rates down this year for a lot of the talent globally.
Yes.
Because they just control everything, and they can set a market rate at a global scale because they control all of the leagues, and there is no negotiating. And, you know, I would feel bad, but also the casters refuse to get together and do anything about it. So I can only feel so bad for people who won't fucking fight for themselves. But I'm just watching it from the outside now as it was inevitable, guys. It was inevitable when you did fucking nothing.
They expect to find one of us in the rubble, brother. The fire rises. We're leaving. We're leaving that plane. You're just fucking. You're going to be the dead body left. Exactly. No, here was the point I was going to make. Because this is to lighten the mood at the end. Because you know what, Monty? This is proof that there is grace. There is this like the fucking magnanimous glory of God can be seen shining through the natural world. Here's why, Monty. Because you might think, because of how nasty she's been to me, that I hate Froskurinn's Twitter. It's just a reminder of like a past relationship that's soured. Someone's always saying horrible things about me. Half the time they're just discrediting people I know in the industry and making like vague but at the same time pointed allusions to things. But you know what? Here's the grace that I didn't understand we would be given. This is the salve that makes it all better, Monty. Because now Froskurinn's Twitter is amazing to read. First of all, I would obviously say I do not recommend going there and saying rude things in replies. I think that's obnoxious anyway, by the way, guys. If you don't like someone, don't communicate with them. Why would you be an arsehole? But here's the reason why it's amazing to read her Twitter, Monty. Try going there now, because most of her tweets now are about that Pokemon MOBA. This is not a joke. There's a point actually H2K Rich pointed out to me. She tweets and plays that game, Pokemon Unite, a lot. Right? Do you have any idea, guys, how funny it becomes to see the exact same rage that would be about League, but with all Pokemon names in there? Mate, it has actually lightened my mood so much. When I go there and after seeing like her saying someone's racist, the next tweet will be like, you know, like, I've had another bloody Bulbasaur playing bot lane and he's not even split pushing, and you're like, that will never not be funny. Like the fact that like you're raging about a Pikachu or something, like that is just amazing. Somehow that makes it so funny. Like I actually love it, mate. I love it. It's so stinking. Because apparently when she plays that, she rages on it as well. Like, I love it. I fucking love it. Yeah. I love it.
Too funny. So I guess we should probably touch on some of the LCK.
Yeah.
I don't know if Coach Carter is caught up on some of this stuff. I haven't actually seen the some of the games in the LPL Gauntlet yet, but I saw the finals. I had to watch DRX fucking somehow against
it's a miracle.
all odds.
Miracle.
That is actually one of the craziest fucking upsets. Not only once, but twice that they were able to get through that.
Here's the thing, mate. Apparently, Deft heard that episode. Yeah. Apparently, Deft does want to go to Worlds after all. So, yeah, fair play to him. All right, mate. Fair play.
How could I have? I mean, I could have suspected that KT would like mega choke because how many of these series have ended with mega choke from KT? So that one I kind of gave a pass to. But the fucking fact that they beat Liiv Sandbox and Juhan was jungling.
They already lost to these guys when it mattered. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. It's bullshit, isn't it?
Like, they put in a different jungling. What is going on in Asia where like what top is using their backup top laner to start the finals, and then DRX is putting in Juhan instead of Pioshik in the gauntlet? Like, I mean, credit to them. Like, Juhan actually was pretty fun to watch, and also Krako inted multiple times in that series, but it was very disappointing because as much as you might like DRX, like the prophecy came true, Dove kind of sucks. I think Liiv Sandbox loses that to KT also. If that matchup had occurred, it was not the most banging matchup of all time to watch Kingen versus Dove on carry champs in the top lane. That kind of gave me a lot of pain. But I am sad because at least
also, by the way, if you're going to be a bad player, you have to avoid memes with your name. Don't call yourself Dove, the international symbol of peace. Yeah, you don't. You aren't going to fight or do any damage, are you? You just want peace among all men. I know.
That on the Monty and Wolf show.
Oh, right. Okay,
that
there
was
you
the
go.
wrong name.
Yeah, it is. It's just because we always point that out. If you know like anything about the occult, it's all about names. Like the names are really important. So yeah, I mean the joke is actually the one person who turned it around was irrelevant in the LEC because we obviously all made that meme, didn't he? Your name's irrelevant. Actually, turned out to be pretty relevant by the end, didn't he? It's pretty good in that sense. But yeah, you can curse yourself with a name for sure. It is wild that Pioshik's going to Worlds again though. Like holy shit.
Look,
Fair play to him.
Pioshik is good in
No,
certain
people
metas.
don't know, dude. He's one of those guys like Kuro, where he actually has like year on year got a bit better every time. And even though you start as a meme, like you're actually pretty good players by now, of course.
Look, just to be objective about Pioshik's performance during the regular season, he was fucking putting. I mean, DRX was 2-0 versus DAMWON KIA in the regular split of summer, and he was putting Canyon in the fucking dumpster in those games. So he's just streaky is the problem, and it just does the quandary of Pioshik is this, right? It is impossible for him to be good at the same time his teammates are good. Like if his teammates are playing badly, he's actually like the best player on the team, and when his teammates are playing well, he just sucks. So I don't know why some of these decisions were made. It's just really crazy to watch Juhan coming out towards the end of the series versus KT when they're down. I guess they needed a shot in the arm. Then he gets subbed in because Juhan has a really bad Vi game, and I guess Pioshik is the better Vi, but still comes in and loses. And then DRX is able to sub Juhan back in and win the final 2 games. And I thought game 1, Juhan played really well in the Poppy. He's definitely like less predictable than Pioshik is. He's a bit of a playmaker, and sometimes that fails. And I think maybe Vi, especially suffering in the first 2 levels where Vi can do nothing, is not great. But at the end of the day, Liiv Sandbox probably should have won this series. Like they certainly were the favorite, and they couldn't pull it out. GROGCo was super bad in some of these games, and GROGCo, this is just how GROGCo is. Like you live and die by GROGCo. Sometimes he's going to mega hard carry you. Sometimes he's just going to int. And I think GROGCo is going to be a very good player at some point in time because he's a young player. And this is the kind of limit testing that you want to see so that he learns the scenario. Like this, he reminds me in certain ways of Peanut when Peanut was starting out jungling. And look at Peanut now. Like Peanut knows all of these limits, is really refined. And I think GROGCo just has to make dumb plays in order to learn that they're dumb. And this is just the price you pay. But I am bummed because I think Liiv Sandbox or KT going to Worlds would have been more exciting. There's more new names for fans, new carries. I'm sure people will be excited about Deft. There seems to be some shenanigans afoot in Korea because Deft was saying he's going to retire, and then now came out with this little statement that says, maybe I'm not going to retire. Maybe I don't have to go to the military. So look, I'm going to speculate. It sounds like Deft somehow got a military service exemption.
Right. Okay.
Now, I don't know how that's possible, but if that's the case, then who else? The real question is, who else has a military service exemption? Does Faker have one? That would be
logical if you think about it. These 2 players have been like marquee players for like a decade now. Like, yeah, if anyone was going to get it, these would be the first people you give it to. Yeah, exactly.
Look,
like,
and
I agree. If Deft has one, it's implied Faker would get one as well. Of course.
I've always thought it's like really stupid. So the Korean mentality is, because I had to go to the Korean military, you, famous person, should also have to go to the Korean military, and I'm going to get super mad if you don't, right? Which I think is a pretty shitty attitude to have. But also, when you consider that Korea over the last 20 years has become like a global cultural phenomenon in terms of esports, music, film, by having your actors that are now very well known internationally and making a bunch of money that gets paid in taxes in Korea is just objectively a stupid move to have all your K-pop stars going into the military when they are doing huge things for your national economy. And esports, obviously not huge, but there's no denying that Faker has brought a lot of money into Korea. Like that's just objectively true. And he's raised Korea's national like prestige among a younger generation by an enormous amount. And that really can't be quantified in terms of like long-term money that people might spend visiting Korea, etc. So it's not that I don't think people should have to do their military service, but why can't they just push some papers at 40 years old when they're done with their career, as opposed to having to interrupt your entire existence and ruin the career that you can have while you're young and a pop star or an esports star or an actor, right? So I hope that they actually do start to implement at least pushing off the military service, if not for very important individuals, taking it out entirely.
One thing I don't get is I would just make it like what they used to do in World War II in America, Monty. If you're a celebrity, we'll just use you as part of, like, you come and talk to the troops, or you give them a fucking show, or you, in this case, have like a little rally where it's like, hey guys, like, oh, remember to be diligent at your service, like I'm Faker and Deft, and here's fucking Matter, and you remember us, like, because here's the other reason that would actually be fire in this particular case, because if you don't know, it's because you're not, well, hopefully you're not going to ever be in a real war. In theory, it's a very boring job. Like, you really do just go and do office work and simple shitty assault courses and then all that. So if people don't know, like, it would probably even be a massive thrill for these guys to get to see Faker come like that. Remember, the whole thing of games in that country is it's what you did when you were a teenager. So the joke is, by the time they're all now of age to be in the military, who are like 22, they probably watched Faker when they were 15. Like, that'd probably be sick if he came and gave a speech, It's weird. Also, it's not sick of him just there as well. Like, oh, hello, you there as well. Yeah, also, now.
Like you're pointing out, like, everybody in Korea who's of his generation knows who Faker is. They know who Deft is. So it's also just frankly disruptive to have
weird
them
that they're going to be there.
Like, just have them, like, everyone starstruck in boot camp. Like, it breaks down the military order, because guys, the whole point of the military is that everybody is the same. That is how they enforce military command, right? You have to have a strict chain of command. You have to have everybody at a certain rank be exactly the same. It breaks down when you have celebrities in the military. It's just a fucking terrible idea, because it destroys the entire structure, right? Either stories get out about the treatment of the player or the celebrity, or they're treated, unfairly by people within the military, or they're targeted sometimes by people who are jealous. Like, it's like being in prison and being a celebrity. It's bad. It's just bad. So don't do it.
I would also say, by the way, as well, like, I agree with you, like, that these people, they've already done a service to Korea. Like, I'd even extend it further, dude. I think, like, Core JJ should be exempted. Like, the joke is, he's done more to demoralize other countries that they'll never beat Koreans ever by just going to an end, just being like the God King for like 4 years or whatever it was. Like he's done his service.
He was a double agent for Korea, making sure the Team Liquid super team didn't actually face Korean rosters at Worlds. So he's done his service from the inside of Team Liquid.
Indeed.
Okay. We want to talk about LPL real quick before we bring Carter on, because
I've got two angles on this, because these are two of my classic rants. I'll just revisit them both. Do you know how fucking painful it is being a fan of Rookie and Knight? Oh my God. Because here's what happens, guys. Both of them, no joke, every single year for the last 3 or 4 years are like the best players in the world. I'm not saying even just admit that they're unbelievable. But what happens in both players' cases is they tend to have the amazing spring, pretty good and then in summer playoffs their teams just collapse, and you're going to go to just them. Like, here's the thing, at least Knight has the odd dodgy playoff game. I don't even know what Rookie's done wrong these years, mate. I've genuinely, these last years since the IG year when he got to Worlds after they won it the second time, every year he's good enough, mate. It's just his team goes to shit by the summer. It's so sad, because the point is, like, it's just like on Twitter, I saw this. People really have the take, Monty, that if you don't get to Worlds from LPL, you must suck. It's the opposite. By definition, it's the opposite, because it is the hardest, most stacked region in the world. And the double elim means you can't fluke it. You can't just get lucky like Katie Arrows did in LCK and win a bunch of game 5s. If people don't know, they just kept winning game 5s every single round, and that's how they won in like the minimum fashion. That wouldn't be possible. When you go to that lower bracket, then you get dusted off. So the problem is, if you're Rookie, I think he actually proves that LPL isn't just about single players, it's about teams. Like, it doesn't matter how well he plays. If a key teammate lets him down, could have been the Shy in the past, Rich now. Like, if a teammate lets him down, you're not going to win in the LPL. It's the opposite, guys. I actually think that's the only region, like, because even LCK, if you actually are like a fucking Chovy, you probably should be going everywhere, like, as he has done. LPL, I don't think that rule applies, mate, because it's brutal. These two guys, they're not going to get the credit because people are going, whatever, why didn't they get there? But it's like, it's the hardest league in the world to get out of, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely true. The playoffs have been I didn't see the latest like V5 qualification failure yet, so I can't comment on that. I did see I was disappointed in some of V5's earlier games in the playoffs, and also especially considering their regular season performance. And I too would like to see Rookie versus Faker get robbed of that yet again. Tragic.
Wild, isn't it?
I will say that as I do think that a lot of the top LPL teams are obviously world class and competitive. I do tend to agree with Jensen's take from last week that Gen G is probably the best team in the world in this meta right now. There are just a lot of weird flaws, and it might just be the top versus JDG matchup, which we've seen twice now. And maybe these teams have a certain way that they're going to play against each other. But we've seen 10 games of them going head to head at this point in time. And there's some really like interesting things that these teams do. Like Top Esports is great at getting these early game advantages, and they can push them for a while, but at a certain point they just lose their eyes, just drift off the prize. And instead of continuing to make logical plays, sometimes they'll push their advantage too hard and continue to try and punish a lane that is they've already won hard. That person has died 2 or 3 times in the lane. You don't need to continue to try and punish them by like diving them at tier 2 turret when you don't know where the rest of the enemy team is. Then you throw that lead that you got, right? You can just push the tier 2 and leave. The other thing that's very weird that they do.
That's why, by the way, Top versus Gen G is the series I must see at this Worlds. I must see it. Because who the fuck wouldn't want to watch that early game?
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing, isn't it?
The early game will be amazing, but here's why I think Top is probably not a very good... okay. They could be actually an interesting matchup into Gen G. I think Top might be a very bad matchup into T1. Because T1 is the kind of team that when you overextend and try and press advantages, they have a vision trap set for you and you die. And JDG was punishing him in that way. So I can actually see T1 beating Top just because of a stylistic mismatch. The other thing Top was doing that I think was questionable was they were on like Dragon Soul. They were on Soul Point multiple times in this series, and they would keep on trying to like trade Soul and get Baron, which makes no sense. Like the fact that some of their compositions would have been hugely good with Soul, and they were trying to like bait JDG into coming into the Baron pit, and then oftentimes they would succeed and then die doing it, whereas they were just never focused really on completing the Soul.
What's wild is
in the series.
Are you ready? It's not from the mouths of babes, Monty. Actually, on the LCS cast, I heard them say the line that applies to this. They said the point is the Baron runs out, the Soul stats just remain. That's why it's obvious you're just better, isn't it? Like obviously you want the Soul. Of course, yeah. It's OP as fuck.
Sex is temporary. Gaming is forever, guys.
as if you're dropping that fucking tweet. That was pure cancel, that tweet as well. I bet that's got like 100,000 likes by now. It's ridiculous. What I know. It's mental.
It's true though. It's true though. But yeah, so like there were multiple times in this series where I was like, why is this your priority? Like, why are you so fixated on? Because sure, like they can have a dragon for free and maybe you get the Baron, but just get the fucking Soul, which is going to power you up forever for free. And then on JDG's side, their warding is like pretty bad. Their vision control is pretty bad. And it's more that I felt like a lot of times in the mid game, they were catching Top Esports throws and having good team fighting. I mean, there's a lot to like about JDG. I don't want fans to think that I'm minimizing either of these teams that are clearly world class. I'm just saying that they have pretty distinct flaws that I'm seeing.
They do, yeah, of course. And by the way, whenever anyone has a strong stylistic identity, there will always exist a counter, even if that team's not as good. It's just you can match up all. By the way, the reason I was laughing is because I just realized I just thought up the most insane analogy for why people. I've actually figured it out, Monty. You know why I always ask you in that sort of incensed manner, where I just keep going like, but why do they just have to push the Baron down? Like just bait the other team. I've realized why. It's because basically these are a bunch of frustrated young men who have no direction in their lives, wailing away on a big purple worm, and then they're basically edging. They're just getting really close, but they agree we're all going to stop right before it goes too far. And I'm so close, I can't stop. And then they just have to. So you know what? And then that point in time, the goal of the other person is to give you a failed orgasm, to come in and ruin it all. It's exactly the wrong time. Whatever.
And not only that, but it's not just one young man. It's 5 young men that have to agree not to push themselves.
There you go.
Edge, right?
Now that's fucking
impossible.
It makes perfect sense. They can't can't manage it, Monty. That's inhuman.
never-
exactly.
That's never happened in human history, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically, the only way we could stop them fucking up these barons is we need to go medieval. We need like chastity belts, like, you know, fucking daily prayers in the cell, like, you know, everything. Fill your mind with the light of God.
You know, the other thing that I thought was like really funny about Top Esports in that series was that it didn't matter what was going on. Like, they never saw a Baron fight they didn't like. It's like, just give up the fucking Baron, guys. Like, it doesn't, you have a lead. It doesn't matter that much. But it's like, they're doing Baron. Everyone flash into the pit from behind right now and we all die. It's like, okay. I guess just throw the game like that for some reason. Just they can never give it up. They could never just give it up. They could never trade objectives. It's just very strange play. And then also like live and die by Jackie Love. Honestly, like sometimes he just pops off. Sometimes he just Lucian dashes into the team and loses you the game, or Zeri ults into a team and loses you the game.
You know, I obviously flamed the fuck out of most famously tactical for this. I will say, Jackie Love is just like tactical, but with the best mechanics in the world. Like, listen, sometimes he's amazing, man alive. Sometimes he fucking insta.
For sure.
Like, I even said this back in the day, and it's aged so well. When he was on IG, and obviously sometimes he would even carry series, but he was sort of like the third carry after the Shy and Lucky. People used to get so mad, Monty, when I said, like, stop putting him at Uzi I's level, because he never had to do what Uzi I did. You know what? Uzi I couldn't, but mate, even Uzi I played like responsibly as an ADC. Jackie Love really does play like he's not like he doesn't even understand the concept of invested gold. What?
Look, I mean, it was
He's a maniac.
It was a tale of two Jackie Loves in the two series that they played together, because the first series he was actually one of the
carried
best
the fuck out
players.
of him.
He was crazy good, even though they lost the series. And then in this series, he wasn't. He had a couple bad games. He had a couple good games, but people will point out like he did do some.
He just had some egregious looking ones. Yeah, of course. I know.
Whereas Hope was, I think Hope across both series was a much more.
That's why the joke. This is also what I love, Monty. I love when narratives set themselves up so the joke writes itself. Because if you saw that series, well, Jackie Love did what I love what they do in Asia, which is you give the classic like trash talk pre-game. So what he said in his trash talk, Monty, is he said to Hope, because obviously Hope's nobody, you barely even anyone knows that guy's name. He said to Hope basically like, you have to beat me to become the best Chinese AD carry. So my joke after that series was Jackie Love's like, see Hope, see the way I just beat myself? That's why I'm the best AD carry. Like, it's almost like he made the fucking meme work, didn't he? I know, like, because it's like, did the Hope guy really beat him? I don't know about that. I feel like Jackie Love got the assist at least, you know.
Yeah. I feel like also just a kind of an underappreciated story of these LPL playoffs was how good Yagao has been.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like he has been.
Oh, he stepped up this year a lot, man.
Super good. Even when he was targeted in the early game by Top Esports and dying a bunch, he could have died more. To be fair, but he actually played and like he was getting really hard camped in difficult situations, and he still found ways to be useful even when he was pretty far down in the early game. And some of his team fighting and like Ari play is just spectacular. So this guy is like really fucking good. For sure. His rise ults too in some of these series and LPL playoffs have been fucking nutty. Like, so I really like Yagao as a mid laner right now. Super fun to watch. So yeah, that's a really outstanding performance. I'm really looking forward to Worlds because it feels like there's a lot of parity. Maybe people will disagree, but it feels like there's a lot of parity between LPL and LCK. I know the trendy thing is just to say LPL is better, but I think probably on average they are. But I think it's probably like Genji, at least in this meta. We'll see what meta arrives at Worlds. Is going to probably be the early favorite. And
that's why I like it though, dude. Because here's what I like. Obviously, China, as usual, did end up being like a tombola by the time you got the last 5-6 teams. And you never do just get the number one team wins every series and wins the LPL. That hasn't happened for years. So the LPL feels like more dangerous as a group, but no one knows yet which team will emerge to be the potential champion. Yeah. So I actually get the vibe when you think about how many of the LPL teams have these superstars, like the top one, for example. That's where actually having the best Korean team be like the team who has like no weaknesses all the first part of the game. Everyone's playing their role well. They're like a control team. That could be the best style to even match up with all that. I could even see that being the one that could punish these LPL teams.
Yeah. And also I think that unlike some, other Korean teams, they have like such star level players and a variety of roles that if
the joke is in the past, normally you'd get like the Chovy Viper type guys would be on the LPL team. They're actually on the LCK team this time. The absolute best players at their role. Yes.
Yeah. So it feels really good. And Also, I think, it'll be interesting to see some of these ADC matchups are going to be very exciting between these two teams, or two regions rather. Even like Deft coming back into play-ins is like kind of fun even on its own. I guess DAMWON is not so exciting, but a lot of the LPL teams have some pretty exciting bot lanes, as well as Ruler and Gumayushi and Korea. So yeah, I think it feels good. I think that there are certain things about T1 that make me believe that they match up well against top esports in particular. And yeah, I think it'll be a really fun Worlds. I honestly think it'll be a really fun play-ins. I know it's
For sure,
shocking
yeah.
to say that, but because it's going
Because
to be
remember
more
the fact that one Western region slot / major region can't get out. There's only 4, and there's going to be 5 in there. That alone makes it totally unique compared to all the other ones. Like someone is going to be forced to be the Mad Lions of the. Well, it might even be Mad Lions is the joke, but we'll get to that in the next segment. But yeah, someone's going to be forced to look shit, unfortunately, just because of by virtue of it. And also the good news is, as we've said, think about it, you've got all the best LPL teams. Knight's going to be there. All the great players. You've got all Faker's going to be there. You're going to have Genji and Chovy. You're going to be going for the title. You've got obviously EG. And you've got 100 Thieves and Jensen, you've got all these EU players, and then after all that, you can also just go out to the concession stand and get a program and some popcorn from Bjergsen. So everyone's going to be at Worlds. That's all I'm saying. Everyone's going to be there.
And with that, let's talk about LEC. Take a quick break. We'll bring Carter on right away. Bye, guys.
Right, we're back with our guest, who is Coach Carter from Misfits, who I will point out has simultaneously had one of the worst coach names of all time, because his old alias was Candy Floss, which sounds like he's catfishing or something. And now, as Rich always says on sides, like, has the greatest coach name ever, Coach Carter. That's a fucking amazing name. Obviously, great movie. Shout out Samuel L. Jackson.
Thank you.
By the way, let's just start hot, right? We like to just, don't beat around the bush. It's bullshit you got robbed the coaching staff of the split, isn't it?
Well, if you look at the ballots of the players and the coaches, I think like we were winning on that one, and the media.
It's mainly media that voted mad, right?
Yeah. And that's how it is sometimes. I think we've got it as Misfits twice, second place 3 times in a row now. Doesn't really like matter that much to me because it's hard to know what coaches are doing. So I understand that, like, especially like with the media. But yeah, I'm just happy that like the other coaches and the other players like recognize what we're doing in Misfits.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you get the sort of street cred with the players, then okay, that's cool.
That's right. He's got the cred behind the scenes, where it matters the most for his next job. So I don't think it's not too big of a deal. But it is unfortunate that you don't get that recognition. And I have to say that the recognition was completely off this split in the LEC. And I think I do want to get to talking about Misfits as the org, and I do want to put kind of a capstone on this era because I think it's very interesting. Hear about what might be next for you in terms of the transfer. But before we talk Misfits, we have to talk about Mad Lions, because this is a team that, in terms of robbing you of the coaching staff of the split, did that, as Thorin mentioned, but also has somehow managed to rob a world spot by being 7th in the spring split and then winning 0 best-of-5 series the entire year and automatically qualifying for Worlds. Also had
genuinely winning 12 BO1s is what's got them in Worlds, for real. That's all they had to do the whole year. That's amazing, isn't it? I know.
And not only that, but they had 4 of their 5 players on the first team All-Pro, the MVP of the league, and the top coaching staff, and they couldn't win a single best of 5 the entire year. Everything about this team, I don't know what it is. I guess probably because this split lacked a clear dominance from one team over the entirety of the splits. All teams were kind of up and down, so it made it harder to evaluate. But what do you think about Mad Lions in this situation? Because, I mean, frankly, it could have been you. You could have actually, made it potentially to Worlds as well, had you been the higher seed. Like, all it took was being the higher seed in the playoffs, and you would have been potentially in the same position.
Basically, if Misfits won 2 more games, you could have been them.
Yeah, I think if we won our last game against Fnatic and didn't have to play the tiebreaker, then we would have
Right.
had more points than Mad, because we would have been higher than Rogue. So we would have been in the same position. And like for the all pro voting, I think like this split was just weird because the season ended on Sunday, and then the submission deadline was like Monday afternoon. So
Okay.
for me, like this time around, like you didn't really have time to like properly like mull over the decisions and like
You think
talk
people
with
were
your
just thinking of the Super Week because they'd just gone by, right? The day
yeah,
before.
like they didn't. It was kind of like your day off, and you have to
Yeah,
submit
makes
the
sense.
votes, and kind of just okay, let's take it seriously, right? But you didn't like spend hours and hours thinking about like oh who's the best, and I think like if that was different and like maybe the deadline was like a few days later, then it might have had different results. And
Oh, by the way, I will say, in case people don't know, even though when we see the ballot, obviously some of us go, like, I go mad if people have put ridiculous ones there. Like, even some of the ones from Talent where, like, Cadril had, like Neon was, like, a top 3 MVP candidate. I'm like, what? Like, do you want this guy money or something? Like, but anyway, like, that's by the by, though. It's the ones, though, to be fair, the thing I will say is, though, you have to realize when it comes to players, though, some of those players aren't giving it any thought, guys. They're just doing it in 5 minutes. Like, there you go, I've submitted it. Like, aren't they? Like, not everyone's sitting down. I think, what about the VOD? Some of them don't give a fuck, mate. Like, I bet, like, people like Wonder just don't give a fuck. They probably just write 5 names. Lol, and put it in like that and just submit it. They don't care.
yeah, like for sure, like when you look at the ballots, some of them are really, really bizarre. So definitely like people don't put that much thought into it, especially the players. And I mean, like that's like another one. It's like if you check the mid lane, all pro like caps for the
Yeah.
players and coaches, he was number one by
They
far.
all said he was
But
the best mid laner, then gave the
yeah,
MVP to Nisqy.
yeah, yeah,
I love these awards. They just do my head in, mate. I had a question though on that, right? I'll segue it because obviously in your team you had Vetheo, right, who was the spring MVP. I personally think he should have been the summer MVP too. I thought if you looked again, how many bloody games did this guy carry in team fights? He was unbelievable, wasn't he? So what did you think? I know it's a bit of a loaded question. He's your player, but I think he could have won MVP 2 times in a row.
yeah. Like Vetheo was great again. Like really like outstanding and carried many games. He still ended third, I think, which is like
Pretty
a
good.
great finish for him. Um, and I guess it's just kind of like you were fourth place, so you don't really get the credit. Like if one game went our way, then maybe it could have been different. But yeah, that seems to be like the way the voting goes. It's like the first and second team have like those MVPs locked in, you know.
It doesn't seem. I do think like at least it was a break from form in the spring to like recognize that a player maybe not on the number one team was deserving of MVP, which I thought was a nice shift from how things were done
Yeah.
traditionally. But it was, I think, harder to call an MVP this split
Oh, this was
overall,
a
and
really competitive one, yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
people just fell in love with the narrative surrounding Nisqy, which is like taking the 7th place team to first place, but because they just ignored the other narrative, and the other narrative was obviously Reeker dragging this team down to 7th place, right? Like, you could equally focus on that narrative that this was a good roster where some people either just had a bad split and were underperforming, maybe the meta was against them for whatever reason. Also, Reeker was really bad, so maybe pulling them down. And Nisqy was a great fit for this roster, but just because he is stylistically appropriate to work with a player such as Elyoya doesn't necessarily mean that he is the MVP. He could have just been the right player in the right role at the right time. Doesn't make him the best mid laner in the league. And I say this as somebody who really likes Nisqy as a player and have seen him consistently level up and get better over the course of his career. And I don't want to take away a very good split that he had. But I also think that the narrative of 7th to the top of the standings really helped his cause in very weird ways.
For sure. I mean, what I found really weird is what I'd love to get your take on. If we take Vetheo out the equation, let's just do the other two main players. Where, as you said, most people's take was the best actual mid laner was Caps, not least because they finished with the most wins and it's Caps. He just carries all the games they win, it seems like. But then the angle was like, he's the best mid, but then the narrative was like, Nisqy's the MVP for all these other reasons. One thing I thought was weird was nobody ever seemed to be saying that Nisqy's actually better than Caps, though. That's why I found it weird that like one's the MVP and one's the mid. Well, how would you break them down? What do you think the difference between the two mid laners is?
I think that, like as MonteCristo said, like Nisqy really fit into Matt's like style of play, like with Elioya like kind of like directing things and like being the carry, and like he supports that play style, whereas in G2 Caps is just the mega carry and he can do everything. So that's sort of why like he's like the best mid laner for me, is that he really takes over the games. And like Nisqy, whilst he's great, he plays his role in the team and he supports his team, and it's like very stylistically different in what they want to do in the game.
I do want to put just a finishing touch onto Mad Lions as we discuss them, because I want to get pretty deep into the Misfits conversation and the history of Misfits. They're out of the playoffs right now. I think what's crazy to me is that when I bring up that they haven't won a best of 5 the entire year, and fans are like, "Well, Europe didn't know it was going to have 4 seeds." This is true. Now, there are scenarios that you have to plan for in which Europe does get 4 seeds, because as I've said previously, international tournaments are few and far between. And because seeding is based on international events, and especially because you only send one team to MSI, you have to look at years where G2 has won MSI. You know, G2 and Fnatic have made world finals. It's not outrageous if a region underperforms. If one team underperforms at MSI, that tanks your region. And if a few teams underperform at Worlds, there is the possibility that Europe gets 4 seeds. So it always has to be planned for, even if it's unlikely. And not only that, but in 2020, guys, Europe had 4 seeds because Vietnam couldn't go to Worlds. We've seen the pandemic, the war between Ukraine and Russia, these international incidents. When you have all of these globalized leagues, you cannot fucking know what is going to happen in the world. And even though this already happened in 2020, there was no plan this year for a 4th seed from Europe.
Don't make it sound, dude, like they dropped this on us midway through the playoffs. We were talking about this like a week before the Super Week at the end of the split. And the reason why it tilts me is because fans, what the most annoying things about fans is, if they can't think of something, it doesn't exist and you're an idiot for even questioning it. So they'll all do that thing, Monty, of like, but what could you do? There's 4 slots. Did you hear the conversation earlier about China and Korea? They are doing this right now. They are doing mini gauntlets where you play 2 matches. One goes through first and one goes second. Like, I would have just done a little 14 gauntlet and had only the winner go through. In that case, this is right, would have been awesome. Because even if it was Mad Lions, they'd have had to win a series at least to get through. And the point is, by the way, even Misfits would have had a chance. Like, you could have put these other teams, the XL Misfits. It would have been a banger, by the way, this gauntlet. Would be fucking sick, wouldn't it? Imagine that one.
And also, because all of those teams would have presumably been eliminated by this time, because all of the remaining 3 teams that are going to play in Sweden are making Worlds, you can actually just run it in the studio this week.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Maybe the staff couldn't do it, but it only takes a couple days to run this event, guys. Like,
yeah, I agree.
They don't want to. Here's the real reason, guys. Riot doesn't want to pay for it. They don't want to pay for the cost of extra production days, and they will make an excuse, which is, we already said how you were going to qualify. Like, this is the way that we set up the playoffs. But the thing is, because the circumstances have changed, there was never a plan to send a 4th European team. So the current format, under those extreme circumstances, can be adjusted, because you would just say, well, we never promised the 4th seed would get through via the playoffs. That wasn't in the rules previously. So here's our new rules for it. Like, they can absolutely unilaterally make those changes.
Yep.
And I think it makes sense as the situation changes too. The teams don't really have a leg to stand on. Oh, well, I guess the team that finishes 4th should be the 4th seed. It's like, that's not in the rules. So, you know, good luck with that one, guys. It's a new rule. We're changing it right now. They absolutely could have run a gauntlet if they had wanted to spend the money. Not like there wasn't time for it. And that's it. I think it's really disappointing that this is the result, and means that there's less great League of Legends for us to watch, less reason to be excited for Mad Lions. Like, even Mad Lions should want this, frankly, because if you had to ask me, Does Mad Lions want to go to Worlds without winning a best of 5? I don't think they do. I think they feel kind of shit about that as well. They must feel that they themselves are illegitimate to a certain degree.
Yeah, of course. Plus, I mean, even Bjergsen's probably like, "What the fuck? You're allowed to go with I want a couple. Like, I can't. Can I play? Can I join Worlds?"
And
like,
also,
yeah, the concession stand. We told you, you've set it up already. Get the hot dogs going.
Also, like in Korea and China, like the finals are on Sunday or whatever, and then the gauntlet starts on Wednesday or Thursday of the following week, so you can turn it around pretty fast. The only barrier here would obviously be moving people over to Sweden to like set up the event, but I think you probably could have crammed it into a couple days at the start of the week. Would have been a shitty week for the production team, no doubt about that, but that's production, guys. Sometimes you have shitty, busy weeks.
It's for the glory of Europe. You're supposed to make Europe look as good as you can.
All right, enough about that. I want to talk about Misfits, because this is a roster and team that we've been singing the praises of for a long time. I was the reason they actually got into the LEC in the first place, because what happened, guys, was that Renegades had a European roster with some, at the time, very young players that were underage and not able to compete in the EU LCS. And those players were Alfari, Kadril, and Hansama at the time. This was when Kadril was playing mid lane. And they were about to qualify when I got banned. And so Riot forced me to sell the European team that was mere days away from qualification. So Ben Spunt was the one who came in and bought the team. Ben's a friend of mine, really like Ben. I think he's done a really good job of running most of his teams in Overwatch League and in LEC. And he is, I think, just one of the better owners in esports. So I'm sad to see him leaving. But over the years, it's been a really interesting journey for Misfits, because they've gone from assembling, like, kind of trying to make the super teams of the league and having that fail, to kind of reining it back in and taking a look and saying, how do we get really good value out of these rosters? And I think that it really is the value that they've gotten, and having, people like you coaching the team, and Deficio, that have made very good decisions about bringing up rookies, and even losing very good players like you have in the past to other teams that may want to pay more, and then having the savvy to replace them interestingly. So for those who don't know, you joined as an assistant coach. You became head coach in summer of 2021, right?
Yep.
So explain the process of being with this team and kind of the team's vision as it was pitched to you when you became a coach. And then we'll talk about some of the changes, like hard changes you guys had to make this off season to bring on the current roster, which has done so well.
Yeah, I think that we obviously didn't have like the highest budget compared to the other teams, so it was kind of
In the official say you guys were working like the 7th to 8th budget or something. You were like not even like a playoff team level, right?
Yeah, I think like probably in the 7 to 9 range. I would say only above Astralis for sure, and like not sure about the other team's budget, but somewhere between 7 and 9. So it was kind of about like trying to find like diamonds in the rough, or like rejuvenate some players' careers, and like even some of the rookies that we wanted to go after, we couldn't afford them either. So a lot of the rookies that we brought on had never even played an EU Masters and didn't have like a lot of experience. But like we felt that we could like build on them. So yeah, that's kind of what we were working with. Just try to find rookies, or try to find players whose value we perceive to be higher than the market, and that's kind of what we did with a lot of the players. And yeah.
So did you come on before Vetheo came on in 2021 or after? I'm curious.
No, Vetheo was there the whole of 2021.
No, I know.
Yeah,
but he came on as an assistant coach beforehand.
Oh, right. I see what you mean. Right.
Yeah, I came on at the same time as Vetheo. Yeah.
Okay. So you've actually been coaching this guy for his entire career right now. And last year you went from like it was like 8 and 10 in spring to being 12 and 6 in summer. So there was this really big improvement that also corresponded with you becoming head coach. So when you had the same roster the entire time. So when you started with the team, you started with this roster. How did you find that growth between spring and summer of that year?
I think the difference between spring and summer was that we really like found an identity to play to in the game, and like we're all on the same page and we all bought in, and that was a lot to do with playing with Hiiva, because Hiiva at the time was playing really well, and Razork as well was having a great season. So the meta suited us, and we bought in. Like Kobe and Vander did really well, like committing to that play style, playing on the weak side, and we played like through the mid and top, and I think that kind of helped us get the wins in the summer. And we also like made some cultural changes within the organization, like bringing in a performance coach called Owen, who was a massive help, just to like have a better routine outside of the game and like create a stronger bond with each other. And I think that like really helped us, because now that when we had problems inside the game, it was easier to solve those conflicts because of like just being closer together. So if there was problems within the team, we could call each other out and hold each other more accountable. So I think those were like the main driving reasons behind our success.
Since you touched on, obviously, yes, in the first split where you were the head coach was the one where Razork, it's basically why he's in Fnatic now. Like, he was an MVP candidate for me. Look, he played fucking great. And if people don't know, there wasn't even necessarily the expectation he'd be that good, because when he first came in LEC a few years ago, I remember he used to play on the ERL team with that Militsia guy who went to Vitality and never really worked out. And if people used to actually say all he does is just hard cap for Militsia, like he's not even some like good jungler. So I saw like mad growth. He had the Featherman lineup, then he came to the Vetheo one. But obviously, he's gotten a lot of flame in his Fnatic time. Like, a lot of people have pointed to him and they've won him out the team and stuff. Give me some thoughts. What was Razork doing at his best? What sort of player was he? And then give us some thoughts maybe on what you've seen in Fnatic.
I think that like Razork individually is like one of the most skilled junglers, like on a mechanical level. I know that right now he's playing Trundle and Poppy, but I'm really confident that that's the case still.
If someone goes and watches like a Viego game he plays, he's had some mad pop-offs. He's really strong player. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and Razork kind of this year he started off poorly, I would say, with Fnatic for sure. But like in this playoffs, like he's taken it to another level that I didn't even expect. And I think that the metas helped with that, because the junglers are kind of like supporting the laners more because of have Trundle, Poppy, Sejuani, and he's got really strong laners in Fnatic, so I think that's worked out for him. And just like as a person, like he's really like a lively guy, friendly guy who's just like a joy to work with, and I think that's like brings such great energy to the team. And yeah, that's what I'd say about Razork.
I've got a quick question, right? But I'm going to use the maddest setup possible, which is I'm going to attempt to infer, based on how Razork answers those pop quizzes, how he is as an actual teammate. This is the maddest setup of all time. Because one thing, if you ever watch those, they're like one of my guilty pleasures. Because what I love is the fact that like that's actually the one thing I could beat all of these pros in. Like, I actually do know who won worlds in like season 7. That's not some crazy detail, but none of them do. Like and the joke is Razork is one of the worst on that show, because what he always does is this. This is why I'm going to infer and ask a question from it, right? What he always does is the rest of them try to figure it out. Like, they'll talk, oh, what's more info? Do I get like another clue? He just always immediately tries like a guess straight to the answer. So like, even though they'll just show you like a draft or something, he'll just go like, is it season 3? You're like, whoa, you didn't even have any clues yet. What the fuck? Like, dude, first of all, there's no those 5 bands. Like, there wasn't that. You know? So I wonder, like, as a jungler, what's he like in terms of his comms? Like, is he the guy who comes up with the idea? Does he like other people to present the idea? What's he like as a teammate in the jungler in that sense?
Yeah, actually, I think your reasoning makes sense. Like I think he really loves to like play on instincts and in the moment, and like sometimes he's a bit feast or famine, like he'll see something and go for it without much planning. And that's kind of like who the player he is in a way. So I think that's fair and true in some ways, yeah.
Yeah. Because here's the thing. That's even one of the reasons why I don't like hard flame him and say he sucks for that. Because if I had to guess, dude, I think you have to look at the context that people play in. When he was in Misfits, he had rookies in his solo lanes. And by the way, it was a solo lane team. You had Hiiva and fucking Vetheo. Like, I'm sure in that team, by the way, he probably got to have a lot of say, and I'm sure they played off what he does. If you join a team with Wonder, won everything, by the way, including MSI, and Humanoid, who everyone's telling you is like the best possible player in LEC, they're probably going to dominate you personally. Like, you're not going to be the guy telling them what to do all the time. You're probably going to think, right, I'll just sort of do what they want. I bet it's easy to get lost in the mix in that sense.
Yeah, in Misfits, I think that he had like a really big voice in like how the game went, especially early game. And if he had to help someone based on laners, it would mostly be Hiiva asking for help. I know that he had to cover top a lot and play around top because Hiiva loved to play aggressively. But like in terms of communication in game early, like he was a big driving force for our success.
I mean, and it felt that way watching Fnatic at some points during the season, because one of the big stories has clearly been Humanoid and Razork having negative synergy. But I would just watch their games, and at times, like, Razork would walk into their jungle, and I'm sure he was saying, like, I'm going to invade right now, and Humanoid just wouldn't give him the necessary information back, such as, I can't go there.
He's like, yeah, see you, bro.
I have no
Let me know when you
mana.
get back.
And he just like watches him die in the enemy jungle. I'm like,
I know.
dude, you were right there. All you had to do was tell him, like, I can't back you up right now. Like, and so there was clearly some level of like communication breakdown that was going on. And I'm not going to say it's fixed, because I don't think it has been, but Razork himself has been absolutely popping off during these playoffs. Like, he is making an extremely strong case for himself to be MVP of the entire playoffs right now. And that's been a major part of this team coming back, even though I would say Humanoid is still not up to the level of play, although he has shown flashes of it that we would have expected from him coming into this roster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
I'm
it's
curious,
really
as a coach who has coached Razork, what is your take on the Razork Humanoid synergy and why it's been so fucking weird this whole year?
That's really tough to answer, because I'm really confused as well why it's been so bad, because like Humanoid last year was the best mid in EU, or the second best after Caps, like definitely top 2. And then Razork was one of the best junglers, and I thought it would be kind of like seamless, because Razork like really gets along easily with people. So to be honest, I don't really know why that's happened. Not the
I'll
answer,
segue to this
not the
then.
answer you wanted, but
One thing I thought was interesting was people actually now are going to forget what that summer split, the first one where you were head coach last year, was like, because that was the split where, as Monty pointed out, you won like 12 games. That you actually were in a really good position, but the team was different, because you have to remember, guys, that wasn't when they had Neon. That was when they still had Copy. He was the ADC, right? And in that team, like I said, it was a solo lane team. Like, you know, Copy, like if you get to a team fight, he's going to carry. But aside from that, it was Hiiva. And in fact, that was what I noticed in spring. A lot of people focused on. They were like, right, because Hiiva was underperforming, essentially, he also helps Vetheo look good, because he's sort of like he's like dragging pressure top, isn't he? You make a bit of gank top, that means you can't just be ganking and shutting down Vetheo all game. So I've even noticed, this is one of the reasons I think your guys are the coaching staff of the split, because you also have had to radically change your team. Like, people will have seen now the team is mid and ADC carry the fights. It's now a very much a traditional team fight, backline carry fight. Before, it was about solo laners pop off in the game and just destroy the map. Like, it seems like you've had to shift personnel in this regard, and it's actually one of the reasons I noticed that the irrelevant guy sort of initially got flamed because he's not Hiiva, but eventually he wasn't supposed to be. He's a different type of player, right? So give me your take on this. Must have been a pretty radical shift, right?
yeah. So when we had Hiiva, we like, you obviously when you're coaching a team, you have to like think of the personnel that you have, and like adjust your strategies based on that. And when we had Hiiva, we had to play to top side, because we weren't able to play tanks like as well as we would want, and we weren't able to play weak side. So then when we brought Irrelevant in, we could adjust and change our strategy, and that enabled Neon a lot, this split and like why he's done so well is because Irrelevant's been great. That like he's willing to sacrifice for the greater good of the team and play weak side, and like he's had a lot of great games
Yeah, he's been
with
brilliant.
with Ornn and with Gnar, and just doing what he needs to do for the rest of the map to succeed, and that's allowed us to play through Neon more, play through Vetheo more, and yeah, that's kind of the change that's happened over the summer.
But I think more recently too, we saw that here it was a point of strength, as you noted earlier on this roster, and looked like, I mean, he was a volatile player, but he was fun to watch and like had a style that you guys could play around. And then what happened to cause his like drop off in performance? Because he looked really radically different, and it seemed kind of sudden. And then from there, why was, if you had this player and you had this team that was playing around his style, what made you choose to move to a player like Irrelevant, who is really stylistically different from him? Because it kind of upsets the chemistry that your roster had, right?
Yeah, I think here it was not performing as well because he was a bit homesick, and he had some personal issues that he was dealing with, and I think that affected his performance. And when he wasn't on his game, we couldn't really execute our game plan as well. Like if we're gonna fully commit to playing to top side and to helping Hirit, if Hirit's not doing well, then we're not gonna have success. And Hirit was like happy to take a step back and move to the academy. So that's why we made the change, and as well we saw what Irrelevant was doing in the academy, and I think that he was playing well. We had him under contract for a long time, and we thought that we could develop him. This was obviously before we knew that we were going to sell. So it was kind of like, okay, Irrelevant's doing well in academy. He fits what we can do in the team because we have a really good AD carry who we can play around more. So we can bring him up now and kind of throw him into the deep end and see what happens, and like develop him over the course of summer and like have a really great top laner for 2023. So that was kind of the plan with the change.
One thing I would also ask about is, one thing I've noticed, unfortunately, about splits in LEC is people just take the player and whatever form they're at now, they were always that player and they never improved or were. So if they're good now, it's like the Nisqy story before, they were always amazing and actually they were robbed of all the past MVPs. But if they suck now, like you pick any player you want, then they always sucked and they're very good. So I think one player that I actually think doesn't get enough credit this last year for leveling up is Neon. I saw him when he played in Schalke and fucking SK and those other. Look, he was all right. Like he was maybe like, average mid-table. Like if you get him in the right situation, he'll carry a fight or whatever. Even in spring, everyone wasn't really giving him full credit. They were like, that's just because Jinx is broken. There's like everyone just said that over and over again. Well, spoiler, like when he's playing Sivir, that's not just like fucking broken right now. It's a strong champion, but it isn't broken. Like he's just, like I say, he's just been carried. He's also carried the fuck out of some team fights, mate. What an amazing ADC if you put in a traditional team fight. It just seems like I wonder actually on his case, is he good? Is he a good like guy at picking up target selection or something? He seems like he's really good at going on the tightrope in those team fights, mate.
Yeah, Neon, I think Neon's had his best year, and like that's one of the things that is like confusing to me is like people are saying, like he wasn't good and he's been in the LEC for a long time, but like if you look at the situations that he was in, it was difficult situations. Like in spring of 2021, like he had Abadage in mid and they made it to the playoffs. They had a good showing in the playoffs, and then you put him with Nuclear Int, and then you
Also an
expect
amazing name, by the way, Monty, in light of the career.
Yeah.
What an amazing name. I know. Keep going, Carl, come on.
yeah, and you expect like that he's still gonna be able to pull off the same magic. So I think like he was undervalued for sure, and this year like he really like showed how good he is and that he deserves to be like considered one of the top ADCs in the league.
Yes. By the way, petition for tactical and nuclear int to trade names. Petition. Someone sign my petition, please. It's mad, isn't it? So mad.
So another question, like, because you were adding Neon, so you made the pretty drastic changes, and Neon is much more of a like traditional carry than Kabe was. So there was the shakeup, like you were looking to you were forced to replace your MVP candidate jungler, right? You maintain Vetheo and hear it, and yet you're also going to make changes to the bottom lane. So what was the conception of the team coming into 2022 and how you thought it would function? And then what was the reality?
I think that we thought bringing Neon would kind of give us more of a carry threat, and also it would open us up to play more styles with Hirit actually playing tanks and playing for the team and allowing others to carry. That
Did
didn't
Hirit agree
quite.
to this, by the way? Like, was like, yeah, I'm cool with this coming in?
Yeah, well, he did play tanks last year, and he was like open to the
Okay.
idea.
It's
Yeah,
okay occasionally.
yeah, yeah. It didn't work out perfectly. So that's kind of what led to the change with the top lane. So yeah, like probably wanted to have like three really strong lanes, which we could all play around, kind of like probably too idealistic in the end. And we needed to like kind of cut back on that, bring in irrelevant, someone who's like willing to play for the team and do what's necessary to like help the others succeed.
One thing that obviously became like a hallmark of this split in particular is when the team started that run back after the terrible beginning. I will point out, just for factual, contextual basis, everyone pretends it was when Zanzara joined that you won all those games. You already had like a 4-0 period before then. Like, you'd actually already started to win. Like, people get that wrong on that one. So that was even when you had Slatter in the team. But that was already where I started to notice people were giving credit to the coaching staff, because at the time, people thought, because the team was doing so badly, losing all the games, right, all they've done is just be really cynical and done a band-aid. What they've realised is, right, we need simple champion pools. You know, let's get Vetheo and Neon onto carries. But the problem is, by the end of the split, it actually seems like you guys just cracked the meta. That actually was what all the Western teams were doing. In fact, the joke is, even the Fnatic of the world sometimes did those comps towards the end. Like, it just became the like simplest way to sort of run a game in LEC, right?
Yeah, I think that like in the first week we kind of let the team down a bit because we didn't have the best read of the meta. Like we had different scrim partners, and we never had seen Yumi even. And in the first week we play against Yumi first pick, and we think what the hell's going on. So
Then you were
like
like, why are they taking the most important pick to Misfits? This is how we win games, because that's historically how you've done it. You just pick
yeah,
Yumi, slap it onto an Akali, and then you come
yeah,
back from 10k gold down.
Other people could do that as well. You know? It's not actually fun when you have to drink your own medicine, is it? It's bitter.
It's funny that you of all people
I
are
know.
like, Yumi's
He's
first
like,
pick.
what the
I think
hell?
you guys should be picking Yumi first every fucking game. Like, you just missed it. That's what you do.
Okay.
Yeah, so starting 0-3 was pretty rough, especially
They
when
figured
it's
out your secret.
yeah. So in the end, I suppose we just copied them after week 1 in a way. We kind of like figured out more what we want to do as a team in the draft phase, and that, as you said, like kind of consisted of playing like really stable top and jungle champ, and then having like some kind of like hyper carry in mid, like Corki was one of the big ones for us at the beginning of the split, and all the melee mids, and just having like a strong scaling bot lane. So like I think we played like the majority of games of Sivir, Zeri, and Aphelios, and that was kind of like our winning recipe that we just followed through. And yeah, like when we had like the meta shift kind of in the middle of the split with the jungle champions coming in, like we were on top of that, and I think that those things really helped us because like we were some of the first teams to be playing the Trundle and the Poppy and spamming them, and
I
we were
mean,
getting them.
you must have felt that you hit the jackpot because you signed Zanzara to your B team, right? After
Yeah.
he was released by Astralis because they picked up Xerxes after he left Immortals. And so you must have felt like you hit the jackpot because nobody could have predicted the fucking Zanzara meta. Like when you guys brought him up to the main team, I was like, what the fuck? It's like this guy, you couldn't have engineered a better jungler with this champion pool for this specific meta. It was pretty wild. Did you feel lucky that had occurred?
Yeah, I felt really lucky. I felt really lucky. It was like it couldn't have been more perfect for Zanzara. Like if we were playing in a meta with Graves and Kindred in Italy, then it would have been a different story. So it was really
I mean,
perfect.
even
The
this
timing.
Garner came back. It was fucking wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
I even thought, by the way, there was almost like a really bizarre second and third order effect of having Zanzara because since you'd already won some games, like I said, everyone already was saying all the obvious stuff. It's just the difference when you're a fan is saying like ban Yumi. It's like where in the draft, mate? Can't just say that like, oh, first ban, like it doesn't work that way. It's okay. Obviously, fans always have the simplistic version. Well, they already were saying just ban out Vetheo and Neon, basically ban out Neon, but ban out their champions. Well, that's actually where Zanzara ended up having some like weird counterintuitive edge in the draft because if you saw Monty, it wasn't until literally the playoffs people figured out like, oh no, wait, he really wants to get on the Trundle. They were like going, let's force him onto the Trundle or make him pick Poppy. And I was just going like, who is drafting these games? Like, if you were, I bet you were loving those drafts. They were mental, weren't they? They were like giving him what he wants. They were doing stuff like saying, we take the Trundle away from him, now he can only play Poppy. It's like, that's even blindable for fuck's sake. What?
Yeah, I think in our very first game with Zanzara, they banned Trundle and Skarner, and then we just picked Poppy anyway. And it's like,
That's what I mean. Like,
on?
what's the point of that? I know. Genius.
So they're like just playing with one ban basically. It just didn't make any sense.
So stupid, isn't it? I know.
He was just he was the red herring of the draft phase.
No, it worked. It was working though.
Like, the funny thing is like even let's just pretend for the sake of pretending. Let's say they just ban all his champions. The problem is that you have other good players who are now on like their top tier champions.
Yeah, they all got on the broken shit.
What,
exactly.
Guess what, guys? They were winning when Zlatan was kind of bad, just off of Vetheo hard carrying these games.
Sure.
So who's the bigger threat, I wonder, right?
Oh, I agree. That's why it's wild. Even that sort of played into this narrative and started working. The other thing I want to ask along those lines, though, as well, Carter, is that's also the weirdest thing. Even though fans were all claiming, because like I said, they did it simply like just ban Yumi, like the old fucking Wheel of Fortune meme that everyone loves to put up, right? On some level, though, even though I agree it's not as simple to implement, they were sort of right. And that was the weirdest thing about how people drafted, like I say, even through to the Super Week. Like, except for Fnatic, when they apparently really wanted to make playoffs. People almost never did ban the Yumi. Like, people did just give you guys the picks you want. Like, what's going on with that? Does that mean in scrims you play differently? Right. Yeah, how do you get to this world? That's what I want to know.
How we got Yumi?
How do you get it that many times? You'd think it'd just be banned cynically, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Do people think in scrims they can deal with it or something?
Yeah, so in scrims what happens is usually like you will first pick Yumi and then the enemies will take like Kalista and like some engage support and then they'll play an early game jungle. They'll like split the map and they'll have like their perfect game plan and they'll do something crazy that they don't do on the stage games. And then they kill you on the dive and then they're like, oh, okay, we can do this in the official game. And then it gets to the official game and they don't do that. It turned out that Fnatic actually did kind of execute it perfectly in our first game one of playoffs, but like I think the success rate of like shutting down Yumi is much lower in the official games because like people are more aware of the game plan. They're more like switched on. It's just the best of one. So like if you're in the fourth game of a scrim and you know you get dove and then you're like, oh, I guess we should have covered the dive. But in the best of one, like people know what's gonna happen.
Right.
And then like for the tiebreaker, against Fnatic. I think they just didn't expect us
This is my
to.
fucking favorite. Look, man.
I know.
I've been like fucking so mad about this for weeks now. So now that you're here, I have to take it out on
Yeah.
Fnatic. Okay, so let me set this up for you guys. If you haven't heard my rant on this before.
Okay.
All right. So Misfits and Fnatic play each other. It's a very important match to not have a tiebreaker for Fnatic and Misfits, right? So if Misfits wins, you guys actually just go. So Fnatic has to win this, basically. Okay, so we're setting the stage. Otherwise, Misfits is going to get the higher seed. If Misfits wins, then they don't have to play the tiebreaker, et cetera, et cetera. So what happens is Fnatic decides to ban, they are on red side, Poppy, Akali, and Yuumi. And I'm sitting here going like, yes, please do these things. This is fantastic. Fnatic ends up, it's still a pretty close game overall. Goes like 30 over 35 minutes. Fnatic wins the game. All right, this sets up the tiebreaker. Now, they're going to play the tiebreaker. Teams are on the exact same sides. Fnatic won. Their next ban is Gwen, Jarvan, Sivir. Now, keep in mind, these games happen on the fucking same day. There have been no other games of Misfits to make you believe that they will be playing the Gwen, Jarvan, or Sivir, or that these are indeed their priorities. Misfits proceeds to get Sylas, Yuumi, Poppy, Aphelios, and Gnar, which is like Misfits Exodia. And I'm just like, and then you just completely slam Fnatic in this game, end up not being in the losers bracket. And hilariously, now we can talk about the effect of this, which is Fnatic plays again 3 red side games against you. So you have now 5 consecutive red side games versus Fnatic. They come back in the playoffs and they ban Sylas, Yuumi, and Lulu, which obviously with meta shifts makes a lot of sense. Like still, they let you have the Akali, but they beat it in the first game. But you can see, like, I still don't understand what Fnatic was fucking doing in this tiebreaker and why they let you, like, you must have been overjoyed to see their sudden, like, pivot in this ban phase. Like, what do you think they were thinking?
I think since like we made adjustments and we're like, okay, let's not play against upset Zeri again. So then they didn't have as high priority on Sivir, and maybe they weren't playing it at the time, so they responded by banning Sivir. And then in theory, like you have less champs to play with Yuumi, but they ended up playing Ezreal, so then we just can play Yuumi into it for free. And I think they didn't expect that to happen. And like for their second ban of Jarvan, like I don't have any I don't know what went on there because like we're just gonna pick Poppy anyway if Poppy's open. So like that one doesn't make sense to me. But I can understand why the Yuumi was open in a bit because like usually Aphelios and Yuumi don't get paired together. It was just because they had Ezreal. Yeah.
Oh, mate, that Jarvan ban is
they played Ezreal Pike into you too, which was also low-key hilarious.
Yeah.
That's also why the key detail Monty has is that it was the same day, though. It wasn't like it was like a different day. Because here's the thing. I could understand if they just played a load of scrims and some other team had Jarvan all the time, like Yankos or something. Yeah, that makes sense. Or Balrang or something. Yeah, these guys would pick it. But like that ban was like, what team are you banning against? He wasn't ever picking that.
I was like, do you think it's Rogue? Like I was actually like, I like looked at that ban. I was like, do they think they're playing Rogue right now? Like, what is going on? It's like we only prepared one game plan, and just in case we accidentally faced Rogue through some series of random tiebreakers, we're rolling with it, guys. We're rolling with the draft. It was anyway, so it was quite funny. But like, I really felt that Fnatic like had a very good read on you guys in the first match they played, and it seems like they basically ran that read back on you in the playoffs as well, which clearly you must have been expecting. But I think one of the narratives that we also have to talk about is like Fnatic's pretty rapid turnaround. And part of this is going to be that on paper, this was always a good roster and like very strong on a player by player basis. And it was really the lack of synergy or player underperformance that was fucking this team up. And there's always the possibility. I mean, we said it a lot with Vitality. If Vitality suddenly just decides to have synergy, then they're going to be a really good team. And it feels like Fnatic has now the meta has helped, admittedly, and Razork performing really well has helped, but they've clicked into form. Upset has been good the entire split, and now he can really dominate on a lot of these late game AD carries, so it feels like a good meta for Fnatic as well. When you were preparing for them in your match, what did you think were their strengths, and like how were you trying to exploit them?
Well, it was difficult to prepare for them because like in terms of the pick ban, because like one humanoid's best champion Azir, we couldn't take it away from them, and we didn't really want to play against that. And then we like shared champion pools with Razork in a way. Like right now, Razork, if you check his match history, he played like I think 15 games of Trundle and Poppy in a row. So we kind of like wanted the junglers to be open and just be fine to trade. And then at the same time, we also needed to take away Upset's champions. So we wanted to like first pick Zeri to take Upset's best champion, in my opinion, away from him. So that was kind of the plan. We would ban Lucian as well, so they couldn't respond with that. First pick Zeri away from Upset.
By the way, is the implication there that, like, in scrims, were they really good on the Lucian army or something? What was the reason why you was focusing the Lucian so much?
They were good with Lucian army, and also if like Yuumi and Lulu are banned, then our answers into Lucian army were not that good. But
Right.
now I see in hindsight, like from the Mad series, that it looks like they wouldn't ban Yuumi and Lulu if Lucian wasn't banned, and they would be
Right.
fine to play that. So I
Right.
think if I was to go back, I would change that and leave Lucian open. And I know that they're really good at
Yeah,
Lucian
and
army.
for context, guys, about what he's talking about, in the next series Fnatic played, they would leave on. They played a bunch of red side games again. They would pick Lucian Nami on red side, and then they would leave Yuumi up, and it was like Yuumi Neela, Yuumi Sivir that were getting played by Mad Lions. So just so you I just want to contextualize it for you. Continue.
Yeah. So like maybe that wouldn't be the case against us because we really love to play Yuumi and Lulu, especially like in scrims against them the week before. We played this a lot. So maybe that wouldn't happen. But if we did that same trade, I think that would have been better for us. And then like in the first game, I think they took us by surprise a bit, like with playing Kalista Renata, with like their two bans that they did, and then they got like a really good early game, which we probably could have avoided, but after the early game, it was rough, and then we tried to adjust, take out Kalista, and still play the Zeri, and we had an answer to Renata with Soraka. And we
He was
had
really
that game
good,
in.
mate. Like, he was super powered in that game, wasn't he? He was going fucking.
Yeah.
Neo was doing mad work. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we had that game in the bag. We had the Infernal Soul. We had Ornn with 5 upgrades. It just wasn't meant to be. They played really well, and then yeah, in the third game, I can't remember the exact draft. Oh, okay. Now we had to
Yeah, the
take
fourth
away
game.
the Poppy. Yeah, and we played like scaling champions and tried to like fall back on our identity again, like play Corki Sivir on, and we took the Poppy away from them because Razork was playing really well. So we shifted our priorities. Just didn't work out, and like this playoffs, especially like in the series against us and against Mad, like Razork. Actually, Razork was amazing in XL series as well, but Razork and Upset, I think they've like taken their game to another level. And I know Upset was already really good in the regular season, but I don't think he was as good as he's playing right now, which is like just outstanding.
By the way, since I alluded to it earlier, I wanted to ask you about this. One thing I was complaining about most of the year on this show and most of the LEC related shows I've been doing is I actually find League of Legends to be in a really weird place as a game, because since like the Dragons and the Baron define whether you win the game, basically, a lot of the game actually isn't the traditional like late game 5v5 team fights. And even team fights, I always say, in the modern day with like how powered supports are and how every solo laner has a million dashes on like 3-second cooldown, like a team fight's nothing like back in the day when like my boy Forgiven was playing and you're on the outskirts just doing all the DPS. But your team is like that. That's one thing I actually enjoy. It's like a return to the old school. I get to see a proper 5v5 team fight where I know exactly who's going to do the damage, who the other team has to try and kill. It's really satisfying to watch. I actually think that's League of Legends at its best, mate. I love watching those proper team fights. Has it been a big point of emphasis for your team, like how you coach them and stuff like that? Give us your thoughts on that. How would your team get so good at it? You're probably the best late game team fight team of the game.
Yeah, I think that we put a big emphasis on it. Like we're not a team that's gonna go into laning phase and dominate laning phase. So we have to find somewhere else that we're good at, and that's team fighting. I think it suited the players that we had. Like Vetheo is really good at that. That's one of his greatest strengths is team fighting and scaling, and Neon was as well. So I think it just made like natural sense for us to put a lot of emphasis on that, and that's something we did as coaches, is like really focusing on like how the structure of how we want to play for the Dragons and the setup, and like getting in those perfect situations that those team fights can happen. So like we had something to fall back on always, like when the pressure's high, like we know what we're doing and we have a set of principles. And my strategic coach Hiiva, he did a really good job at like implementing a lot of these things. Yeah, that's kind of like one of our main areas that we focused on. Yeah.
By the way, one thing I would genuinely ask, it's part a joke, but it's also a serious topic, is why don't you guys ever talk shit? Like, put it this way, mate, if I had like the 8th most money, I'll give you an analogy. If I was in Formula One and I had the 8th best car and I'm coming like 4th, I'd be telling you that I have the 8th best car and I'm 4th, because that implies I'm way better than a lot of people. Like, that's the same scenario. If you're a coach, like, mate, if you get given that roster, you're supposed to be in the playoffs. Like, never mind, like finishing 3rd or 4th, like mixing it up, like have a chance to win against top teams. Like, I'd get pretty cocky off that. You must have felt pretty confident.
It was good to be doing that. I think we did a bit of that at the beginning of the split, and we started out 0-3. So
okay, all right, that humbled you a bit. Okay, okay.
Maybe that changed our approach a bit. Yeah.
I mean, those super weeks are always super weird at the start of a split, though, because you're coming off of an entirely new meta when teams have been taking breaks. Some teams have been on vacation. Some teams have been on boot camps in Korea. Nobody knows what the meta is because teams that were boot camping in other places have developed different meta. Nobody knows what the right meta is going to be. So and especially like this year with the durability changes, it was even crazier than normal coming in. So I don't know. I felt like that was a rush to conclusions from a lot of people about who was going to be good, because it was even more different than it is most years this year at that time. And rushing into 3 games in the first week, I think, is bad scheduling, frankly. Like, you should give a week to let the meta settle, then do your super week or whatever. So I don't think it's that egregious. What I do think is egregious is how Deficio has just completely dropped the ball on being a face of this team.
Oh, it's mad. He's been smurfing.
Yeah, because look, as far as Thorin's points goes, Deficio used to be a caster. Everybody knows who he is. He's also kind of a cocky guy, which I love.
Yeah.
Naturally, he has a sense of showmanship. He knows how to do this shit. So where the fuck was he? Why wasn't he the one out there banging this drum and tooting his own horn about all of this? I miss that. Like, I wish he would have gone on to the LEC broadcast and just talked some shit on the desk. Like, why not? Where is he? Fuck you, Martin. Come back.
By By the way, since you mentioned Hiiva, that's another thing I find very interesting about your team. Like, I've never actually seen you on any shorts. I didn't know what your personality would be like. It seems like I actually would speculate you have a really good balance with Hiiva. Because if people don't know, especially when he was a pro player, Hiiva was known to be like, definitely could never shut the fuck up, shit talking. He's a bit toxic, thinks he knows everything. Like, he actually seems, by the way, a perfect strategic coach. But you want someone like you to like rein him in. And like, I'm sure, here's the thing, maybe you deliver the message to the players. What's it like? What's he like as a coach? Does he have any of that? Does he still have that fire in the belly?
He still has that fire for sure, and like I love it because he's like so passionate about the game, and like he really puts everything into it. And I think like we really worked as a good team this year, and like just he's obsessed with League of Legends. He's always thinking about it. He is like a kid at Christmas when he thinks of something and like just wants to implement all new things, coming up with new ideas, and it's like just been a real pleasure to work with him. Yeah.
What do you think is the best thing that he's come up with? I'm curious. And what's your favorite little like trick that he's invented?
There's a lot of crazy ideas, not all of which we obviously go with. I
But
would
see, here's
say,
the thing. Here's the thing. This is the
yeah,
time. Your team's out for the year.
yeah,
Business is dead. Now all the secrets can come out.
yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I mean? I really liked
yeah,
hearing about your draft, versus Fnatic. But like normally, you have to be kind of cagey and be
Yeah,
like, oh
exactly.
man, I don't know about this. But now we can just hear all the crazy shit.
yeah. Well, I would say most of his ideas are in bot lane. He really wanted to play the Soraka, which we ended up
Okay.
playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was also credit to Mercer's. Like we had two options there. We could have played Janna or Soraka, and Mercer wanted to play Soraka, and he felt confident on it. Some wacky ones is like Zed and Taric in bot lane. Like
In
with
bot lane.
yeah,
Excuse me.
in bot lane. Yeah.
Fucking hell. That works as a bot lane.
Yeah, yeah,
What does it do?
like
What? Just
Circle
kills all the
to his head
time.
and he dives turrets.
Is it just killing
yeah,
24/7? Okay.
yeah, like you're transporting like the stun with Zed's shadow.
Right.
So then like I think
That sounds
some
like if you're the team on the other side of that scrim, though, you're like, why are you wasting our fucking time with this? Like, that sounds like the most infuriating thing to play against, though.
yeah, for sure. And it really works well if like we have Zanzar on Sejuani, then we have like a lot of melee champions who are just going in.
Did you ever
So
actually come close to running the Z thing in an LEC game? Was it ever planned and like you were thinking about before? Was it ever that close?
no, I don't think it was that close at all.
Okay.
Sadly not.
Okay. Fair enough.
When it comes to Soraka, like we saw this also pop up in LCK Gauntlet, so it seems like a champion that does have a lot of value. In LCK, it was an answer to Vi because you can kind of just like when the Vi goes in, you just silence her and then she's fucking useless. Have you found that as the meta proceeds to a lot of these kind of like all-in picks, because you guys were running it into Gnar, Poppy, Ari, which also Renata, like things that have to get very close, or the Gnar ult is really potentially telegraphed if you can get the silence field down. So what was this like? What made you select the Soraka when it came to this team competition? What did you see that was like you're like, yes, this is the Soraka game?
I think that we had like a really good front line for Soraka, and the lane matchup, although like it didn't go as planned, like we ended up dying early on. The lane matchup is good into Renata, and like we will have really good scaling. And because they had Poppy, it meant that we couldn't play like engage support champions into her. Like playing Nautilus or Leona is going to be completely nullified. So in this case, like we're kind of forced onto a range support. So that's kind of like why we had to pick Soraka or Janna.
Because
Can we talk about some of the other teams? Do you have anything more on this, Monty?
no, I think we're going to see more Soraka play.
Oh, we should. By
especially
the
as we
way,
head into
that's another
Worlds.
one that LS has been pushing super hard. I agree with them though. Like, if you think about the current meta, like it's like I was saying earlier, mate. That's why stuff like Trundle I think is OP as fuck. Like how many things you can just disrupt that after channel or going like that. That's mad OP if you have all these champions in the game. You can just stop certain champions being OP. It's fucking broken. Right, what about this then? So we haven't talked at all about some of the other squads. So what about the team that obviously everyone thinks is going to win is G2 because they looked great against you, then they looked awesome against Rogue, and now basically the joke is they're going to play Rogue or Fnatic. So I think most people have them sort of already as the winner. They go to Worlds, everyone expects them to be great. What have they been so good at? Why do you think they've been so? Because obviously they had their period, like just like you at the beginning of the split, they looked a little bit dodgy at one point. People were wondering, have they lost the Mojos? MSI wrecked them. What's G2 so good at?
Know what Caps does from regular season to playoffs. Not that he wasn't incredible in regular season, but like same with Spring is like
Yeah,
this
he's
guy
turned
is
on.
just like he's incredible, like really incredible. I think that carries a lot of weight for them, and why they're so successful in the playoffs. Then for like drafting, I felt like they had like a really good read on the meta and like the strengths of their players, and you saw that in the series against Rogue, that they played Senna and Seraphine, and like Targamas is playing really well as well, like compared to regular season. He's also stepped up and he plays really good with Senna, and like I think they're at their best when their bot lane is kind of supporting their mid and top lane. And that's kind of what they've been doing with the Senna picks, and that's how they found success. So I think like those are the main reasons.
Yeah, because if people don't know, obviously it was your series where they brought that out and they basically forced the centre ban. You had to, but at the time,
Yeah.
I mean, they even said it themselves. Like no one else was running that bot lane in Europe, right? I'm guessing they were the only ones, and you just have to respect it, right? It works.
Yeah, like we were thinking about like banning Senna in the first game because we were already a bit scared of it. But we thought like, okay, it's best of 5. We're not even sure if they play Senna, but then they ended up picking it first game, and we were just like, no, we're not playing against that because it also like gives a lot of versatility to Blackett. I think he can play a lot of champs with Senna. Like he played Yasuo, he played Seraphine. I'm sure that he
Exactly.
has like other champions like Swain and some other weird combos that they can play. So yeah, we banned that. And I think if they just stick to kind of like enabling Targamas to play like carry champion like Senna, or giving him a lot of agency with his picks, then they're gonna do really well. Like I think they struggle when they play hard to bot lane, like with the Lucian army. I don't think that's their style. And I think if they stay away from that, then for me, like I think they're gonna win the finals for sure.
Especially when you consider the other two teams are quite likely to do exactly what you just said, to play exactly those bot lanes and play to the bot lane, right?
Yeah. Like if Targamas can play Senna, or with like some kind of engaged champion that he's really good on, like roaming around the map, then I think they'll be successful. And even in the Rogue series, is like something that was interesting to me was that G2 didn't play Yumi one time throughout the entire season, and then Rogue ended up actually banning it. So maybe they even have that ready to play, and
Right.
that's like
They
another
have that in the back
yeah
pocket. Great.
yeah. So
That's actually a
then
good
it's like
point. I
even
hadn't thought
more.
about that.
Yeah, like that might be even more of a nightmare. It's like if they're actually good at playing Yumi, then how do you even draft against these guys? You need to ban Senna, you need to ban Yumi, and then you have free reign for Caps and Yankos and Broken Blade who haven't received any bans. So I think it's really tricky to draft against them if they can play that.
Well, it also just feels like they have a lot of answers, and I think what you saw in this series, like, yeah, you can just kind of play passively and scaling with the Senna and the Seraphine, but also they're perfectly willing to play the Draven. There's been a lot that's said about Targamas's massive champ pool. I think he was very good on the Senna when we saw him play it, and they also, of course, have the wacky picks they pull out, like the AP Varus coming in as a poke champion versus the Azir. So they clearly had. Now, I will say, Varus really didn't do anything in that game. The theory behind it I felt was good. The actual the Varus was not the reason they won. Let's just put it that way. But I did appreciate like the theory craft that was going into it. But it was overall really dominant performance by G2. So I think you see like the versatility on this team. You see their willingness to play more passively in the bot lane, to play aggressively and like really push up with the Draven. It feels like they have a lot of depth and all the answers right now. And even if Caps's Varus wasn't particularly impressive, you can see how it could work. And then once he gets back onto the Silas, these like Caps champs, he's just absolutely devastating, right? And we didn't even see the Ahri come out in this series, but that's going to be really dangerous as a pick potentially for G2. You feel like there's a lot of confidence here, and as well as Fnatic has been doing, I think it also just like G2 strikes at a lot of the weaknesses that Fnatic has. Like the Caps versus Humanoid feels very one-sided in favor of Caps right now.
You have Fnatic going to the final, you mean?
Yeah. I do.
Who do you have winning that match, Carter? Who wins out of Fnatic and Rogue?
I think Fnatic as well. I think Fnatic's going to the final. Yeah, with the way that they're playing now, and I think that Rogue is slumping. Especially like doesn't seem like it's the same Malrang of Spring, and he's having trouble with like finding the champions that work for him aside from Jarvan. Like when he's on something else, it doesn't look great. So yeah, I have Fnatic winning that, going to the finals. Yeah.
By the way, just as a random aside, I actually found this out when I was doing research for an interview with Larson. You were actually Larson's jungler once upon a time, ages back in the day. Very briefly,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Do you know him beyond that? It must be weird to see him play and be like a top player in the LEC.
Yeah, so like I think this would be in 2016 or 2017.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I was at university, so I was kind of like just a mercenary for hire in a way. Like we had the UK LAN events, and when a UK LAN event came up, I would like just find people to play with, and Larson was one of those guys. I think we played 2 LANs together, and we won them. And it would like League kind of just started as a like a side hobby for me, like whilst I was studying. So that's like kind of why I never pursued like a pro player career, even though I played a bit. Actually, it's funny that MonteCristo also mentioned Renegade's Bandido, was it called?
Yeah, Banditos.
Because I also played as a substitute on that team for Cajal in mid lane for like 4 games as well. So yeah, I played with a lot of like people that are pros now still.
And
just
Cajal.
Yeah, and Cajal. Yeah, and Cajal.
It's just I had to get that in there. Keep going.
Yeah, and Cajal. Yeah.
Just to fuck with him, I was even going to say that earlier, Monty. You picked the wrong year to hype that team, mate. If this was last year and you went like, look, we had Alfari, fucking Cajal, who was the other one? Hansama. Listen, that sounds fire last year, mate. This year it's like, well, that doesn't even sound that good, Monty. What are you talking about? I know, like...
Well, all these guys were like 16 at the time,
Yeah,
so 16, 17 years old. So
true.
they're not old and washed like they are now. Actually,
by the way, as an aside, that's one more team we should ask about, because there is one team that was missing from the playoffs. Dude, before that Super Week began, the joke was even Vitality thought they were like, because they had like a 95 scenario situation. Everyone thought they were in the playoffs. In fact, everyone was talking about, are they like the secret second best team in the LEC? What do you think about them? That team failing with the super team and they're not making playoffs. What do you think of Vitality?
Yeah, I think that like on paper they had like 95%, right? Assuming each match was 50-50.
Yes,
but like
exactly.
they were even playing against like Astralis and like some other weaker teams that like should have been a sure bet. And they had 4 chances to win, and they didn't win any of them. Like I was like completely shocked. Still, it blows my mind that they couldn't make it when they were like 9-5 and like second place in LEC. I think like just they really struggled with how they want to play as a team, and their bot lane, I would say, underperformed this split. But yeah, to me, I don't know how that collapse happened, and like it's just mental, like that they didn't make it.
One thing I would like to ask is this. People will have seen that like Youngbuck tweet where he basically just flamed the ever-living fuck out of these guys because that was like, obviously, if you don't get it, fans, that was like a revenge move. Obviously, they were trashing him in scrims and sort of like bantering him. So you just like sort of taking that. Here's my question to you. I get the vibe, like, surely they don't respect Misfits. I bet they were fucking shit talking you guys. I bet they thought they would wreck you guys. No?
Yeah.
I feel like those
sure.
players would think they're way above your players, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of my players like tweeted like a clip from Perks. I think it was Neon. Like Perks was saying like, "Oh, everyone is gonna love to see Misfits in the playoffs again," and like saying that Misfits isn't gonna make it, and then like no one wants to see Misfits there, and then it turns out that we're taking one of the spots from them.
There you go.
So I think that was sweet revenge for us.
Right.
Yeah, but like they for sure like didn't rate us highly and weren't one of like their preferred scrim partners. You know, they would want to play the top dogs,
There
and
you
we were
go.
like seen as like
Yep.
a level below that. Like we were seen with the SKs, Astralises, you know. So
By the way, what you're saying there is actually another reason why I think people have to start judging teams, knowing like the budgets and what the organization is like. Essentially, like my Formula One analogy, you have to know how fast the guy's car is and how good his pit crew is. Like, it's not just driving. Because in this scenario, there's another reason why the Misfits performance is very impressive and the Vitality performance is so shit. Because when you're Vitality and you have Alfari and you have Perks and you have these people, you can get the scrims against the best teams, even when your team sucks because you're Perks and Alfari. When you're Misfits, even if you're doing well, it's not until you get to the top of the league you'll even get all the best scrims. Like at the time, as you say, you're having to mix it up with the SKs and the BDSs and the Astralises. It's a much harder way to improve, I'm sure.
Yeah, like it kind of is weird. It's like when you have a good week in LEC, you can play the good teams. It's like after the 0-3 week, we're like, okay, we don't even have all LEC scrims. Like people think we're garbage. So it's kind of strange how it works, that like people are really quick to judge based on like your most recent results, and like the top teams, they can easily just scrim against each other exclusively, and they don't really have to play the lower tier teams unless there's like scheduling conflicts with like, oh, okay, we're against 2 top teams this week, let's give Misfits a shot and see what they can do. So yeah, a lot of the times we would scrim like the lower LEC teams, and also LDLC from the LFL. They were a good scrim partner. So yeah, I would like those were our main partners, I would say.
Because here's the thing, Monty. I tell you what content I wish I could see, but obviously we'll never see it now. I want a Breaking Point style documentary only about that last weekend for Vitality. I want to see them all at the beginning, the hubris, the cockiness. You know, you just know at that point, Alfari and Perks were sort of like, we figured this out. You know, like
Perks also
what
played
did you expect?
surprisingly badly in the
I
Super
know,
Week 2.
Perks
Like,
is like,
he was actually pretty good for most of the split.
Yeah, I'm like an MVP candidate. Like, I'm probably going to fuck around and win that shit again. Watch me. This is my time to win it. You know, and then I just want to see each day, Monty, like the first day. Listen, there's 3 more games we can do, like, and then at the end, I just want to see. Because essentially, like, I won't spoil the thing, but essentially, like, there was a situation where some content might have been done, that spoiler, that had to be cancelled. You can imagine why. Won't say who, but you can imagine no one wanted to do that content after losing 4 games.
It was totally
and not making
like,
players. No, listen, I don't blame them. I'm just saying that shows how different their mentality was before the weekend and after the weekend.
Let's just say I was watching the old XL Vitality tiebreaker, and then when Vitality lost, I was like, wait for it. Thorin messaged me. He's like, they're not coming out of the show. I was like, yep, okay.
You what do you want? And I don't blame them, but yeah, I get it. Fucking hell, mate. I get it.
I was like, well, I expected this. But especially the way that they lost to Excel, like, I literally was like watching that Vitality Excel game, and I was like, oh, Excel's going to play Twisted Fate Draven, eh? Well, I don't think they can pull this off early. Then they just shit on them. I was like, good credit to Excel. You had balls. You had balls going into that final day. I did not expect you to TF Draven in a do or die match and win. So
and they had Thresh, right, against Yumi.
Yes, they had.
Was that like that's
no,
like
it was against Renata Glask. The bot lane was Aphelios Renata, but also Mickey X, who was like furiously inting for most of the last half of the split. They're like, yes, surely you should play an off meta engage support. But to their credit, they did actually get like a really nice kill where they pincered with like Marcoon on Poppy and Thresh in the mid lane and like killed, got perks down early on. So that was pretty good. And like they had a set plan, but I did think it was very big balls to play TF Draven Thresh when your entire season was on the line.
Yeah, for sure. And like I think there actually was like some content released from Vitality like the day before, but like not after. And like they were like sitting in the room and like joking like, imagine if we actually don't make it.
Oh, they didn't say that out loud. Surely not. Oh man, like, that's so brutal. Oh, that's so bad. Adanian, get looking for that, mate. We need a video next week about that. Exactly. Get on that. Get editing that. We need that fucking video.
It was just so wild that all they had to do was win one of their last 5 games, and it would have been fine. And then they just lose 5 straight.
I mean, the worst part for me, Monty, is like this is like almost what happened with Upset, but he turned it around. The whole split, I was saying, I actually think Perks is like an MVP candidate. He's playing great, but all the fans who don't know the game were going, "Vitality sucks. What are you talking about?" And then because of that last week, I had to be like, I can't bloody fucking make a case now, can I? It's over now. You can't end the split of that with no playoffs. I can't say he's the MVP now, can I?
So I want to ask your opinion about like super teams in League of Legends in general in the current state, because the fall of Liquid, the fall of Vitality, these teams that were on paper supposed to be super good, ended up being very overall disappointing this year, with Vitality just missing playoffs entirely, and then Team Liquid really underperforming relative to their perceived strength in North America. And as a coach, now we know Misfits hasn't had the most money. So you yourself in this version of Misfits have never had the opportunity to create a super team. But a lot of people are saying, oh, super teams just don't work in LoL. Do you think that's true? Or do you think the super teams have just been made badly?
The Vitality roster, I think like maybe it's not as super as people make it out to be. Like,
well, they made it. Let's be clear. They made it out to be.
Okay.
What I found so annoying about Vitality was they were like, "We have a super team, guys. We have a super team. Everyone, look at our super team. It's so super." And then when they start losing, they're like, "Who said it was a super team? It's not a super team." I said, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, you yourselves were advertising it this way, and then you're trying to pretend." Like, because I would argue that roster wasn't. First off, I've never thought Self-Made was worthy of the reputation that he had. And then secondly, it's not like Carzzy and Lebrov were lighting the world on fire, right? So it was really just Perks and Alfari. But they did try and make it seem like a super team. So continue.
Yeah, like as you were saying, like Perks and Alfari, if you have those two players, then you have like the core of a super team. And like Perks was, even though he didn't make the playoffs, I think he was really, really good this split and like their best player. So it was a shame to not see him in the playoffs. But like the pieces around them, I think like didn't really work out. Like bringing Haru and then Carzzy and Lebrov, they just weren't like that a top bot lane, in comparison to TL. Like you have one of the best top laners in EU to play for them, Bwipo. You have Bjergsen, who's won hundreds of titles. Then Hanshammer in 2021, he was the best AD or the second best after Upset. I would probably say like second best after Upset. So then and you have Core JJ, like that is a super team for
Deserves the
me.
title, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah. I think like as you alluded to, is like the construction of the TL rosters maybe a bit strange because they have like a lot of like passive players who don't really like want to push their leads, and like they just sit back and like wait for mistakes. That's my like
Which, by the
judgment of
way,
them.
is
Like
typically the best way to play an NA. Like, I'm not joking.
yeah,
Like, typically,
yeah,
like that
yeah,
actually does win
yeah,
NA because, in my experience, the more active teams over the course of LCS history are usually the ones who just really fuck up and then die to themselves, and then TSM just sits there being like, "Yes, please, into us," over and over and over again, right?
yeah, yeah. So like they didn't really have like someone that they could really invest a lot into and like play around and like devise their game strategy around, especially with like Hans Zimmer like not playing as well this year. So I think it was difficult for them to kind of like find out what they want to do as a team. Yeah, that's what I'd say.
Aside from like, obviously we've talked this topic to death a million times. Like, obviously there's only so many resources in League, and you can't get everyone fed at the same time. And also, like, even though it's not like Dota, you can't funnel in the hardware except for that one split in season 8. To some degree, you still want to put your resources into a specific lane and set up the game and do the comp that way. So look, there's a lot of like League reasons that make sense why super teams don't work. But here's my opinion on why they don't work, which is people keep trying them too much, but there's a very logical reason they do. Because if anyone actually was to make one of these teams work, it could be the absolute best team. I can tell you, if people don't know, in my native game of Counter-Strike, basically, like, we have a team like this, even though they're not actually the number one team. The Na'Vi team in Counter-Strike has like 3 players who could all be the best player on another team, and they actually are the rare team that was making it work. Like, all 3 of them were popping off at the same time, and as a result, you can imagine the firepower was unbeatable. Like, you couldn't do anything against them. Like, if they all popped off, they just won the game. And the joke then is like that. Actually, at that point, maybe you don't even have to be as tactical if you just shoot everyone in the head in the game. So in the same way in League, if you really got all these like god tier, because usually people mean mechanical players when they mean stars. If all these star players popped off, like it's happened in China, people don't know. There's been LPL teams that were superstar. You can imagine it's fucking impossible. Like, they just destroy everyone on the whole map. So I can see why, unfortunately, like coaches and GMs get drawn to trying it because they think, if I'm the one who pulls it off, though, like, I'm going to look like the genius. Like, you set them off to the flame. You feel like you have to try it. You have to try it. Because the thing about it, right? Everyone's played those football manager games as a kid, right? If you're really sat there, it's like Monty said, Cartwright doesn't have a choice. He has to take whoever Misfits can provide. And even then, like he said, some of his names maybe he wanted from ERLs, they're off to other teams. Maybe they're even playing in top teams now, having a chance to win the championship. Who knows who it could be? Spoiler, I think I know who it is, but okay. Right, anyway, but the point is, if you're sat there and you're like, right, who do I want? Do I want Flackhead in my team? Oh, but I've already got like a really good top and mid. Or do I want Upset? It's like, look, traditional League says, yeah, go with the Flackhead side. You know, you're going to have the solo lanes. But like, Party is going to think, but if I had the solo lanes and I could somehow make the Upset move work, that's the point. You start thinking now, dude, not just like, you start thinking like I'd win worlds. That's why people go for the super team. I sort of get it. It's really hard to not do it. It's like what I famously said was the thing that tipped Jack over to get Perks into Cloud9. It wasn't that he was sure it would happen. It's that what he actually decided was, who wants to be the guy who didn't go for that move and then in 3 years be like, I wonder what would have happened if I had have actually signed Perks. So the problem is, you'd almost rather like know it didn't work than try that and then never try it and be like, what if, you know? As a coach, you're just going to have to try and get the best players you can. You hope it all works, obviously.
Yeah, I think that's like another point of why super teams don't work. It's like if you're like bringing 5 players who've like come from being the stars of their team, and then you really need to like get people to buy into like, okay, now in this team you can't be the star every game, and you are gonna have to be playing a role to support your other guys, and like the glory of the individual glory doesn't matter. Like do everything for the team. But like when you come from an environment where everything's been done for you, it sometimes is difficult to adjust to. And I think like it's really important like that you do have some of those players that just like are really good role players, and they do what needs to be done to win, and like perhaps like not all stars like are willing to buy into that ideology. So
Yes. That's why I have to say, if fans ever ask me, like, make a team, I never do make the super team. What I do is I make, like, loads of sick players, and I always just put, like, you know, Odoamne as the top player or something, like, because like you're saying, that just completes the team at that point. You know that guy's going to play weak side and do what you want. The rest of it, it's like, exactly. It's kind of like your team with the Relevant this year. That's why it made sense to bring him in. He made the others just even stronger. It shored the whole team up, right?
yeah, for sure. Like you need someone to do the dirty work in the team. So yeah.
And if League of Legends has taught us anything, that should be the top laner. Despite what all the ADCs cry about, that's the top laner. There you go.
Or the jungler. Or the jungler.
Or the jungler. It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, in this meta, the jungler is the bitch. Because
it's their tank time. Yes.
Yeah, you can play. You can definitely play like aggressive or carry top laners right now that we're seeing teams do around the world. The thing is like full clear jungle meta is over, where the jungler just farms up and like carries late game with Graves, and now we're just in like, please hit level 2 Trundle flash gank my lane. You know, one buff gank, or like 3 camp level 3 gank. Or I mean, if you're playing Vi also, you're like the ultimate bitch, because then the other jungler's just walking in on you at like your level 2, taking your camps, early invades. You're like, please just leave me alone until I hit 3. So it's not a fun time to be a jungler, I think, at the professional level. I guess it might be Poppy's kind of fun because you can make fun ganks with her and like flash charge people or eject people from team fights. But
the only problem is, though, if you do eject the wrong one, like a certain player did hit a Wukong clone, you might know about that one. If you do that, that will look really embarrassing. I'll just say that. That'll look because that could have won the team fight. I'm just saying. No names mentioned, though. Whoever did that got an amnesty on it. Don't worry about it.
The upside, though, is that if you hit the guy with Yuumi on him, then
then you're a god. Yeah, exactly. You're a god then.
No, I think this meta definitely feels the worst for the junglers overall. There's a lot of variety you can play in the top lane right now. Yeah, you might be on Sejuani or on duty, but equally, you know, you can play Kennen, Aatrox, some of these more fun matchups, I think. So yeah, which is another reason why it's perfect for Gen G, because you don't, you know, it doesn't matter that Peanut doesn't have the greatest mechanics anymore. As long as he can make the right decisions, that's where you're going to shine.
By the way, I'm so done with that narrative. Like Jankos in Europe does it, Peanut does it. These guys, if you don't know, guys, in the beginning years of their careers, were the mechanical monsters. They were the fucking El Yoyas and those guys. Like, why do these guys pretend like they're 48, not 28? They're like, oh, listen, an old guy like me can't be fucking using all his mechanics. So you're 28 years old. Like, you're in your prime, you idiot. That's just mentality, mate. That's just mentality.
Do you think that this is just a coaching thing? Like, I'm curious your take. Now that players are getting older, do you think that the coaching and like support staff and everything can really help out, kind of elongate players' careers? Because Aframu's 30 now. He's, I think, the oldest player in the West between LCS and LEC. Or do you think there actually is some kind of ceiling that players are going to hit in terms of their abilities?
Well, I think that we should have like players being able to play like for until their 30s easily. I think like the main like reason if they drop off is not to do with like Twitch reactions or something like that, but more like to do with like a change of lifestyle. It's like maybe as they get older, they don't invest as much time into League of Legends, and that's why the younger guys coming in like have the mechanics because they don't do anything but play League. But like we see with a lot of players in our league still now that like they're top players in their role. Like Odoamne has been playing for so long, Jankos has been playing for so long, and he's still a top player. Hylissang as well, like is one of the best supports. So like for me, I think that's really overstated. And like if you look at like professional sports, people are playing for much longer. So I don't see why a 25-year-old couldn't be at his peak still. So yeah, like it's crazy when I hear like, oh, he's 23 years old. He's getting old now. Like
I know,
doesn't
it's
really
wild, isn't it?
like doesn't make sense to me. Yeah.
Well, I think
Because
part of
like I
it,
say, Yankos acts like he's like fucking Captain America at the
Yeah.
end of Endgame. Like, you want to play Lisa? Yankos? No, I don't think I will. Like an old fucking guy's. Come on, mate. You can easily play that. You can play Viego, for fuck's sake. Come on. I don't get it. I know.
I think part of it though is that it has been about support for the players as they get older, because people, at least in traditional sports, as you have more like kind of adult responsibilities or adult interest, or you have kids or whatever it is, you either make enough money to like pay people to deal with those problems for you, right? Where it's like you can, either your partner or your spouse is like full-time dealing with the family stuff, right? Because you could afford to have a single income because you're fucking rich, right? Which should be the case with most of these professional players these days. And the team is also like providing a lot of the benefits around them, coaching, support staff, in order to really activate you. And I think that's probably the biggest reason why we haven't seen esports careers go for as long, is simply because as players get older, they don't have the support that comes with professional athletes becoming older and having more responsibilities in their general life. Like, it's a lot easier when you're 21 and you can just push your keyboard buttons all day and not worry about anything else in the world to maintain your status as a high level player. And later on in your life, when you have other responsibilities, unless you have other ways of like figuring that out, you can't really tap into the deep knowledge and veterancy that you have within the game, because you're playing catch up without a support staff or without other people trying to help you out. So I think that's actually probably an underrated and underappreciated aspect of esports. And as obviously more money, more fandom comes into the scene, I think these problems will take care of themselves. And it's certainly a very different landscape now than it was even 5 years ago. So
That's it. We've got through everything, right?
sure.
Obviously, we hope to see you next year. No one can really know yet what's going to happen.
But before we go, what happened with this announcement? Because it seemed like it's understandable that people would have been blindsided. Like, I'm not trying to take a shot at Misfits the org here. Like, they had to make this deal, and like they weren't going to tell everybody in the org because then it can leak, and like, you know how esports is. So
it would leak. Let's be real. You know, players, man.
It would definitely.
They'd have it in a Discord by the end of the night. Yeah.
Plus, you don't want the team to like lose motivation or do badly or like try and like split their focus at a very important time. So what is the next path for you? Like, do you have any kind of offers that you're considering? Because clearly, like, you and your coaching staff should be, and Deficio as well, the management should be, I would assume, pretty highly prized by a lot of teams right now as they're heading into the off season. Is Misfits like helping you in any way, like find a new position? Are you, I don't even know, are you transferring to Heretics, the new team, or do they have to make you an offer? Like, what's going on?
Right now, I just got home from Berlin yesterday, so I haven't thought about it too much. So like I hope to be in an LEC team next year, and like I will start to look at what my options are. But right now, I don't know what the future holds for me. But yeah, like I would love to continue working in the LEC, and I hope to do that. So yeah.
How did Misfits break this to you? Like, so you're clearly not just going to continue with Heretics. So you're basically a free agent, is how it's working.
Yeah, I'm a free agent now, and what happened? It was not the best timing, because we found out during a scrim. So there was a lot of commotion with the players, and we kind of found out like at the same time as everyone else.
Yeah.
So we didn't know about it. Like I totally understand. Like if someone's coming with 50 million, then it makes sense to make 50 million. So we kind of just like stopped the scrim, and kind of like use that time to regroup and like reconsider like what like the rest of the LEC season means for us, despite like not having an organization, and like see each other's perspective of like what people are fighting for and like what it means to them to succeed, if we don't have like the full backing of the organization. And I think that was like a really powerful like meeting for us, especially because like we brought in Zanzara, who's Russian, so like it's really important for him that we do well, because he can't go back to Russia. So like sharing these things with each other like really like help to catalyze like something that we all owe to each other and to ourselves to do the best we can. So yeah.
Sounds like a very powerful coaching moment that, to actually sit down and be really honest with each other and try and align your goals. It must have been a challenge for you, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because like the news was a big shock to me.
Yeah.
So like we kind of like met as coaches to figure out like what our next steps is and like how we can use this as like a positive moving forwards, even though it's obviously not easy because like everyone's future is uncertain now. But like the guys, like just full respect to them. Like they handled it really well. They were very mature and they pushed through like everything. So like just really admire them.
Well, I think you should be pleased with the results. I mean, you guys made the playoffs, and relative to the expectations of your roster, you've obviously routinely and vastly, I would say, exceeded the expectations of this roster. So I'm
Thank you.
sure people are looking at that and going to make some probably good decisions, especially because lots of people could learn from
Yeah,
kind
exactly.
of min-maxing and building teams in the way you guys have. I think.
Exactly. So thank you, Coach Carter. I hope people do remember the Titans that were those misfits, that band of youngsters that came together like the Mighty Ducks. And in the end, you didn't win a championship like in Hoosiers, but it was a feel-good story. And it really wasn't the championship that you made, the friends you made along the way, like you just said there. On any given Sunday, you could have won.
You were more of the cool runnings, really. The exceeding.
There was more of a cool runnings vibe. That's true. Yeah. Okay. That's a good shout. That's a good shout.
All right. Thanks for coming on. We're going to take a break, guys, and be back with viewer questions.
Right, we're back for viewer questions as ever. It's not literally the Twitch viewer questions. It's questions from people who hold the GROGcoin. How do you get the GROGcoin, you all ask? Well, you go to the Insight Esports Discord, and there is a channel there, GROGcoin Lounge. You go in there, there's a pinned message. It tells you how to buy the coins. If you have 25 of them, you can submit questions that may be answered, maybe accosted, mocked, derided. You might even be told to stop asking questions, but you never know. It's a mixed bag. That's the point. It's a mixed bag is the GROGcoin.
Yep. All right, so let's go into it. Also, by the way, as usual, the show is brought to you by esportsbet.io. Talked about the loss forgiveness earlier, but you can also just get a bonus for signing up, 50% deposit bonus up to $200 if you make a new account using the link below. Okay, so let's go into SI questions for this week. What is your stance on randomized mechanics, i.e. how crit is used to work dodge chance versus random drakes nowadays? Destroy all random chance. I was happy when they removed dodge. I wish they would add Drake spawn order to draft so it can be part of strategy, which Riot refuses to do for reasons that escape me, considering people literally from Riot have told me it would be easy to implement. And crit also sucks. So I don't like any of it.
Yeah,
Get rid of all of it.
I think crit is really bad because there are absolutely games that were just decided from random crits. Like, that's not skill. You just got lucky. What the fuck's the point of that? Think about that. That would be basically, guys, like if a basketball shot just randomly gave you 6 points when it went in instead of 3. Like, what? What?
And it's not entirely random, obviously, but it's still too random. So get rid of it. Disclosure question for Thorin. May sound like a gotcha, but I'm genuinely curious. I noticed during your recent Reflections interviews that Jensen Go is a Patreon sponsor whom you thank at the end. I don't remember you disclosing that he sponsors you when he was a recent guest on SI. Found that unusual.
You caught me out. I'm corrupt.
No, because you normally do it. They're saying you normally do it.
So I don't disclose it when I say his fucking name at the end of every single video. What disclosure should I do? Do I have to put it in fucking lights? I literally disclose it in every single video. It's on that video. I'm done with this, mate. It's just stupid. Like, literally, he's factually wrong, and he's even trying to make it like, I'm not trying to gotcha, but I'm just going to say something which is factually proven wrong in every single video you've ever done. Come on, what was the end of the question? Just why didn't I disclose it?
That's
It's
basically
garbage, wasn't it? Well, you know what? I hope the fucking GROGcoin goes to nothing for you, mate. That was a garbage question. Actually, look up the facts maybe before you ask something stupid like that. It's in every single video. It's famous at the end of the video. I read out every fucking patron donor that is $50 or $100. Give me a break.
All right.
What a shit gotcha that was, mate. What a shit one that was. Come on.
Can
What's
you
the next
explain
question?
why teams have a tendency of blind picking Renekton? Example, RNG versus EDG games 1 to 2 in regionals, TS versus JDG game 3 in finals. Yes. So right now, you have to remember that. So when we talk about picks, reasons why things were historically bad are not necessarily relevant right now. So in the current meta, Renekton is blind pickable because he provides extreme amounts of pressure in the top lane at the current point in time versus the normal meta champion pool. And he will draw a significant amount of jungle pressure and mid pressure up into topside. And if you don't deal with him, he will start proxy farming a lot of these junglers and like taking plates very effectively. And he becomes a monster. He is also better at engaging than he typically has been in the past because players are better, but also because we see a lot of kind of front to back, low range melee fighting, and teams frequently field like 3+ melee champions right now. Like,
TL in that game last night had all the melees, didn't they?
yeah. So it happens a lot. And so him having lower engage range isn't necessarily a bad thing. Also, he can get to the back line because, okay, like Sivir is not the longest range champion in the universe. And so you can kind of get back onto some of these champions, or there are low mobility, like Draven, for example, right? So there is a lot of viability for blind picking Renekton right now because he's such a hard lane bully and he can get these insane gold leads if you play around him. And he also is just really annoying for the other team because he just draws so much pressure from you to handle him that it allows sometimes your bottom lane to just scale into infinity with like Zeri or whatever. So there are a lot of reasons why we do see like Renekton. Also, Renekton has a lot of different builds right now. So he can basically itemize into a variety of situations. Like you can build Blade of the Ruined King first. You can do Sunfire if you want. You can go Iceborne Gauntlet. Like you can build Randuins on him. You can build Bork Gore Drinker. Like you can do so many different things.
You can also split push if you have the ball.
You have context. He's contextually useful because you can build into a variety of different damage types and team compositions. So he has more flexibility in terms of his itemization than most other top laners or any champion, basically.
I would also say, just like the answer he gave earlier about how the fucking let me think, what was the champion we were even talking about? What was the champion that was wrecking all the scrims? Oh, that was it. That he said basically, if you did the Yuumi picks at the beginning of the split, everyone just hard dived the bot lane 24/7, so it looked like it didn't work right. In similar fashion, I would imagine Renekton, if people are playing aggro and scrims, is just dominating all these early games, isn't it? So obviously you're going to want champions that the top laner can come out with a lead from and do something. So it's just going to feel super good, even if maybe in the game it's not as good as scrims, you know.
Pick your other reasons. He controls the wave very effectively, so you can push like instantly if you want, or hold it back if you want. He's super good at diving because he can set up dives and get in and out, and also tank turret because of his ultimate. And he sets up for a lot of these junglers super well by having a point and click stun that can then be chained into jungle CC, because a lot of junglers have CC right now. He's super good with Sejuani. Like, there's a lot of reasons.
He has everything a top laner
good.
would want. Exactly. Yeah,
Really
you can even
good.
escape with the slash and dash. Yeah, exactly. It's everything.
A lot of the LPL series were decided by team fights that occurred after the Renekton fell off. Okay. I mean, scaling's cool, but also the Renekton can fall off if you drew enough pressure that your Zeri Yuumi lane is mega ahead, right? Or not dead. Let's put it that way, not dead. So you basically, he may not scale the best, but he scales less badly than he used to. And there's so many good reasons to pick him. That he's just very strong. However, Rogue fucking sucks at playing Renekton. Don't watch Rogue play Renekton. That's not how you play it. Watch good teams. Watch Genji play Renekton. Right? I agree that Thorin's take that weak side players can never be the true greatest at their roles. But what if we apply the same principle to coaches? I'm intrigued by assertive coaches who essentially view their players as chess pieces to implement their vision and ideas about the game, as opposed to taking on a largely supplementary facilitative role. At the same time, I acknowledge this trait can be a double-edged sword, as we have seen with LS, CV Max, Reaper, Danny. Should we hold assertive coaches in higher regard than their passive counterparts when we evaluate their performances? So this is like the LS versus grabs angle at like extremes.
This way, I do also hold the same principle for coaches. Like, here's the difference. Even though he didn't get it done always, if someone like Reaper had won MSI from the West, I do give that more credit than if Grabs wins it with G2. Because the difference is, Reaper absolutely would have had all his fingerprints all over the draft, over the team, how they practiced, even the team necessarily, what lanes they played, all sorts of shit. Whereas yes, it did seem like in G2, Grabs was more the facilitator, helping communication, and in his team, he had a bunch of captain-like figures that clearly had an immense impact on the team. So it's not hating. Spoiler, it's the reason why, even though he won a bazillion LECs, not a lot of people do give Youngbuck the credit for all those G2 titles, because he had Mithy, because he had Perks, because he had Trick. I think it's a good question, because I would agree. I think just as I do with players, I hold it the same way, because basically with players, my take is this. If you're Impact, you don't actually ever get to be the GOAT top laner. Just because you hung around forever playing really well weak side, well, the spoiler is, if you were the best great top laner ever, they wouldn't be playing weak side. Think it through. That means you played with a sick ADC or mid laner, didn't you? So meanwhile, Smeb doesn't need to win Worlds, mate. He just was fucking banging for like 5 years the whole time carrying. So yeah, I do have that as a take. What do you think, Monty? You've got a different perspective on it?
It's hard to say, because also the coaching staff is an entire unit. So if you have a really good facilitating coach with like an excellent strategic coach, so I think the real question is like, why can't teams build good coaching staffs that are effective? Because like, I mean, we've made this argument before. It's not a slight against LS. I don't think LS should be the head coach of a team. He's just not that kind of person. But I think he could be a very interesting and good strategic coach. So just put some, the combo of having the right group of people together is really what I think is important in a coaching staff, because no one is ever going to be able to cover all of those bases right. That's my
way. Think about this. I'll tell you who actually has just fucking killed it. You must just know exactly what good coach. It's Peter Dunn. Because people don't know this. Peter Dunn's coaching staff in Splice, Monty, was Peter Dunn himself, Mac, and the Duke guy. If people don't know, these guys have all, as head coach, taken teams to Worlds. Like, that's like a fucking insane crew of people. This guy must know who to pick for. Like, he obviously has a mad eye for talent in general, hasn't he?
Well, I think Peter Dunn also knows his weaknesses and then picks people to complement them, which is smart. Pick up your crystal balls and predict the future. Which of the current major esports have already peaked the most they ever will in their lifespan, and which haven't? CS, LoL, Dota. Okay, well, not sure Valorant is worth it. I mean, Valorant probably hasn't peaked yet because it's new, and also the viewership for this Champions is higher than the last one by a little bit. So I think Valorant will get smashed by a new version of CS whenever that comes out. But CS, I think CS definitely hasn't, because we've actually seen new record viewership for the majors recently, like within the past year. Also, the player base from Counter-Strike was at an all-time high during the pandemic. So, and also the Chinese player base of Counter-Strike went up, has been going up. And then also they just released Korean servers, which implies that when they release the new version of CS, that they're going to make a charge into the Korean market. So because CS really hasn't been a global esports and it has had difficulty making inroads into Asia, I think if Valve has a good plan about how they're going to market and distribute the game on Steam or in other clients within Asia, CS could still have massive days in front of it if they release the Source 2 engine update alongside doing that.
I think you always made a point as well, by the way. You were the first person to make this point. Valorant itself could get new people into CSGO. Like, think about all the people who are coming from a league or another background, and they're going to come into Valorant initially, and then here's the premise. What if Valorant dies in 3 years? Spoiler, if there's no Valorant in Overwatch, all those amazing FPS players just come to CSGO. Of course they do tomorrow. They're all fucking sick tag FPS players, so that would be my dream, by the way. They all come over, like, we get fucking Player and all those guys. I want those guys in CSGO.
Yeah. I also think that the 15-year-old Zoomers who are powering Valorant right now, once they get older, are going to look beyond weeb CSGO and start doing real CSGO. There's a timeless quality to Counter-Strike that exists. Also, just, I mean, anecdotally, like a bunch of the North American players that switched were just switching to Valorant because there was no NA scene. If a new version of CS is released and Saudi money-backed ESL decides to make a new North American league and the teams want to pay the players, I'm pretty sure if you offered the players the same salary to play CSGO as Valorant, they would go back to CSGO. They don't like, as far as what I've heard, and you would know more, they don't actually like Valorant very much. They prefer CSGO.
Put it this way, even the ones that do, as in they would just with a straight face privately tell you, like, no, I really like the game. They were the ones who didn't have opportunities left in CSGO, as in they were never going to be in like a team at the major or something. You know, they were sort of being pushed out. So essentially, they were somewhat. It was a happy situation that they would find a game they just happened to like. So yeah, I'm a bit skeptical that many people actually think it's that good a game. Spoiler, they don't.
And
I
also,
will say this though, this is actually basically a question that's just like, as you say, we're just guessing here. Because I will say this, I think these are the hardest topics in the entire industry to guess. Because, for example, if you'd have told me 2 years ago, Monty, will CSGO hit a player peak and then a viewership peak for the major? That's like, no, of course not. It wouldn't have back then. If anything, back then we thought we'd seen the peak, as it were. We thought this is about as high as it could go, and especially player base. You think that would be the one that'd drop off, right? If anything, it's the game that could probably keep going without people playing it. But bizarrely, things have happened where it's hit both. There was also, if people remember, a couple of years ago they went free to play, etc. There's been things you could never predict along the way. So I found the CSGO one really tough. I would have said years ago that it peaked, but it went higher. Here's the problem. I don't know if League could go any bigger. Hasn't it sort of saturated the world?
Totally, yeah. It's like, I feel like in terms of League of Legends, basically everybody who's going to play League has played League. It's the biggest game in the world. So it's not even really a problem if it goes down because it's still enormous.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I really don't know how LoL could get bigger. Like, maybe like, I don't know, people in Africa start playing it. Like, I don't know what.
Even then, you'd need like massive tech infrastructure based changes. Not exactly. Yeah.
So I guess I don't really know how it would get bigger than it already is. As far as I know, Dota's player base is shrinking. That's what I've heard. Valorant probably still hasn't reached its peak yet, as demonstrated by this latest event. And who knows about CS, depends on the new version. Realistically, though, it just depends on what the new esport game that comes out is, which is impossible to predict because it's usually based off of technology, such as we didn't know that the technology to have 100 people in a server was going to create Battle Royale as a genre. So God knows what new genres are going to come out as a result of better infrastructure and technology and, internet service. What, in your opinion, makes a single-player game good? I mean, that's incredibly broad because it could be a variety of things.
For you, then, Monty, what makes a single player good for you?
So I like a lot of indie games. So for me, I think the most important aspect of it is having an inventive storyline because I think there's a lot of untapped space in games in particular in terms of interactive storytelling that we are just kind of at the start of a probably, multi-100-year genre. Right? Because you have to understand that interactive storytelling was started by hypertext fiction. And a lot of this was being written in like the 1980s when writers realized that they could create like a disc or a CD-ROM that contained their story. And you could click on different hyperlinks in order to change the outcomes of the events. So it's like a choose your own adventure kind of, but like actually literary. And one of my actual academic advisor in college was Michael Joyce, who is one of like the fathers of hypertext fiction. So I talked to him about that a lot. But this kind of storytelling is really interesting. So I like to see people who try and use the medium to break the mold or do very interesting things, which is like why I'm a fan of games like What Remains of Edith Finch and like magical realism in gaming. So storyline is actually very important to me. And I think there's a lot of very visceral things you can do in video game and single player storytelling that you cannot do in fiction, which is like basically force people to make horrible decisions. And you saw this with like,
it's like the trolley experiment, basically, isn't it? You're like, you actually, here's the difference in a movie.
Yeah.
You might empathize. Oh, you made a hard choice. You make the choice in the game. You kill that person.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's like, I don't know, like games that have done this really well were, oh shit, what was the narrative game, the zombie narrative game?
Not Last of Us, was it?
No, not the Telltale made. Walking Dead.
Walking
Thank
Dead.
you, Andrew.
Okay.
Yeah, Walking Dead made you do some of that. Honestly, like one of the Wolfenstein games, one of the new Wolfenstein games, like takes you back into a memory of your childhood with your abusive father and makes you shoot your dog. And like that was pretty fucking intense. Like, so I think there's actually like really powerful things you can do with gaming storytelling that forces really tough actions onto the player, and even some inevitably tough actions. And so, yeah, that's fun. So that's what I like in single player games.
Viewer discretion advised if playing Wolfenstein. If you love dogs, apparently, fucking hell.
Dude,
That sounds
it's
traumatic.
really
What the fuck?
Dude, I was like, holy shit! I can't believe like they're doing this.
Here's the thing, I don't really play single player games for quite a long time, so I'm not really the best pick for this. Like the era when I loved single player games was because there wasn't any multiplayer games. So I would just say in general, I like the old school style. So like one thing I like is I shouldn't have to read any instructions or manual to play the game. I want it to be intuitive. Like even if it's like I have to figure things out, make it so I can figure things out. I love games like that. That's why I've always thought Nintendo games like Mario and Zelda are brilliant. You don't have to actually read any of the text. You just start playing and you'll figure it out. Like it's very intuitive. And also say, similarly, don't make the storyline so it's a million names you have to remember. Not like that. As soon as you do that, unless it's the best story ever, I'm just going to get bored. Make the story so the characters are very archetypal and you can see immediately, like, this is this sort of a character, this is this sort of a character. Essentially, let the game just, like, skip out. Don't overload me with the shit story part. Let me play the fucking game. There's another thing. Don't put a million cutscenes in either. Fuck that shit. A million cutscenes. The only game I watch all the cutscenes is Metal Gear Solid 1, mate. That's it. The only one.
I like cutscenes. Anyway, what event is in Game of Thrones is most similar to how LS got fired? Obviously,
Listen, I will give them props, Monty, because they know we're not going to talk about what actually happened.
Yeah,
they're doing that thing where it's like, maybe they can trick us into inferring it. Like if I said the Red Wedding, they'd be like, what the? So Jack just killed him and cut him. Like, you know what I mean? You can't
Red Wedding is accurate. So here's why it's accurate.
Come on.
So people like to, it's actually incredibly accurate. Okay. So here's why people like to sympathize with Robb Stark, because like they really like Robb Stark and he seems like a nice guy, and he was a nice guy. And right. He was trying to do his own thing and live his own life and make it, have his own life be as good as it could be. However, what he failed to do was read the fucking room about what was going on around him. And that's why he died. Right.
I mean, he willingly walked into that trap. He put himself in a situation where the people could be at odds with him. Yeah, he did essentially. Yeah, of course.
And he put himself in that situation knowing full well that the people in that room wanted him to do something different than what he was doing. And he was
I even say this. I even think that it fits quite well as an analogy, because one of the other problems is this, Monty. Maybe Robb Stark naively thought, well, these guys are on my side, so if push comes to shove, but that's the point. Political relationships are complicated, and sometimes there are greater reasons as to why people do things, even though actually in the short term, they might indeed have been on your side and felt sorry for what happened to you. See, I was very careful. That was fire if you know what happened, but I kept making sure none of you can really guess what went on there, so don't worry about it.
With the NFL season drawing near, do you have any interesting predictions / takes for this year?
Ooh, we can definitely think of some. Let's think. Let's have a look. I'll come with a good one.
I don't know if I have any particularly interesting hot takes. I'm more excited about the NFL than having any like super hot takes or anything like that.
I'll give you one. One that's immediate is you will see this season why Aaron Rodgers was the MVP of the last 2 seasons. That's because fair. One, he has fuck all. Like his offensive weapons are a joke now. Yeah. And more importantly, you know how every other season, everyone, rightfully so, he was amazing, was loving Devontae Adams. Watch what happens when Derek Carr throws all those balls to Devontae Adams instead of Aaron Rodgers. Like, I think you'll just see, like, listen, Devontae Adams will still be good, but I don't think he'll look like fucking, he looked like he walked on water, mate. The two of them, the joke was they were just both so good. That's all you needed. That alone could just get you touchdowns. Like,
it's not only like that they were both individually very good, it's that they also had insane synergy. So
they clearly, by the way, were just like reading each other's minds.
Yeah, it was like a force multiplier by a million. Yes. So neither of them is going to have that. But I do respect the fuck out of Aaron Rodgers for being reverse Tom Brady, where instead, as his team gets more shit, he just takes more money and his weapons go away to prove that he is the fucking best.
He did.
Meanwhile, Brady's like, should I go to a team with like the top wide receiver duo and also bring Gronk out of retirement and also be there with an excellent defense? Yeah, that will prove that I'm the greatest. Difference of mentality. Difference of
Great.
mentality.
There you go. I'll give you a wild take though. Let me think of a good one. All right, I've got one for you. It's not like, look, it's not absurd, but it's wild. I actually think the team that people might actually sleep. I actually think the Colts might be better than people think. I think that's like
Jonathan Taylor's really good.
They've got some pretty good pieces. Like their quarterback's no joke, mate. Like that's a pretty legit player. Like I think that's a team that could easily overperform. That'll be a playoff team in my opinion. There you go.
I think it's hard in the AFC for them to be a playoff team, but they might squeak in wild card. AFC's like super stacked. Obviously, I think favorites are probably the Bills this year. They just seem crazy good overall. Even their second, third stringers are really strong. People are just signing with them. Like good players are signing with them for discounts because they just want to win the ring, right? So, not exactly a hot take. The question is the NFC. Like I'm curious who can actually make it to the Super Bowl.
The crazy thing is, logically, there must be some crazy upsets because you cannot have all the teams from NFC West. And spoiler, like it's the most fucking stacked division, isn't it? Like that one's going to have some people are going to get their hearts broken no matter what. The joke is you can even play well and just get fucked by the structure of the NFL. That's why, actually, by the way, there's a really weird angle, dude. I know the GMs have to just make their teams the best, but like that's such a stupid point in it. It's like in that scenario, one of us at least has just wasted loads of fucking payroll. We can't do anything this season, and it won't even be our fault necessarily. We're just stuck in that division, aren't we? With the old boomer system of geography. Fucking hell.
It's also like fake geography too. Like the geography doesn't even make sense.
Oh
like
no, it doesn't anymore.
The Cowboys in Dallas are in the NFC East. Like, what is that?
Oh anyway. Man, I've always loved as well in all these spots where they're telling me motherfuckers who were in like fucking like Wisconsin or whatever in like the East. Like, what? How would that make any sense? All right. I mean, I guess, all right, if you say so. Fucking hell, what?
If you were giving world slots, what would be your breakdown this year, and what year was it the most skewed to a specific region? I mean, look, I hate the system, but the way they divvied up the world slots just makes sense based on their system. They just didn't provide the proper qualification from Europe for it, right? Like Europe deserved to have that extra seed. In fact, we'd rather Europe have that seed in general than Russia, because the fourth best European team is probably better than the first Russian team on any given day.
Here's how you know, as always, that league fans are just doomed to repeat these cycles. Because just like Monty, they mocked us for suggesting you could change LEC, but it was them who couldn't understand you could just change the format. Like you keep the same playoffs, but add in a gauntlet and have just 3 slots. So you notice within the question, here's what he missed. Why would just Riot have to decide the slots, guys? Here's what I would do. Each region gets 3 slots in the middle, and then there's a bunch of slots that you have like another competition that you qualify for. So then the teams being good decides the slots. So if LPL really can send 3 extra teams that make it through like my extra qualifier, God bless them. By the way, that means if Europe did it once, they can do it too. I like that system better because essentially the teams show me how many are going to be that. Like, I've already gotten really sick and tired of like, I don't even think that system makes sense of like, well, since G2, probably the greatest team ever from the West, since they won MSI, that means now you have to send the 4th. What connection would that even have? What? You're inferring that the better G2 is, the better it makes the 4th best. There's no connection. In fact, it could even be the opposite because you know the joke of that year is they had a super team. So by definition, there's not enough talent to go around. That's actually why LEC parity is banging now, because you broke up that team, didn't you? And they're all in the other teams. They're all like the fucking star players in the other teams now. So to me, I would just have like a simple slot system and then have a bunch that you could sort of openly compete for, maybe in a second tournament, a special qualifier, a last chance qualifier. By the way, they even do that in Valorant. If people don't know, they have like last chance things. So I would implement something like that and let like the play of the teams decide who gets what slot, you know.
Yeah, I think like that's kind of what they're doing with play-ins, is like getting a bunch of these teams like the chance to.
They're just moving gradually towards that. I feel like
whatever, but I don't care. They need to fix them. I don't care about that as much as I care about them fixing the main event.
Of course.
Like to me, that's small potatoes, because I can't even watch all the good teams compete in a reasonable way, right? Fuck all the 8th seeds from various regions. I just want to see the first seeds from regions have double limb. LS expressed in a recent video a concern that League is stagnating in terms of the team's understanding of the game fundamentally, contrasting it to StarCraft. Do you agree with this sentiment? I haven't seen this video. My take on this is that StarCraft evolved because there were no patches, right? So the players had to push their understanding of the game forward in order to actually create and innovate and out strategize their opponents. The problem is that League of Legends makes you relearn the game every year as they create massive changes. So it always feels like you're catching up with Riot as opposed to individual players or teams dictating what the meta is going to be. You do have moments of teams or players like discovering something and dictating it, but in StarCraft, it was basically the map designers and the players themselves who were pushing the meta, right? Not Riot. So when you're constantly trying to catch up to all these changes and nothing ever stays the same and everything's patched all the time, it makes it very difficult for players to increase their depth of knowledge because the knowledge base is changing constantly. So I don't know if that was his take or not, but
one thing I would say is one of the problems you have in League is that people, like you're saying, they're too focused on winning the next match that they have in League because, like, currently, that, at least from summer onwards, that is going to determine if you get to the playoffs, get to Worlds. It's everything that you want is built off that parlay of this win into another win into a streak into the playoffs, another make it to Worlds. So what I would say is the problem is this. If you have a limited amount of time and you must get a result very soon, understandably, people are going to essentially crowdsource their research. They're going to go right. Rather than us, like, start from square one and figure out everything in this meta, why don't we look at what all the other people, all the other smart guys have figured out, what's working for them, what's like the strongest thing for them. And as a result, the problem is you're often going to get times where, I know this is exactly what triggers LS, people are going to copy and paste an idea they've seen somewhere else that they don't really know why it works. And that's the problem. They're just doing it because they think it's strong, but they don't understand what the mechanism of this champion is or why you're playing this comp, etc. And I would say, I understand one point he means as well, which is another thing they do in League a lot is way too many people care just about winning the game. They don't seem to care about like pure excellence and like refining everything. So I will say I do find it wild how many people, unlike StarCraft, are just willing to sit there and just think things like, well, I'm an LCS top laner, and if they don't play that in LCK, why should I try it? It's like, because you could be ahead of LCK. Did you just listen to yourself? But actually, the League player would do that. The difference is in a game like StarCraft, LS's point is, whoever discovers the new thing, that you're trying to do that as a way to overcome people, to get your edge, to change the meta. So I sort of agree with you on that. There's way too much follow the leader in League of Legends. And I also do think, in League of Legends, it baffles me to this day that all the Western pros don't give a flying shit about mastering their mechanics. That is so fucking stupid to me, Monty. I don't care that people like, it doesn't matter that much. Then why does Faker have to use the function keys to look at every lane all the time? Why do the great junglers do their camp while looking at the whole map and all have better knowledge than you guys in the West? Because that's the problem. I've always said, the reason I always use this example, Meteos is the Western example I use, right? Because he supposedly literally moves the screen with the fucking mouse, like old school style. I'll give him a break though, because he's Meteos. He actually did look like he had an amazing fucking read for the game. The rest of you don't. I don't get the ones that don't have that. And then you're just sat there going, like, essentially, too many Western people, Monty, think hard work is just repeating the same thing and smashing your head up a brick wall. It's like, you work smart, not hard. Like, what you want to do is find like techniques to level up. You want to figure out what you're doing, why am I doing it? So I do sort of agree with Ellison, like the broader points in that regard. I do think there's so many edges that are left missing out, and people just have shit excuses like, but I have to play this because it's broken or whatever. It's like, unless you understand it, you don't. Just play things that make sense to you. Build up a coherent set of principles and foundational, like, fundamentals in the game, and that will infer your style, your identity. It'll even help you recruit people to your team. You don't want to be a shit carbon copy of some other team you don't understand.
Yep. And objectively, the best team in the West ever was G2, and they were very creative.
The most innocent crack team of all time. Exactly. Yeah.
They were great to watch.
Yeah, perfect.
The wardrobe choices in LEC/LCS often look like the talent just rolled out of bed and had to get up for school. They seem to be going for a more casual vibe, but in my view, it comes off as the talent not taking it seriously. OGN always had dapper attire, while still having the vibe these leagues tried to go for. If giving control, what attire would you make broadcast talent wear? And how do you feel the current Western style hurts or helps the broadcast overall? So they do have stylists on all of the shows. So for LEC and LCS, they do have stylists. The talent do work with the stylists in order to...
Some of these stylists even buy the clothes, I believe, right?
Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah, basically, you kind of tell them what you're going for. We had that at Overwatch League as well. Although I just wore a lot of my own clothes for Overwatch League because I already owned what I wanted to wear. And these days, I'll wear a suit for, like, you know, playoffs or like finals or something, but I will rarely wear a suit otherwise. I don't see the point of wearing suits, and I am somebody who likes suits. And I think it allows people to show off more of their style if it's not so formal all the time, and you can just have more formal wear for more important matches, which I think also serves to signal to viewers that it's a more important occasion, which I like personally. I think the LCK one or OGN, like those things often fit very badly and were just super cheap. They just look kind of interesting on camera. So it like sometimes it was hilarious and like we never knew what the fuck we were going to be wearing before we walked into finals that day, which was also kind of fun and ridiculous. But it also wasn't necessarily my favorite over there. So I don't really see a problem with the way the leagues are doing it right now. I think that doing the button-up shirt thing was just some like really shitty copy of sports from esports in the early days, and probably never should have been as widely used as it was within esports industry. It was just people doing it because it had been done, not because it was ever cool or because the fans wanted it. I don't think they do.
Right, the serious answer is I actually think it depends which talent we're talking about. Like, for example, the women on the LEC look fucking phenomenal. They look like they've all nailed their styles. They all go out, they have a different takes. Like, they'll have a casual one and then a fun one, then an 80s one, then a fucking classy one for the fan. I think they're killing it. Here's the thing. If we're talking about other members, there's certain casters who do look like they're wearing their dad's jacket and going to prom. Yeah, don't worry. There's a lot of that going on. Yeah, absolutely. There's certainly some of them, Monty, where some of them look like if you just put a scarf around their neck and had like a pint of beer, they're the fucking first year college student with a copy of Proust hoping to pick up a woman at the bar, like, oh, hello girls. Like, there's a bit of that going on. There's a bit of nerdling going on. Now the joke answer, but sort of got a bit of truth to it, is I would dress them in Prussian military outfits from the 19th century. So go look them up. Think of the Nutcracker basically. I'd dress them like that. Why not? First of all, it's Europe, straight fire. Also be very unique. Admit it, be very unique to have those up. So I think I'd be fire. I want to see kids roll one of those long hats. There you go.
I also think that part of the problem is that the men are bad at knowing what their own style is. Like nobody ever fucking complained about what I wore on camera ever at any points in time. Like people loved what I wore, but that's because I already had a strong style before I started doing casting at major events. So yeah, I think it's not up to the stylist to figure out what works for everybody on the show. Like their powers are limited. Like make some fucking interesting choices for yourself, dudes.
Yes. Oh, I'll even say, by the way, I actually think that's something in my own career I massively fucked up. If people don't know, not only was I not much of an on-camera person until actually around the time I literally got this look, like I had a beard and short hair and stuff, and started to wear suits. But also, I used to wonder, Monty, I thought it was just because they were lazy. You know, everyone uses that one picture of me from DreamHack Summer 2014 when I'm in that blue suit I bought in Korea and I've got like the fucking big beard, like full on like Robert Baratheon, and I've got the big headset on. It's the same one that's been used like a million.
Yeah.
I know one of the reasons, it's not just laziness. What I had to learn, these are things you don't think of as a guy sometimes. What I had to learn was this is because I have blue eyes, that shade of blue brings out the blue of my eyes and makes it just look. So actually, it must just be the best looking picture of me. Well, guess what? I didn't even know that for years. So I didn't even know, wait a minute, why not just buy like, that's why if you notice now I have like some nice shades of blue suits, etc. I finally get the meta sort of. Yeah, I agree. Nerds, especially out of men, we're just terrible at that stuff. You got to level up. If you want to go on camera, level up with that shit.
Yeah, people also just like, they don't want to take risks. And like, as much as maybe I don't like all of Ender's looks, I appreciate that whenever Ender's on camera, I find him interesting. So that's, I mean, sometimes that's enough, right? Like look, man, I do weird.
He does do that thing where he does do that thing where sometimes it looks like he's wearing a woman's bathroom bag. It's a pretty straight fire analogy. There you go.
I'm not saying I like them all, but I am saying they're always interesting, which is
no, I agree.
Being boring. So I like that. I mean, I wear weird cowboy shit and kimonos and everything, so who knows?
Yeah, just go and look up the Flashpoint skit where Monty was as Daenerys Targaryen, basically. Look up like Flashpoint 3
with my
skit or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was funny. With the next generation of Pokemon games set to take place in Spain, it got me wondering what would be the worst place to have a Pokemon game in.
I mean, the obvious answer would be like somewhere where they buried a load of mines or something, like have Pokemon go there.
I mean, let's just be objective. Like Pokemon is really ethically fucked up as it is. These are self-aware beings that you're imprisoning in balls, like against their will, and then forcing them to fight in gladiatorial combat.
It's like dogfighting, isn't it? It's fucked up. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It's dogfighting with sentient dogs, like self-aware dogs. Like it's really messed up.
And you even use them in the most fucked up way, where you'll use one just to like, he can die, but he's just going to like wear this other guy out. Like, what? You know, and then you switch to the other one as well. It's fucked up, isn't it? I know.
So I would say that it's not like the place is not what's wrong with Pokemon. It's like the actual thing that it is deeply disturbing as
Right, so Monty has the
something
ultimate
that people
loophole
do.
answer, because his answer is he'd set Pokemon in an ethical universe where animals are treated with respect as sentient souls in the universe. There you go. There you go. Well done.
I just love how Ash is like, you know, he's like supposedly friends with his Pikachu, and then he's like, Pikachu, go fight this guy, and then he just like makes Pikachu fight until he gets KO, like knocked out, almost dead, and he's like, Pikachu, why? And it's like, you did this to a motherfucker. You are sick. You are a sick
All I'm
child.
going to say, guys, is I'm glad they stopped Pokemon where they did with Ash, because I didn't want to see in the dark years later when Pikachu and Ash die in a murder-suicide pact where Ash is drunk in the bath and Pikachu jumps in.
Jesus.
Just saying. That would have been dark. That would have been dark.
That's a great illustration right there.
Oh, it is. Yeah, Danny, get on that, mate. Get some sort of a graphic drawn. Exactly.
That actually is really funny. Professor Monty, how to find the theme of a story for idiots, or is it subjective? It's not subjective. I mean, I think it's just whatever like abstract subject that you can glean from the work. It's generally not like the theme is not particularly subtle most of the time. Now, what the author is saying about that theme might be subtle, but like it's not talking about the theme of Moby Dick being one of the themes being like the unknowableness of God and the all powerful is not particularly subtle, right? There's literally entire chapters on it, but it's the nature of that theme and how the characters interact with it that's interesting.
I also don't think, as I've always said, you don't have to care what the author's intentions are. Like, I'll give you an example. Hemingway claims there is no metaphor to the old man and the sea. He has a famous quote where he says, the old man is an old man and the sea is the sea. There is no, like, sort of thing and read into it, people. Because his whole take was sort of like, these bloody, like, literary types just reading. But the point is, it doesn't matter what the Hemingway thinks. That depends if it means something to you. If it's vibing with something in you and some story you think are interesting or some theme, go with it. Just enjoy it. Essentially, your brain's taking part in the creative process there.
Thorin, I watched the first 2 episodes of Attack on Titan without sound. It worked a bit, and I got vague clues of what may have tilted you. What made you drop it after 2 episodes go nuclear?
It's just not good, is it? Who gives a shit? This is one thing I'll never get about anime fans. Do you know the #1 person who puts everyone fan away? You guys! Because you treat it like it's the shit. You act like this is the best stuff anyone could ever watch. And here's what I actually find so obnoxious about that. Y'all have never watched anything else outside of anime, you fucking idiots. Y'all haven't watched The Prestige and The Fountain and The Heat. You haven't seen any of these movies. You haven't read any of the great literature. But then you want to turn around and not just find out that I don't like Attack on Titan. You want to argue with me about the writing and the plots and what's going on. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't have to be in your club. You know what? I'll fucking I might even give it a chance. I'll never watch Attack on Titan now just because you asked that. No, I was never going to watch it anyway. I don't care. I just don't care. Nothing about it interested me.
They said it was bad.
Yeah, nothing about it dragged me in. I actually think, but that's one thing about anime I find actually a bit whack as well. I find a lot of the premises aren't that sort of like, they don't draw me in as much. Like a lot of it, like, spoiler, if it's just about like ninjas in a village, who gives a shit? I don't really care, mate. You got to have some, I'll put it this way, stuff like, oh fuck, I've forgotten the name of it now. What's that one that's all about time travel with the microwave? Oh fuck, what's that called?
I don't know.
Steins said Steins Gate. Yeah,
oh, yes,
that's an interesting premise. At least that premise, if I told you that, you might watch it. That's interesting. Half the like Attack on Titan premise is just shit. Who cares? Oh, it's a big head. Who's that? I don't give a fuck. I'm off. See ya. You guys enjoyed 7 more seasons. I'm off.
All right.
There you go.
Who's your favorite painter? That was an interesting one.
Let me think. Oh, I know this one actually. I just have to find out the exact way to write his name.
So I will say visual arts is not my I'm not so into visual arts. But I would say I'll cheat and pick a writer, William Blake, whose paintings I also really enjoy, in addition to loving him as a poet. So there's one. I do like a lot of the Dutch masters, like Vermeer. I like a lot. I do like Van Gogh quite a bit. I find Van Gogh's like the way his life and biography like interacted with his painting, I think is really interesting and really comes across in his work. You have any that you enjoy?
I was going to make like a childish fucking joke, like, yeah, I once did a tribute to that myself called The Girl with the Pearl Necklace, but whatever. I really should grow past that. It's a very childish thing to say, I know. But no, I actually do have one. I looked it up. It's one I found from Twitter, because if people don't know, I follow loads of the art bots on Twitter to find these accounts. There's a guy who does just the most godlike, you'll have seen me retweet loads of these, the most amazing like sunsets and like night scenes. It's a Russian guy called Ivan Ivazovsky, and he was in the 19th century, and it's all just fucking amazing. Just look him up. It's all just amazing, like landscapes, basically. But it's like use of color palettes. Oh, it's fucking sick. Like I'll actually probably genuinely own art of this one day.
I mean, beyond painting. So one of the artists just that I like that is not a painter but a woodblock artist was one of the late stage floating world woodblock artists named Yoshitoshi, who is Japanese, who incorporated a lot of Western perspective into his work and has a series of prints called 100 Aspects of the Moon, and I really like his work. Now that we know every team going to Worlds from every major region except NA, who do you think are the strongest 5 teams going to Worlds?
Yeah. See, here's the thing, Monty. The reason he's purposely made 5, which is well picked, is because then we have to debate, like, can G2 sneak into that 5th spot? I think that's why it's not 4 or 3. I feel like he's purposely picked that number because it's like, are we going to be LPL dick suckers, basically?
No. I feel like the question, the trap here is it Gen G and 4 LPL teams, or is it potentially another LCK team that's in the top 5, right?
Here's the thing, Monty. Like we were talking about with Coach Carter there, actually, I don't think it's ridiculous if someone wants to have like G2 on the outskirts of this 5, mate, because think about what he was talking about. They actually, first of all, with the normal meta, they're really, really good right now. And then they have all these draft things that probably actually, they have a bunch of shit in their back pocket. They seem like they're going to be a team with like an unorthodox approach potentially. So I think if they get the right fucking meta, they could do a lot. Look, number 1 is Gen G. Take that one first. Then we'll go... let's go Top and Jing Dong, because they're both there as well. There's 3. We've got 2 spots left.
Yeah, the question is really like, I think EDG is probably in that top as well. And
I actually think, by the way, just like why, in my opinion, they won the last Worlds. One of the reasons why actually EDG is a sleeper for this Worlds too is because, mate, really what I love about their roster is so well balanced. Dude, that looks like a team that can survive loads of meta switches.
Yeah, the problem is like Flandre has been bad.
He hasn't been what he was last year. Yeah, exactly. But he might get it together for Worlds.
I mean, look, if he gets it together, like Viper might be the best AD carry in the world right now, which is obviously very important to the current meta, should things not switch too much before we actually see them play internationally. But Flandre has been like pretty bad. So if Flandre snaps into form and Viper is still in his current form, that could certainly be a possibility. I think RNG is a little wonky. It's a little wonky right now. I don't think they're super well set up for this meta, but they managed to qualify anyway.
Probably T1 for the last slot then.
I don't know. Maybe DAMWON's better right now. I mean, they did almost beat T1 in that series. And I think if I had to say that if I didn't know what meta Worlds was going to be, which we don't, right? The thing that's scary about DAMWON is that they have insane versatility with all of their players. So they can adapt better to a new meta than potentially other teams. But T1 also, if they hit the right meta, might be a better team, right? It's like DAMWON is more safe in all metas, and T1 is more meta dependent as to how well they're going to do. So it's hard to say, but probably one of the Korean teams. Maybe G2 on the outside. I have no faith in DRX. Fuck DRX. RNG, I suppose if we go back into Kaisa land, RNG could be really good.
The problem RNG is always going to have is just like they don't have like the same superstars as some of the other squads. So like they have to like it has to be the meta where they can play that fucking super cohesive style. Otherwise, it's not going to work, is it?
Yeah. With TL's hubristic failure, can NA finally achieve ananorosis? Norosis? I actually don't know. I think ananosis is what they're trying to say, but I don't know what this word is actually. It's a Greek word. Ananorisis, the point in a play novel in which a principal character recognizes or discovered another character's true identity or in the true nature of their own circumstances. There you go. I probably should know that word. Will this Tragedy get a goddamn using all the literary words, a proper peripeteia, or will the hamartia continue until morale improves? So basically,
of those other words. Keep going.
Basically, what they're asking is like, now that TL has failed with the super team, are they going to actually achieve some level of self-awareness about how to build rosters and compete? No.
Indubitably.
Indubitably. Of the current 5 players on TL, do you think any will ever win another LEC or LCS title? If so, who and why? I mean, I can see
just
Hansama
anyone from
coming back.
Team Liquid. Yeah, there's loads of chances. Come on, like, put it this way. If he stays in NA, Cordia J is going to be a contender the rest of his life. Like, he is the most overpowered player at his position in the whole region, and you obviously would never fire him. Almost everyone could, in theory. Like, for example, Whipple could go back to LEC and win the best team tomorrow. Why not? Of course. There's one. Hansama, as you say, if he gets the right meta, the right team. Santorin's been on contenders all the time. I think it's pretty like, put it this way, that team is the failure of the team. It's not that all the players suck at all. It's the same with Fnatic. I even said, in some ways, Fnatic actually might fuck themselves by doing too well, mate, because actually maybe that team should break up. Maybe those pieces should again go back to other squads. Who knows, right?
I think even Bjergsen, if he took the walk the faker path, is not. I mean, he's very stable, so I think there are certainly ways in which he could do it. I think Bjergsen, if I had to guess, I would say he retires. But if he does choose to come back and he had the right team around him, it just requires better team building than they had, and somebody who's willing to be the carry, which I think was their biggest problem. What are your all-time top 2 teams, and who wins that best of 5?
Yeah.
I think in terms of peak, it's hard because like if you put an older team against even a current kind of mid-tier team right now, because of the way that game knowledge has improved over time, like that mid-tier team would probably beat some of the best teams historically because the knowledge of how to play the game was not as advanced. I would say that probably the team that was, I think Samsung White was the most advanced team relative to the rest of the competition of that era, because they had figured out a lot of stuff about jungle support synergy and vision control that other teams were really, really behind on. So they were probably, in terms of being really far ahead, one of the top 2.
I mean, a classic one is obviously the next year's Champions Season 5 SKT. Like, who wouldn't like to see those 2 teams play each other? Samsung White, prime Samsung White against the SKT team that could just win from 4K goal behind every single fucking game. It'd be the ultimate matchup, wouldn't it? I think that'd be a pretty banging one.
Yep. But either of those teams would get bodied by even like mid-tier LEC teams these days, guys. Like if you watch those old games, you see how they were on the bleeding edge of game knowledge at the time, but that game knowledge is really taken for granted now.
By the way, if I actually could set up a match, it wouldn't be the top 2 teams ever. I would just for perverse reasons, take 2019 G2 and just have them go back in time and play different teams. I want them to play Samsung White and them to play, because I want to see if they could do it, dude. That'd be so fun, wouldn't it?
That actually would be really fun.
That would be the dream. Next question.
I'm looking at this question. Hold on. After all the permutations, why do teams with double lift Jensen or Bjergsen have a feeling that the concept of an import jungler, Sven, Santorin, Dexter, Broxa, is pretty much narrow or non-existent?
As in, they don't understand how to use them, presumably.
I think
only
that's
like an
what the
Xmithy type
question is.
player works, right? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting question.
I mean, I do have a suspicion in general that like jungle has always played very differently in NA. If you even look at like some of the Korean imports who do well there and they don't do well in like Europe, or it seems like they have a different vision of jungle. Maybe it's because everything's about just fucking barons in NA for 10 years. There is that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess here's the thing. Probably an answer to that question is because many of these players have been residents for so long that they're trying to get the best available players, which are not typically going to be North American players, unless it's like Xmithy, who is really consistent. So I have a feeling that their perception is that they want an import jungler because that is going to be the player that helps them out most in the game. And so they're trying to reach for the best available player while they have NA residency.
By the way, I mean, it was implied, I think it might even have been said publicly, that like Doublelift wanted Broxa. If that's actually true, that's all you need to know about Doublelift outside of clicking the mouse. That's one of the dumbest. That is one of the dumbest downgrades I've ever seen in my entire fucking time. It was obvious to me from the beginning, like, A, why are you kicking Smithy out? He's literally your dream jungler. And then B, you must have only watched those Lee Sin games from season 8 Worlds or something, like, because mate, that guy played all those years in Europe, and you wanted him to give me a break, Doublelift. Like, you're fucking kidding me, mate. Then again, whatever. I'd make some sort of a joke about Doublelift not having the best choice in certain scenarios. You could probably complete that joke yourself, so you can imagine. You can imagine where that goes.
From your already mentioned 3 favorite cuisines, are there any alcoholic drinks and candy/sweets you would like to mention? So definitely alcohol for me, candy/sweets for Thorin, I would say. In case you haven't tried them, I'm from Mexico, we recommend pulque and ate. I've had pulque, which is the Aztec liquor, which is quite interesting. If you're Mexican, I love mezcal. So in terms of top alcoholic drinks, I love mezcal, I love gin, and I love whiskey. So those are like my top 3 spirits. In terms of whiskey, depends. I prefer rye over bourbon. Ryes I like these days are High West Rye, Rendezvous Rye, Double Rye. Whistle Pig is an excellent rye. These are things I enjoy. In terms of Scotch, I like generally Islay or Island malts, things that are smokier, peatier. So Bowmore is probably my favorite, but I like Kalila, Lagavulin, Talisker, all of this stuff. Gin, so many gins to choose from. I usually like just sampling local gins. So I've been drinking some California gins recently, some of which have like kelp or botanicals or interesting things like that. Mezcal, again, I try and just buy as many mezcals as I can. When I'm in Mexico, bring them back, sample them. Yeah. Any for
The
you?
only problem I have is I can only remember I had like Korea, Thailand for
Korean,
Thai.
British, and Thai.
I said
Yeah,
British.
good.
Oh, British, I
'cause
can definitely do
you
some.
love the Sunday roast.
Yeah,
man.
sure. Right, I actually have an alcoholic one for you, which is for Korea. The 2 most underrated ones are, one, right, everyone's had normal soju, but the actual flavored sojus are genuinely really nice. Like if you get like the one that's like a grapefruit or something, it's delicious. And then on a similar tip, this is a mega pro tip if you're a bachelor. If you're a bachelor in Korea, I found the ultimate drink, which is if you go to a bunch of the bars in Hongdae, where all the college students are, they do soju slushies. Well, soju already goes down easy as fuck, so you can imagine it as slushy. That's just nectar. That's all you need is like that's what you buy the girl and you get another round, and there you go.
And that's why everybody passes out on the street in Hongdae too. They're related. Also, just in Korea, I like makgeolli a lot, which is like the lower alcoholic.
The flavored ones of that are really delicious too. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're also makgeolli is like the craft drink of Korea. So like a bunch of like small farms will make their own makgeolli in like clay jars, so you can try a bunch of different kinds. So I'm a makgeolli fan also.
Obviously, for Thai, I don't have anything for that. I don't even know what alcohols and shit there.
No, just in terms of alcoholic drinks or candy/sweets that you like.
Oh, right, okay. I'll give you a couple then. Right, the British ones, the problem is, here's some good news. So one thing that's ruined some of the British drinks, I always say famously, my favourite drink was this Scottish soda called Iron Brew. But what ruined it in the modern day was, one, people wanted there to be less sugar in it so they can claim it's better for you. And then two, in the modern day, to save money, you just put artificial sweeteners instead of sugar and it makes it taste like shit. Well, I actually saw Kiri from my Discord, because he lives in Scotland, showed that they've made like a throwback version. It's called like 1901 Iron Brew. It tastes like the old flavour, because that's another thing in the modern day I like to do. I buy the import Mexican sodas. I get like the Harry-Toss or like the Mexican Pepsi, because that has a cane sugar in. It's the old version. They're not trying to use like some synthetic shit that tricks your brain. It's just real sugar. And also another thing I noticed they do in Mexico is some of their drinks just have sugar in. They don't have the caffeine in as well, so you can just enjoy the drink and you're not going to be up for like 7 more hours. So I'd say the sleeper OP is Mexican sodas. They're fucking bangers. And also if you like the Harry-Toss but you don't want it to be too chemically, they have one called like Burro, which is a little bit more like organic or something. That's a more like natural flavor. It's pretty good too. I'd recommend that one. Yeah,
I mean, plus you get all of the. I mean, Mexico just has good drinks anyway. Like horchata is fucking amazing, which is, if you make it with the real sugar and the cinnamon, it's like the milky like rice drink, fucking great. But Mexican soda is obviously imported into Southern California frequently, and they are wonderful. Assuming the import rules are removed for minor regions, as you previously suggested, other than Immortals MIBR, are there any other countries or languages you would expect of a full theme team in LCS? Oh, by the way, just as a funny aside, guys, I was watching Face Check the other day, and they were trying to address this, but they were like, how do we talk about this? And Dom was like, I know. Monty tweeted that they might think about removing the minor region. So they like used my statements in order to have a theoretical conversation about this without leaking anything, right? So, take from that what you will. But I thought it was amusing. Anyway, FlyQuest seems like they might be setting themselves up because they've already been pushing like the Spanish language broadcast to potentially bring in Latin American players. I would expect somebody to try and do Vietnam.
By the way,
Like,
that's
why wouldn't
even a
you?
smart angle. Just even like the fact the studios in LA, they might all those Hispanic people there might want to go and support the fucking games and listen to a Spanish broadcast. If you had the alternate example, that'd even be a good angle. The obvious one to me, by the way, if you're picking different countries that could be small, but not, the other one, the obvious one would be Turkey.
Yeah.
Think of, not only do they have good players, but they have a rabid fan base that would probably be interested in watching and having a better quality league, etc. So if you want to go the cynical market angle, there's a bunch of countries you could do.
Yep. Agreed. Any of the minor regions doing a full roster. Although I think the Turkish fans are a little bit different because they're used to having imports in their league. Like oftentimes their teams are like 2 Koreans and like 3 Turkish players, right? The good ones, or they bring in some other European players. So maybe you could just get, just have a couple Turkish players on the team, right? And still get that fan base. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Somebody asking a question about world seeding because we always talk about double limb. It's just going to suck. The problem is that the world seeding has gotten so complex that there's only so many ways groups can be drawn. So you can kind of predict them in advance at this point in time, especially with
it's ruined those group draws completely at this point. Yeah, they just don't mean anything.
Yeah, there's only a few ways they can really shake out because of if 4 Korean teams and 4 Chinese teams are in there, then they all have to be in separate groups, which then limits, and because of the different pools, it limits where they can go. So almost always, once you know all of the teams that are qualified before the group draw, like for the group draw, there's only a certain number of groups that could actually exist. So it's just bad. At this point, if they do the seeding this horribly, isn't it better just to chuck everyone into a Swiss system? No, because Swiss systems only work if you have good seeding. Otherwise, they turn crazy. Like Swiss is really good if the seeding is good. It's really bad if the seeding is bad. And there's no way to seed into a Swiss system because you'd have to have like a global power ranking, basically, which doesn't exist because we don't have enough international tournaments. Even in CSGO, where they play each other all the time internationally, the Swiss system is still butt cheeks.
Yeah, another thing about this is, just like I said earlier about the formats, Riot painted themselves into this corner and refused to stop painting or undo the paint. Like, you can't tell me, right, you're in a world where physics is different, and there's none of these things. Now how can I? You've just fucking made it impossible. So I don't know why Riot has to keep going down this line. I've always thought the number one stupid thing Riot does is just refuse to say, okay, maybe the way you don't have to say you're wrong. We just have changed our mind. Let's do it completely differently. Instead, they always have to make the next move infer the last move still was sort of right. And that mentality has held them back. In my opinion, I know people get mad at this. I think they pissed away League of Legends, mate. They had a chance with the only truly global game to have the most incredible world championships ever seen. As I've said before, mate, if they had the same format as Dota, they just piss all over the international. What are you talking about? Remember, I could actually say if they had identical formats, Dota, you don't even know who the best players are because they're probably Koreans who've never played the game. You can't say that in League, but the problem is some of the best Koreans will never win Worlds because they weren't in the top 3 team.
The thing that works about the international is basically the group stage is a seeding stage for the bracket, right? Because you just have to acknowledge that you don't know what the seeds are. And if you put teams in these small groups and play round robins, then you end up with stupid results and the seeding is stupid. If you put teams in really big groups like TI does and play round robins out of these big groups, then you can get seeding to put into a bracket. So I guess like you could do that. That's the only way I think you can fix the seeding problem because it's so difficult to seed these teams based off of very limited international tournaments and regional leagues. You have to just chuck them all into a giant group together. A couple more. Should Jojo go to EU? Probably. I mean, if he wants to be good. Yes.
Here's the thing. If I were him, I would not fucking leave Peter Dun's side. He has set up a vehicle to make you look better than you are. Now, look, he was really good in that last playoff series, but I think he has been mildly boosted by just the environment created around him. So, look, if he wants to actually become a godlike player, yeah, go to EU, limit test. But I will say, like, it'll be a harsh reality when you drop in.
Here's another question for you guys. I actually don't know if he's fluent in Korean, but he is of Korean descent. So if he can speak Korean, should he go to Korea would be another question, right? Like, I don't know what his communication skills are in that language, but that would be potentially another option. What are your takes on LEC and LCS playoffs taking this long to finish? Is the 2-week break for LEC even needed? No, it wasn't needed, because they could have, if they didn't have that break, they could have just added a week to do the fucking qualifier, right? They didn't have to take a break. They could have just started the next weekend, and then they would have finished finals a week earlier, and then they could have had a gauntlet. So no, it wasn't. Feels like scheduling is very scuffed, especially when LEC and LCS end 17 days before Worlds starts. Well, it's play-ins for Worlds, to be clear. No, I think it's fine. That doesn't bother me very much.
The thing is, I know what they mean, because in games I come from, that's like the player break in CSGO, Monty. Yeah, it is going to reset certain teams completely. Like, the problem is, like, in an ideal world, it's hard to do if you're going to have play-ins, etc., and have all the global leagues. But, like, I don't want to have, like, a month between official games. Like, anything can happen in that month, mate.
Yeah, right. It might rebalance the game. That's the real danger. The shorter time you have, the better opportunity we have to get teams playing in the same meta that they qualified for Worlds in, that Worlds is actually played in. So I've
even thought, even though I understand it, for what they're trying to do with the casual game, they would never ever do this. I have always thought they should actually just run Worlds on what the last patch and the last week of the playoffs is.
Yes, they clearly should do that, but they will not. They will not do that. Most underrated team in League of Legends history.
Ooh, history. Ooh, let me think then. Let me think. Because obviously I'm going to probably go with one that wasn't like a famous champion here. I'm going to probably go one that's like a sleeper. I mean, you know what's wild? Like, obviously I might be cheating a little bit on this one, but I actually think in some ways Rox is actually underrated. Because I always say it like this. They really were like the team that if SKT didn't win everything would have won everything. Like, they are essentially the team who were like, they would have been SKT if like, even the players they could have won everything. I know they were very good now, but they could have won Worlds and all the LCKs and then they could have won it all, of course.
People forget also that they were in first place in regular seasons
almost
multiple
every
times.
Yes,
when they would lose the title and they would get smashed in the finals by SKT. But they were very consistent in terms of their regular season performances, often had better consistency than SKT themselves. It's just SKT was the better clutch team in a best of 5. So there is definitely a world where that, you know, the Coup, Rocks, whatever Tigers rosters you want to talk about would have been world champions or would have done very well at international events. Like,
basically, the reason I say they're underrated is because, yeah, I'm sure people would have them top 10 all time or whatever, you know, but the difference is I'm saying they actually had a real chance to be number 1. Like, they were the team that could have done it for real. Yeah.
Also, Kuro sucks. Anyway, esports scenes aside, favorite game you've played?
Okay.
I mean, I love The Witcher 3. I'm a huge Witcher 3 fan. It's one of my favorite games. I was a huge fan of the last God of War game. I thought was really excellent. As somebody who enjoys Norse mythology, I liked how they depicted it and changed it. I thought was very interesting and in keeping with the spirit of Norse mythology, with like injecting like the Greek mythology into it is pretty cool. World was really awesome. The gameplay was really good. Historically, I've talked about this before, but Planescape Torment is one of the greatest games ever made. It has hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of lines of dialogue in it. It is utterly fantastic narrative storytelling. You can actually get it. They made a version of it on GOG, so you can play it if you've never played it before. It's a lot of reading, but it's really worth it. Those are some of my favorites.
Just strap in, because you have to understand. Remember what I said earlier? I haven't played a single player game in about 20, 2 years or something. So
Jesus.
we're going boomer on this, but I'll just give you a bunch I just thought up right now. So my favorite game ever is a game called Frontier Elite 2. It's basically like a sort of game where you start with a little ship and you're in a universe, you go do jobs, you get a better ship, and you can dogfight. But the best thing about it was, like, beyond the first missions, they were procedurally generated. So every time it's different and the game never ends. It just lasts forever.
Cool.
So that's just a brilliant game, basically. It was one of the best Amiga games. Another Amiga game that was a classic is the Chaos Engine. It's a shoot 'em up, but with like RPG elements, and it's also a co-op game. You can have 2 people. It's quite hard as well. It's got a pretty cool, like, it's not like an easy game, so it's pretty good in that sense. I like old school games that are rock hard. Even though it's like sort of an arcadey game, I like Sensible Soccer World of Football, which is the one where, even though it's still Sensible Soccer with the little guys, you actually had the proper like transfer market and stuff. Deus Ex, the original one. First
I love
of all,
Deus Ex.
straight fire game.
Deus Ex.
Also, one of the only games ever where when they tell you the lie that everyone else lies to you and market, you can play this game any way you want. You could be a spy, or you could just shoot them with the gun. In every other game, spoiler, either you can only be a spy, and if you shoot them, it's 10 times harder, or being the spy is super hard and you have to shoot them. Like, this is the only game where you actually could choose the other paths. You could go like pick locks and sneak you through, or you could level up your combat skills. And also, spoiler, the storyline used to be really crazy out there. It's now like just reality, apparently. So that's already based as fuck. And then the last thing I'll say,
it is a banger story in that game, though.
Mate, some of that
really
stuff's aged like a motherfucker. And then the last one I'll say, because I just think it is one of the most perfect sweet spots of tech, meeting story, meeting cinematography, was what the original Metal Gear Solid. I think the first Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation is a fucking amazing game. It's got everything. It's got arcadey feel, brilliant storyline, super interesting like plot dynamics. Oh, I think it was
also just weird enough, and before Kojima got really too weird, because Metal Gear Solid 2 was like too weird. In my opinion, and then it just got weirder from there. So yeah, I was actually gonna mention Deus Ex as well before you brought it up, because that's one of my all-time favorite games. And Deus Ex 2 sucked. Human Revolution was okay, but I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff you can do with the Deus Ex games. And Planescape Torment was another game, by the way, that you could play, and you literally never had to fight in Planescape Torment if you didn't want to, which is really cool for an RPG. When do you find it appropriate to use someone's real name versus their online alias? So most of the time we use people's online aliases unless their real name is like a lot easier to say. Most people just call me Monty because they don't want to call me Christopher because it's too long. So I use Duncan and Thorin pretty interchangeably with you. Also, if it's weird, like hilariously, sometimes what I usually call Papa Smithy Papa, but sometimes when we're out together, it makes it seem like we're in a gay dom sub relationship. So that's kind of weird for people who are like overhearing our conversations, which I think is pretty funny. I don't know. There's not really a rule, just kind of whatever feels more natural.
You know, when you say it like that, by the way, that also does imply that even though he probably thought he had a choice in his career, actually, I Will Dominate was always destined to be a streamer. His name is Dom, and everyone who has to pay him is a sub. Like, fucking hell, mate. Like, you walked into that one, didn't you? Why were you wasting your time trying to be a player? It's ready made for you. No, the problem I have with this topic in general is, let me think. What was the question again?
When do you find it appropriate to use somebody's real name versus their online alias?
Like, basically, because I obviously meet everyone in esports initially from when they're a player in their job, I always use the alias personally. And I also think, right, it's mad because obviously this in some ways has become the philosophy of things like, you could say, the trans movement, the idea it's more about like you choosing your identity and what you want to be. But the reason why I think that actually does work in the modern day for gamers is because in the modern day, people pick names for the most feckless reasons for children. They just pick them based on like, I knew a guy like that I liked, or I like the sound of that name. The reason you used to pick specific Bible names, guys, was you wanted that person to like, I want you to be like an Isaiah. I want you to live up to that and to know the story, and sort of like, it can be like an archetypal path to follow. So in the modern day where names mean fuck all and people are just called Candy, it's like, man, she's going to be on the stripper pole. But like, yeah, at that point in time, you may as well just pick your own name. Man, you'll probably come up with something cooler. Yeah.
That's why I named my son Maximus, because he's the greatest, right? So he will live up to that ideal. Like just the literal word for the greatest in Latin. But I think it is fun too, because at least what I like about gamer IDs is that it's not something that was given to you. It was something that was chosen for that person. And honestly, it's like one of those very weird meta questions about, are they actually like is the gamer identity now bigger or more important than their other identity? Because at least in my case, obviously, and in Thorin's case, more people know us by this identity than our real identity. So it becomes kind of weird or a self-fulfilling prophecy as you head in the direction of that online identity. But for the most part, I think people like my wife it's interesting because my wife will call me Christopher when we're having a conversation, but she will call me Monty in groups of people who know me as Monty, right? And in groups of people who don't know me as Monty, she obviously calls me Christopher. So you kind of end up with a bifurcated identity in a lot of ways, which is fascinating. But you're also you're aware that you're also interacting with a lot of people that have the esports identity and the other one. And so calling them by their regular name kind of it can cross a weird line at times of being almost too personal with people.
Like you'll notice, by the way, when you're someone who doesn't use your real name very often, the only time a fan will use it, by the way, is if they're a dickhead. Like there's a guy who goes, "Well, Christopher," I think you know that guy's an asshole immediately, of course.
No, that's like, yeah. So it's very interesting because it's almost like the way that that you would used to have to address people, because now culture has become so informal that you wouldn't call somebody like Mr. or Mrs. or Ms. or Miss or whatever by their last name when you didn't know them, right? Like you would address them with an honorific. And in certain cultures, like it's implied via the language. Like in Korea, you would use different verb endings if you weren't intimately familiar with somebody and you hadn't kind of like agreed with that person to use the informal verb endings. So in some cultures it's still implied, but at least in English, that barrier has broken down. But you're absolutely right. If a fan referred to me as Christopher, even though that would be normal in certain culture, like within the culture of the West, I would fucking hate that. Like if they didn't know me.
They definitely know what they're doing.
Offensive. That's like offensive, you know?
So, by the way, here's the joke answer. The joke answer is the first 2 times I have sex with them, I just use their alias. Then if I really get to know them, I'll start. There you go. There you go.
The third date, you could use their real name. So
as a gentleman,
But also the weird thing is that if somebody within the industry called me Christopher, even if they didn't know me that well, I wouldn't be that offended because it's like, okay, you understand the rules. So it is a very, very weird scenario with gaming IDs and real names, which I don't know if anybody knows the exact rules on how to use them, but that's like my impression of how to do it. Mostly it's just whichever name is more convenient and easier to say. I think that's mostly it, but also fans don't call people by their real names. That's not cool. that's a fast way for a block. But that was an interesting question for sure. I hadn't thought about it in a while. All right, guys, that was the last question. We got through all of them this week. Good for us. Lots of questions as usual. We will be back next week with some LEC and LCS post-match analysis. Then we'll probably take a break for a week or two before doing a Worlds preview show and getting into all of the Worlds coverage. As usual, guys, there will be like a billion episodes of this show during Worlds because we have to jam them like into the cracks between like groups round one and like between play-ins and groups. So usually we do like 7 or 8 episodes over the course of Worlds. So be prepared for the SI Blitz with lots of guests and a big preview show with a bunch of guests on it. We will see you then. Goodbye.